back door, finding McCraven, pass a little high for him. McCraven at a reset, puts it up off the glass, good.
Down to Hallie Crockett, her second baseball pass up the floor to Abby Richmond. Right-handed layup for 2.
Still backing and backing, gets stalled again, and picks up 2 points. So 2-point takedown.
The puck tries to reverse along the boards, taken away by Parker. Found another goal! Parker tees up Brody Schultz!
Right-handed dribble, goes to Reichel, deep three-pointer on the way! That's good.
Up the floor, Severson over to Bevins, all alone, steps up, shoots the 3, and it's good.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Hey, welcome everybody for day number 2 here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic. Broadcasting live from the barn in New Salem, North Dakota. We're in the consolation rounds, third round consolation matches. They had their blood round last night, so the wrestlers that are out on the mats currently will place in the top 8 of the wrestling tournament today. Winners go on to wrestle for a top 6 place finish, and the losers, all bracket losers here go for 7th and 8th place. I hate to call them losers because they're out there giving it all, everything they have, so we'll come up with another name for that. But they'll go for 7th and 8th if they don't happen to win this match here. We had a big slam on Matt. Goes on Matt number 1. So these are matches here. Had our blood round last night. These matches here to see who goes for top 6 place finish, and the ones that don't win go for 7th and 8th. 7th and 8th place a little bit later today. So we're going to go to the semifinal matches after this round. So they'll just flow right into our semifinal matches after we complete this round. We started the day at 106 pounds at 9 a.m. today. So we're about an hour into it now at 182 pounds with these wrestleback matches. As far as team scores, Lisbon started the day out in first place for the Lisbon Broncos. For the team race, started out on top of the leaderboard with 107 points, followed by South Border with 97, New Salem Almont with 86, Northern Lights with 69.5 points, and Velva with 64.5 points. Current scores after about 3/4 of the way through this round here. Lisbon has 112, South Border 105, New Salem Almont 86, Northern Lights 74.5, and Velva 67.5 for your top 5 team scores. For the Lisbon Broncos, they had 2 wrestlers in the wrestleback round. They had Carter Wallner. Wallner defeated Emery Knoll by pin in 3:28, and then Eli Lyons out on the mat at 160-pound, kind of the journeyman wrestler for the Lisbon Broncos. I think he's wrestled, this will be his 4th weight class. I believe he's wrestled 138, 45, 52, and now wrestling 160 for the Lisbon Broncos. But he made it through the blood round last night and took on Cade Harms from Beulah Hazen this morning, and he dropped that match by 9-4 decision. So Eli Lyons at 160 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. He'll wrestle for 7th and 8th. And Carter Wallner for the Lisbon Broncos at 138 pounds. He will place in the top 6. So you'll see him later on today in the consolation semifinal round. And that's at 138 pounds. Some of the other notables from the area on the east side of the states, Riker Vetter from South Border won by foul over Christian from Kemper Bobels in 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Jager Sam from EEK won by major decision. That was at 113 pounds over Toral. And then Elijah Ramos at 120 pounds defeated Keller from South Border by decision 5-0. So just kind of recapping that team race, Lisbon right now has 9 wrestlers in the semifinals. South Border with 5, New Salem Almont with 8, Northern Lights with 4, and Velva with 4 in the semifinal round. Coming into the day, Lisbon still had 11 wrestlers alive in the tournament. And with that loss, I should say that'll continue throughout the day. So they still have 11 that'll place in the top 8. South Border has 11 that'll place in the top 8. They have 5 in the semis. New Salem Almont, all the wrestlers that are still in the tournament are in the semifinals. So they placed 8 in the semifinals. You'll see them a little bit later here, probably about 20 or 30 minutes. but they have 8 in the semifinals. And Northern Lights, with their 4 in the semifinals, also had 8 other wrestlers in the placing rounds or in the top 8. And then Velva, 4 in the semis, and they have 6 in the top 8. And that'll kind of round out your top 5 teams as far as where they're at with their wrestlers and the in the scoring. So, like I said, Lisbon right now leads with 112 points, where we're currently at 180, or in what just moved on to 195 wrestlebacks here. South Border with 105, New Salem Almont with 86, Northern Lights with 79.5 points, and Velva with 67.5 points. We're looking at your past champions. You get your past champions from the East-West Wrestling Tournament. That's one of the nice things about the East-West is they keep the history. This tournament started back in 1977. They're celebrating their 45th annual East-West Wrestling Tournament, and also celebrating their 60th anniversary of their wrestling program here at New Salem Almont, home of the New Salem Holsteins and home of Salem Sioux. You drive by on the interstate, you can take a look or take a gander at Salem Sioux, and you drive by or stop for a visit. But your past champions, we'll just do the most recent, starting with 2015. We'll just pick that date. So 2015, Carrington won the East-West tournament. They were also state champs, both dual and individual. Carrington won it again in 2016. State champs, both dual and individual. 2017, Lisbon won the New Salem tournament. They were individual state champs. They won the individual state tournament with 150.5 points, but Hettinger Scranton beat Lisbon in the duels. In 2017. 2018, Lisbon once again individual, or they were New Salem champs. They were also individual state champs that year. But South Border beat Lisbon in the state duels. In the individual side, Lisbon scored 161 points in the state tournament. 2019, Lisbon, New Salem champs. Also individual state champs and dual state champs that year. 2020, Lisbon individual or New Salem champs and also individual and dual champs. 2021 was the COVID year, so New Salem ended up doing a East-West duels. Lisbon wasn't out here that year. New Salem was the champions of that tournament in 2021, but Lisbon was the dual and individual state champs last year, or in 2021, scoring 246 team points. So that is a state record. Whether I don't know if they put an asterisk by that one, but Lisbon scored 246 team points that year, and that was the year where I believe all wrestlers qualified. So they had some big weight brackets, in the 20s, and I don't know if any of them got up to the 32-man bracket, but there were some big weight brackets that year. Lisbon scored 246 points, and then in 2022, Lisbon came back and won the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, and were also dual and individual champs in 2022, and they scored 201.5 team points in New Salem Almont that last year. Was state runner-ups, and they scored 194.5 points, and that was back in 2022. So we're still wrestling 195-pound consolation round matches. The winners of these matches go on place in the top 6. The non-winners, we'll use that term, the non-winners today in this round will go to wrestle for 7th and 8th place. And that 7th and 8th place round, that will come up after the semifinals. So we'll keep it right here on yourliveevent.com and bring you those semifinals and then the 7th and 8th place matches. And then I believe we're going to take a break here inside the barn in New Salem. Take a lunch break. We'll keep the stream going for that. Maybe just put a placeholder slide up there. But when they're on break here, we'll keep the stream going and then come back for the top 6 placing rounds. Break away for another short break. Get reset for the finals. So the finals will be on a separate stream. You can go to yourliveevent.com on the website page, and you'll see the East-West Wrestling New Salem tournament and the link there for the finals. So for that one, you will have to find us or go to the website or go to the page and hit that link for the finals for the New Salem East-West Wrestling tournament. So with that, we're going to go ahead and break away here from New Salem, North Dakota. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick, and we'll be back here. Probably take about a minute break and take a look at some of your semifinal matchups here, review the semifinal matchups, and get set. There should be some wild semifinals. Expect a lot of dynamite there from the wrestlers. We have a lot of head-to-head loaded brackets. That 152 bracket is loaded with state runner-ups and state champions going to battle it out. So I expect some dynamite matches here for our semifinal semifinal round, and we'll be back live here on your live event after these words from our sponsors.
Pro. Call Chuck or Neil for pricing and more information on this new 29-foot Wilrich Chisel Pro. Also, they have the new 39-foot Wilrich Chisel Plow. Talk to Chuck or Neil and get the deal done on this new 39-foot Wilrich Chisel Plow at Ziegler Ag Equipment. Other used equipment on the lot, Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada. They thank you for your business. 218-784-2961.
Don't let the flu get you down. Fight the flu with a shot of prevention. Stop at Hillsborough Drug and get your flu shot today. No appointment is necessary. Shingle shots are also available. And don't forget your other pharmacy and healthcare needs at Hillsborough Drug. Over-the-counter medications, vitamins, health and beauty items as well. For your convenience, Hillsborough Drug offers mail-out service and delivery of your prescriptions. Check out the gift items for all occasions, too. Hillsborough Drug is a locally owned pharmacy and proud to serve the area. They thank you for trusting them with your business at Hillsborough Drug.
Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9 in Ada, invites you to order your new Buick and Chevrolet vehicles. From the Silverado, Trailblazers, Traverse, and Enclave, Lee Brothers is your authorized Chevrolet and Buick dealer, providing sales and a service to the area since 1975. For ordering your vehicles, talk with Mitch, Smurf, or Jay. Trust the experts who know your vehicles best and take advantage of great Chevy certified service offers today. Lee Brothers Sales, Highway 9, Ada, 218-784-2000.
Olson Hardware in Hillsborough welcomes you to stop in. You can find all of your hardware needs for all seasons. They do have everything you need to get your home and yard ready for the winter ahead. If you're preparing for your remodeling or other do-it-yourself indoor projects this winter, stop by Olson Hardware, pick up your paints, stains, and all of the other accessories too. If you're in need of a mattress upgrade, stop in and check out the amazing Rest Mattress at Olson Hardware. Olson Hardware can repair your major appliances, refrigerators, freezers, stoves, ovens, washers, dryers, and more. Your full-service hardware store, Olson Hardware, Hillsborough.
Hey, welcome back to New Salem, North Dakota. We're live for the 45th annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament here broadcasting from the barn. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick with yourliveevent.com. I also have to mention that there is a big girls wrestling tournament going on. You can catch that also on your live event page. The link is there at the top of the page for events happening today. That wrestling tournament started at 9 a.m. in Central Cass, North Dakota. The Bell of the Brawl wrestling tournament. Have over 30 teams registered for that tournament in Central Cass. So if you have some downtime or you have some downtime here, please be sure to go and tune into that wrestling tournament. Support our girls wrestling program, not only in the eastern part of the state, but also the entire state of North Dakota. So go ahead and hit that link. Watch some girls wrestling. A day packed with wrestling here in New Salem, North Dakota and Central Cass. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. I also like to thank our sponsors for helping us out and getting us out to New Salem, North Dakota, and also in Castleton to cover boys and girls wrestling here in the state of North Dakota. So looking at our semifinal rounds and matches that we have coming up around our 285-pound consolation round matches. Like I said, the winner of these matches that are the wrestlers that are currently out, the winners move on to the top six, and the non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th. Those 7th and 8th place matches will follow the semifinal bouts that are coming up here shortly, in probably about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So our semifinal bouts coming up at 106 pounds. We did start the day at 106. Yesterday we started at 170, so we're back at 106 pounds. Your first semifinal bout is Dalton Feist. Feist is a third-place state winner last year at 106 pounds. He takes on Will Mossbrucker. Mossbrucker comes into this tournament unseeded. Actually came into the tournament unseeded. And he defeated Logan Potts in the quarterfinals to make his way into the semis today. So the first semifinal bout at 106 is Dalton Feist taking on Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. And then your next semifinal match at 106 pounds is Jack Bombach from Killdeer, a 7th grader. He'll take on Keen Bell from Stanley. Bell was a 5th place state finisher last year at 106 pounds, so that's Bombach. Good-looking 7th grader from Killdeer, North Dakota, taking on Cone Bell from Stanley in your second match at 106 pounds here in the semifinals. So these bouts, semifinal bouts, are coming up. The wrestlers reporting in here. So just to orient it to your screen, the mat number one is your white mat, white big outer circle with the black inner circle with the Holstein, and the all black mat is mat number 2. So these semifinal bouts are underway. Dalton Feist right now with Mossbrucker. Mossbrucker goes out and takes Feist down. Quick takedown by Dalton Feist. Feist retaliates and gets around for 2-point reversal. So that's tied up 2-2. You're at 106 pounds. This is your first semifinal bout at 106. We're going to keep on rolling. Like I said, after these semifinal matches, we're going to roll right into the 7th and 8th place bouts. In mat number 2, we have Jack Bombach and Cone Bell from Stanley going at it. Say Bell is number 2-seeded wrestler, placed 5th last year at the state tournament. And Bombach is his first year of varsity wrestling for the Killdeer Cowboys. He's in on a single leg on mat number 2 on Bell. And Bell's going to drop down to a leg pass. Now Bell's able to rotate through, power through on the edge of the mat. They get called out of bounds. The referees are going to confer about this on mat number 2. And no takedown, so the wrestlers both back up on their feet. 56 seconds to go in that first period on mat number 1. We're still tied up at 2-2 with Dalton Feist. Feist wearing the blue and yellow singlet, riding on top of Will Mossbrucker. Feist, 3rd place finisher last year at 106 pounds for the Napoleon Imperials. Dalton Feist, sophomore, with a 27-0 record. Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont, a junior, with a 26-10 record. You also have to mention this, not only with the 45th annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, also their 60th anniversary. They're going to have a big commemoration and celebration here as just before the finals start here today at 4 o'clock. So we'll bring that also live from New Salem here in the barn. And then they have a reception at their community center a little bit later on or after the tournament. So if anybody's around or you want to come out, reminisce about Class B wrestling in New Salem and all the great matches that we've had here inside the barn, starting back in at least for the East-West tournament in 1977. Please come out and do that. We're going into the second period. They're still tied up 0-0 or no score on mat number 2. That match between Bombach and Bell. Bombach wearing the orange singlet, riding on top with the red leg band. The start of the second period on mat number 1 is 2-2. And Dalton Feist in a little bit of a stand-up or a sit-out to a stand-up. He's going to try to turn the corner, has his head peeked out to the side. And Mossbrucker working in that front headlock position, applying a lot of pressure to the head. Feist is trying to chase. He's still caught up in the situation position on mat number 1. Mat number 2, we are tied up 2-2. That's a 2-2 score with a minute 22 to go on mat number 2. Both wrestlers work in the center of the mat. Bell from Stanley with the blue singlet on, or green leg band. Wrestlers locked up, collar tie, and all they break apart. If you're just tuning in, team scores right now. Southport closed it up there in the third consolation round. Lisbon leads, has a 2-point lead going into these semifinal matches. You see some big point swings here with these championship points coming up in these semifinal rounds. So Lisbon right now has a 2-point lead over Southport. Lisbon 112, Southport 110, New Salem Almont 86. And Mossberger's going to get 2 points. He ties it up 4-4. Now Feist with the 1-point escape. That's on mat number 1. New Salem Almont with 86 in third place. Northern Lights 79.5 points. And Velva with 67.5 points. That's your top 5 teams. So Southport are closing in on Lisbon. Lisbon with the 2-point lead going into the semifinal round. Now Feist working. He got to hit a goal behind. A snap down on front headlock. Put the head in the hole and got around for a 2-point takedown. He's up now 7-4. Well, Feist now building a lead here with actually at the end of the second period. So into the second period, Dalton Feist goes in with a 7-4 lead over Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont. It's still tied up going into the third on mat number 2. Semifinal bouts at 106 pounds on the mat right now. Yesterday started turning at 12 o'clock, 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. That might be one of the earlier starts, and I think that worked out pretty good. They got in 2 rounds of wrestlebacks last night. We don't have that back room going right now here in that back wrestling room going during the semifinals, so I kind of like that. Not sure if they're going to use it at all. We should have 7th and 8th place matches right after this, so they could run those right out here on the main 2 mats. Well, Dalton Feist riding on top. You got 1 point for Green. So stall warning. So now 7-5. A stalling by Dalton Feist. Closes the score 7-5. Just a 2-point lead for Feist. In the third period, started the third period, a minute 45 on the clock. And Mossbrucker hits a stand up. Now Feist goes to kind of work it underneath. It's still a 2-2 score on mat number 2. Also expecting a packed house here today. They're going to, part of that commemoration, they're going to bring in the first 10 teams. I think it's dating back into the 1960s. I can't remember if they said 64 or 66, but they're going to bring back the first 10 teams. You know, I got this program in New Salem started, so they'll recognize those wrestlers today at the New Salem East-West tournament. That's before the finals start at 4 p.m. today. Feist and Mossbrucker. Feist has a 7-6 lead. He leads by 1 over Mossbrucker. Feist down underneath. Situation has a double leg, but Mossbrucker heavy hips. Mossbrucker Jr., 26-10, has Feist belly down to 45 seconds to go. He's got the home crown behind him. We're still tied up 2-2 in the third period on mat number 1. And Bell has a chicken wing tilt hooked up on Jack Bombach. Bombach, just a 7th grader, 32-11 record. I don't know if there's three Bombachs from Kildare maybe wrestling on this varsity team. And one thing I like to remember last year at the state tournament is the Kildare Cowboys. They are scrappy wrestlers. Those guys never quit. They wrestled till the whistle in all their matches. And they're bringing that through. They got a nice squad this year. Right now, Jack Bombach is tied up 2-2 with 10 seconds to go in the third period. This first semifinal match is here today. You know, Dalton Feist is your winner, 7-6, and advances to the championship match. And Feist remains undefeated on the year. And going into overtime, sudden victory overtime on mat number 2. Mat number 2 is sudden victory overtime between Bombach and Bell. 120-pound semifinal bout, 113-pound semifinal bout. Now Bell has Bombach going over. Bell's going to pick up 2. No, still scramble. Bell picks up 2-point takedown, and he's your semifinalist, second semifinalist at 106 pounds is Bell from Stanley. So Bell wins sudden victory overtime. 4-2. So your finalists later on today at 4 o'clock is Dalton Feist and Bell from Stanley. Our semifinalist out on the mat right now is Charlie Irwin. Irwin's going to win by fall, so Charlie Irwin picking up some bonus points for Salem Holstein. He wins by fall, advances to the championship match. He defeats Mellon. Irwin is a sophomore, 23-5 record. McConnor Mellon, a freshman, 24-9. Irwin started out the year at 120. Saw him wrestle 126 a few times in some duels. He's out here at 113 pounds, getting it done for the Salem Holsteins. And Irwin, just going back to him, returning state place winner, placed 5th last year at 106 pounds for New Salem. Now at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2 is Pitch Hager from Velva, wrestling Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. That's your second semifinal bout at 113 pounds. They're scoreless in the first period. And a semifinal bout on mat number 1 is Trace Hogarth from Carrington, senior, 32-3 record, wrestling Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley, freshman, 25-7 record. Yeah, one thing, if you step away for a commercial break, once these semifinal matches, we're going to miss some highlights. But don't throw a brick at the screen if we have to break away for a commercial. So Hogarth with a 2-point takedown. He leads Kajed by a score of 2-0. And Hager picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. So that Hogarth ends it early. He wins by fall. The Trace Hogarth, your finalist at 120 pounds at New Salem East-West Tournament, wins by fall over Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. Trace Hogarth, returning state champ last year, 113 pounds. The wrestlers out there on mat number 2 at 113 pounds is Hager and Hasbrook. It's a 2-0 lead for Pitch Hager from Velvet. We'll call him Hager. Pitch Hager, state qualifier last year for the Velvet Aggies. And Riley Hasbrook, same as state qualifier for Hettinger Scranton for the Nighthawks. Keep on wanting to call them the Blue Hawks, but they are the Nighthawks. So that's a 2-0 lead for Hager. Right now, Ryan Ing out there on mat number 1 for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Tristan Lepp. Lepp in at the 2. Oh, now a takedown. They go to a leg pass. Oh, Ing drops down to a leg pass. And Tristan Lepp, Ing's got to watch it so he doesn't get a defensive pin here. So we get 2-point takedown for Tristan Lepp. Ing's going to lets up on the attempt. Now Lepp jumps across, has a cradle hooked up on Ryan Ing. He's going to go hip to hip and try to walk it over. And that's at 126 pounds. Ing's headgear comes off. That's on mat number 1. So mat number 1 flying through. They've had a couple pins over here. We're still on 113 pounds on mat 2. It's a 2-0 lead for Pitch Hager over Riley Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. So the winner of this match on mat number 2 will face Charlie Irwin from New Salem Almont. Irwin defeated Mellon from Kenmare Bullbills by fall. Make his way into the finals. So in the second period with 53 seconds, we got blood time on mat 1. Ryan Ing for the Broncos on blood time. So both wrestlers out there on mat 2, state qualifiers for their respective teams last year at the 2022 state wrestling tournament. And also, if you guys, if anybody out there needs some screen adjustment, or maybe the screens get off-centered, or the volume, need some help with the volume, just let me know, because it could be something here on my end. we can get fixed up and give you a good experience here watching YourLiveEvent.com with sports announcer guy Brent Dick, broadcasting live from the East-West Tournament. And down to 27 seconds to go on mat number 2. It's now a 3-0 lead. So 3-0 lead for Hager from Velva, a freshman, 22-10 record. Riley Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton, 27-10. Now a 1 point escape, or excuse me, a 1 point escape for Hager. So he must have had a stall warning. Yep, so it was a penalty, stalling penalty on Hasbrook. So that was a 3-0, and then Hager got an escape for the 4-0 lead. So into the second period, Pitch Hager has a 4-0 lead over Risley Hasbrook from Henninger. They're going into the third period. And Hager's going to pick bottom to start the third. And Lepp has Ryan Eng locked up in a cradle here with the second remaining. Time expires in the first period. So Lepp trying to earn his way into the finals at 126 pounds. Ryan Eng wrestling up for the Broncos in this tournament. Going to start at 120. Anderson moves down. Eng just bidding his time on the varsity. Came into the tournament seeded number 1. Tristan Lepp, number 5 seed. Ryan Eng last year second at 106 pounds. Tristan Lepp did not qualify for the state tournament last year. A tough region bracket. If that was at 120 pounds. Lepp attempting to stand up. He has a 7-0 lead over Ryan Eng. And Eng get calls, no warrant for stalling. Eventually gets Lepp down, but they go out of bounds. Hager had a cradle locked up on Hasbrook there on the edge of the mat. He has a 7-0 lead, so identical 7-0 scores on both mats. We're in the third period, a minute 14 to go on mat number 1. Mat number 2, now an 8-0 lead for Tristan Lepp as he gets an escape. He's minute 30 to go in the second period. I said we'll see some big point swings as these championship points are awarded to the winners of these matches. As far as the team race points. Well, second period on mat number 2. Mat number 1. It's an 8-0 lead for Tristan Lepp. They got blood time on mat number 1. So we're going to go ahead and step away for a break. We have blood time on mat 1. Hager, mat number 2, leads by a score of 7-0 with 24 seconds left, and also now stall warning given up. So now a 7-1 lead with 24 seconds to go on mat number 2 for Pitch Hager, making his way to the finals over Hasbrook. So we're going to step away for a word from our sponsors. Be back here live from New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux.
Do you need new furniture? You know, real furniture that's comfortable and built to last. Something stylish that you can enjoy watching the games on, entertain friends on, or just relax with the family? Then there's only one place and one person you need to visit. Lee Olfson Furniture Mart in West Fargo. From beds to couches and everything in between, they have the best selection at the best prices and always no interest financing available. Visit with Lee Olfson, Platinum Sales Specialist at Furniture Mart, and don't forget to ask for Lee and get the special Your Live Event pricing. Call or text 200-8019 or stop in. Make sure you ask for Lee.
Hey, welcome back as Pitch Hager defeats Riley Hasbrook in that second semifinal bout at 113 by decision, 7-1. So your finalist at 113 pounds is Charlie Irwin for New Salem Almont, and he'll take on Pitch Hager from Velva. Hager coming in the number 3 seed, gets a little bit of an upset over number 2 seeded Riley Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton. So those are your finalists at 113, Irwin and Hager. 120 semifinalist is Trace Hogarth from Carrington, and he'll take on the winner here between Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos. So Noah Anderson wrestling Tanner Defoe from Henninger Scranton. It's at 120 pounds. So Defoe, I have him down as 6th place last year at the state tournament, so 6 at 120 pounds. Noah Anderson did not qualify last year for the state tournament. And right now, both wrestlers locked up. Anderson, a little bit of a front headlock, trying to reach for that near leg. Defoe gets stood up. Now we're wrestling head-to-head, working wrist control on this near edge of the mat. And Lepp has a cradle locked up on Ryan Egg now. That score is 8-2. There's a minute 46 to go in the third period. Tristan Lepp's going to try to ease that back. Eng's being a little stubborn over there, trying to hold his base. Lepp with a lot of leverage, stepped out to the front. Now gets his hand free. He's going to work a little bit of hand control. So Ryan Egg not going to give up here. Lay down is now a minute 30 to go. Ryan Egg's on top with the reversal on Lepp. It's now an 8-4 lead. Couple Bronco wrestlers out there at 126 and 120. Lepp hits a sit out on Eng. Eng's going to follow him back around. Rodeo rides back around. We get a break in action. So we got some blood time on mat number 1 again. Mat number 2, it's still scoreless in the first with 44 seconds to go between Defoe and Anderson from Lisbon. So Tanner Defoe was a senior with 11-3 record from Henninger Scranton. Noah Anderson, freshman from the Lisbon Broncos, with a 27-5 record. We got stop in action. So not sure if they're out of bounds or what the whistle is for. Their clock, I guess the clock did not start, so they're going to go back, run some time off the clock. You got 5 seconds on the clock. This is at 120 pounds on mat number 2. Blood time's cleaned up on mat 1. Semifinal bout between Eng and Lepp. Eng got a reversal here for the restart with a minute 9 to go in the third period. Lepp's going to try a stand-up. Eng's been warned for stalling, so they'll have to either cut him loose or take him down here. He's going to get warned for stalling again. They give up a point. And Eng's looks like he's just going to take that stall. Warning, Tristan Lepp with that whizzer. The wrestler's down on the mat. Eng's still working the leg. Now gets Lepp, hip down. Maintaining control with 41 seconds to go. Has that leg turk, so Ryan Eng's going to try to maintain that leg turk on the far side. His scoreless going into the second. He's got a 1-0 score. So Noah Anderson's up 1-0 with that escape. He's in on a high crotch on Defoe. Defoe's got that back ankle. And Anderson's going to try to post that outside leg. They post the outside leg and just baseball slide through, but Defoe has that ankle, and they're going to looks like they're going to work for a stalemate if Anderson can't advance this. Anderson still nice high crotch position, but Defoe's keeping him down on the mat. They're trying to work through it as Noah Anderson. And that'll do it here. Your semifinalist by a winner 8-4 is Tristan Lepp for the South Border Mustangs. He wins by decision 8-4 over Ryan Eng from the Lisbon Broncos. So Lepp seated number 5 is your semifinalist. First semifinalist at 126. Mat number 1 a little bit ahead here of mat 2. They're up to 132 pounds now. We're still on 120 pounds on mat number 1 between Noah Anderson and Defoe. Anderson leads by a score of 1-0 at 120 pounds. And now up on mat number 1, 132-pound semifinal bout is from Velva's Carson Hildre, a sophomore, 28-3 record, wrestling William Cook from Kenmare Bull Bells. That match just underway on mat number 2. That's 132 pounds semifinal bout. So Hildre from Velva, 6th place finisher at 126 pounds last year for the Velva Aggies, and William Cook, state qualifier last year for Kenmare Bull Bells. That's up on mat number 1, 132-pound semifinal bout. And mat 2, start of the third period. Anderson has a 1-0 lead over Tanner Defoe. Defoe on the bottom. Anderson from Lisbon Broncos in that red singlet riding on top, also with the red leg band. And Defoe's working hand control. And Anderson going to drop down the leg. He's got to take him down to the mat. If he doesn't get him down here, he's going to have a stall warning coming his way. After the second stall warning, the other wrestler receives a point. Now Anderson gets him down. Broke down, hip on the mat on that near edge. Over by Coach Berwick. Berwick giving his wrestler some instructions before he heads back out for this restart. 1:25 to go in the third period for Noah Anderson. Anderson dropping down from 126, finding some tough competition here at 120. Defoe's going to stand up. Anderson tried to hit a cradle on that stand up, but Defoe, nice strong stand up, able to step out of that. 1:14 to go now for Anderson. Defoe on mat number 2. They're in the third period. Anderson leads 1-0. Mat number 1, semifinal bout between Hildre from Velva and Cook. That's still scoreless in the first period with 5 seconds to go. And now Defoe going back to that stand-up. Anderson's trying to cradle it. Anderson has to take Defoe down to the mat. Defoe goes down. Anderson steps around. Wasting a little bit of time here. Anderson with that 1-0 lead. The winner of this will take on Trace Hogarth, defending state champion. Or I should say state champion at 113 pounds last year in the 2022 state Class B tournament. Defoe now running out of time, kind of turtled up. We get a stall warning on Anderson. So Defoe on his base, looked like he's turtled up. Anderson riding on top, warned for stalling. We got 20 seconds. Anderson has to work. Defoe gets stood up and Anderson doesn't return him. He can tie it up. Anderson hanging on the ankle, lets go of it. Down to 10 seconds to go. Defoe's going to stand up. Anderson's got to keep him down here, down to 8 seconds. Defoe's going to tie it up 1-1 with Noah Anderson at the end of the third period with 3 seconds to go. That's one's going to go into sudden victory. The first period is sudden victory. First takedown wins it. We've already had one of those today at 106 pounds. So now this one going into sudden victory on mat number 2 between Anderson and Defoe. Still scoreless on mat number 1, 132 semifinal between Hildre from Velva and William Cook. And William Cook riding on top there at that far edge of the mat. They go out of bounds. And Anderson in on a double leg on Defoe. He's got Defoe down, hip on the mat. Trying to go arm around the waist, but Defoe using those legs. Now he's got the head kind of figure forward. So Anderson looks like he's going to be able to step around. Trying to work through it. Defoe still has that back ankle of Anderson. Has him pretzeled up there. About the best way to describe it. That was about a big pretzel knot in the center of the mat. The wrestlers now get restart. Anderson with the front headlock. Defoe shoots. Down to 15 seconds to go. This is his first period of overtime. Sudden victory on mat number 2. Still scoreless on 1 with 45 seconds to go. Now Hildre is going to step around, 2-point reversal. So Carson Hildre for Velva Aggies up 2-0. Leads by score 2-0. Going into the second period of overtime. So Anderson's choice, he defers. So Defoe's choice, he's going to choose down on Anderson. Remember, Anderson's been warned for stalling. So Anderson warned for stalling. Got to watch if Defoe gets stood up there and he can't return him down. I guess either way, he gives up a point. Anderson goes into a chop and purchase. Defoe gets that arm free. Oh, Hildre had its Cook going over to his back there, down to 1 second. Time runs out. No, near fall. So Anderson has Defoe locked up in a cradle. He has 2-point near fall coming for Noah Anderson. So now Anderson's up. Actually, 3 near fall. He's up 4-1. Defoe puts his head down on the mat. Looks a little bit defeated, but he still has a period here to score some points. That'll be the end of the second period. Noah Anderson's up 4-1 over Tanner Defoe. Defoe, a senior, 11-3 record. Noah Anderson from the Lisbon Broncos, a freshman, 27-5. Anderson stood up. Defoe's going to go inside leg lock. He's going to try a spladle on Anderson. Anderson's got to keep that head up. Anderson now able to get belly down to 15 seconds to go. Has the leg, the outside leg of Tanner Defoe, down to 10 seconds. Well, Lisbon looking to get their first finalist. Anderson gets out the back door for 2-point reversal. It's a 6-1 lead for Noah Anderson, so Lisbon has their first finalist At 120 pounds is Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos. That 132-pound match. Hildry from Velva still with the 2-0 lead. End of the second period, he had Cook going over to his back, but ran out of time. Now working that far edge of the mat. Right on the out of bounds. Yeah, Hildry's going to try to step around. Working a go behind. Cook has that far leg wrapped up. They get called out of bounds for a restart. That's on mat number 1. 132-pound semifinal, where Hildry leads that one by a score of 2-0 over William Cook. And Hildry is going to have goes to a headlock out of bounds. Wrestlers go out for a restart. 6 seconds to go. Final 6 seconds. So Hildry from the Velva Aggies will advance to the championship bout. At 132 pounds. Carson Hildry seeded number 1 in the tournament, 6th last year at 126 pounds in the state Class B tournament. Makes his way to the championship match here at New Salem East-West. 126 pounds up on mat number 2 is Aaron Brimhall wrestling Trenton Clapp from New Salem Almont. This is a 126-pound semifinal match on mat number 2 between Brimhall and Trenton Clapp. So if anybody has any issues with volume or picture, just let me know, or try it. If you have my phone number, give me a text. Let me know what's going on there. The sports announcer guy, Brent Dick. Here on YourLiveEvent.com. Now we have Cashton Wadeson for Lisbon Broncos up on mat number 1. Wrestling Zane Allender from Oaks. It's got a 132-pound semifinal bout. Hey, Wadeson's going to go to a lat drop. The wrestlers go out of bounds. That's scoreless with a minute 31 to go in the first period. We have a 2-0 score with Brimhall leading going into the second period from Williams County. Senior 32-2 record, wrestling Klatt from New Salem Almont, sophomore with a 19-5 record. The start of the second period, Trent Klatt is on top, wearing that black and white singlet with the Holstein on the back. Right now, Wadeson and Allender, 132-pound semifinal match. Now Allender tries a little elbow pass. Wadeson's going to go, rolls out of bounds. Wadeson tried to counter Allender's elbow pass. Wrestlers go out of bounds. Still scoreless, under 56 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1. And Brimhall tries a stand-up. Klatt goes to the cradle. The wrestlers break apart, so Aaron Brimhall now has a 3-0 lead. So Aaron Brimhall up 3-0 on Trent Klatt. Klatt's underneath. A high crotch. He steps into it. Brimhall goes whizzer. And Klatt's able to, in a back trip, Brimhall down to the mat. Now goes back down to the ankle. Brimhall uses that whizzer to defend against that single leg high crotch single, and they get a restart back in the center of the mat with 50 seconds to go in the second period. So that team score now, Lisbon 123, South Border 121. Lisbon maintaining that 2-point lead. Like I said, there'll be a lot of points scored here in this semifinal round. Big point swings back and forth. Now Trent Klatt's going to pick up some near fall on Brimhall. So he's going to tie it up here. They got 26 seconds to go. That right shoulder of Brimhall on mat number 2 is up. Referee down there taking a look. Klatt's going to try to stretch that arm out. Going to readjust. readjusting his hips a little bit. And Brimhall's going to try to survive here to get into the third period. That'll tie it up with the 3-point near foul. Now Klatt adjusts and stretches out a little bit further, working for the foul into the second period. Trenton Klatt and Aaron Brimhall on mat number 2 are tied up at 126 pounds. And going on mat number 1 between Wadeson and Allender. That match is scoreless going into the second period between Wadeson and Allender. 132-pound semifinal. Yeah, Allender is going to go leg ride. On Cashton Wadeson. Wadeson's trying to work through it. Allender's going for a guillotine on Wadeson. Trying to dig that arm, that wrist out. How's the wrist? And Wadeson's just going to try up, get a restart. So they do get a restart. With 1:09 to go in the second period, 132 pounds. Wadeson trying to stand up. Now Allender comes over the top with the cradle attempt. Has it cradled up. Oh, the hands break apart. Now Trenton Klatt has a 5-3 lead over Aaron Brimhall at the start of the, actually you're into a minute now into the third period. So Trenton Klatt with a 5-3 lead. Aaron Brimhall down there on his hip. And Klatt's working a, I don't know, you want to call it a Peterson, but has the head scoop, now an arm, and has a head and arm scoop. And try to scramble out here, get that forward leg back behind him. You get back now into the situation position, so Trent Klatt looking to add to his lead. It's still scoreless with Wadeson and Allender. They're scoreless going into the, with 16 seconds to go in the second period. Wadeson's on the bottom. He's got to get his motor running. Going into the third, now Wadeson's going to stand up on Allender. Yeah, Allender goes back to that cradle. He has it locked up. The crossface now goes back to the leg. Down to 2 seconds. 1 second. That'll do it for the second period. They go scoreless into the third between Allender and Cashton Wadeson. Here, restart. 30 seconds to go. Trenton Klatt leads 7-3 over Aaron Brimhall from Williams County, making his way into the championship bout. Winner of this will take on Tristan Lepp from the South Border Mustangs. And Klatt has Brimhall, had him flattened out there for a second. Referee slow to react. Gets 2 near fall. Brimhall able to get back up over the top. So 9-3 lead, a 6-point lead for Trenton Klatt. And he'll be your finalist at 126 pounds at the 45th Annual East-West Wrestling Tournament, representing the Salem Holsteins at 126. Wadeson and Zane Allender still scrambling. Yeah, Allender keeps going to that leg ride, trying to tie up. He just ties up Wadeson. Now Wadeson working back around, trying to hip ice through on Allender. I don't know, eventually they're not going to give a stall warning. Now Wadeson's able to work through it. Wadeson has a head and arm of Allender, and he's going to try to, not much he can do with that. A potentially dangerous call. So with 57 seconds remaining in the third period, Cashton Wadeson leads Zane Allender by a score of 2-0. So mat number 2 now on 138 pounds. So mat number 2 is caught up to and now surpassed mat number 1. They're at 138. That's Corbin Clifton out there for the Carrington Cardinals, a sophomore, 27-13 record. Wrestling Haviland DeLong, a junior for Northern Lights, junior with a 27-5 record. That match had 1:19 to go in the first period. And 20 seconds to go. Cashton Wadeson still with the 2-0 lead. Now Allender has Wadeson high with that leg right in. Wadeson's going to give up 2-point reversal with 12 seconds to go. It's tied up 2-2 with Allender and Wadeson. So they're going to go into overtime on mat number 1. Waits an hour, they're going into overtime, tied up 2-2. And Waits and looks at the clock, but it's not not his clock there. DeLong scores 2-point takedown on mat number 2 there at 36 seconds to go. He leads 2-0. So sudden victory on mat number 1 between Waitson and Wallander. Waitson goes in. As Fireman's on the edge of the mat. He's going to score 2 points. Now he's going to work for the fall as Cashton Waitson. He got called out of bounds. So Cashton Waitson will advance to the semifinal, or advance to the championship match at 132 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. So Lisbon out their second finalist at 132 pounds. The referee said he stepped out. Waitson steps across the line, the out of bounds line. So your finalists at 132 pounds. There's Carson Hildry from Velva wrestling Cashton Waitson. Waitson advances by a 4-2 decision, sudden victory, overtime win. 138 pounds now on both mats. So we're caught up here now on both mats, 138 pounds. Mat number 1 has Gus Baumbach from Kildare, junior, 37-2 record wrestling Cole Gerhardt, senior, New Salem Almont. So Gerhardt, state champ last year at 126 pounds. Baumbach from Kildare did not qualify for state. Both mats at 138 pounds with a minute 20 to go in the first period between Baumbach and Gerhardt. Hometown crowd taking a look over on mat number 1. Gerhardt's one loss on the season at the hands of Corbin Clifton. And that was up at the Carrington L. Larson tournament. And also sustained an injury up there, so he's back here wrestling for a shot at the championship at 138 pounds. And DeLong's going to score a 2-point reversal. Has Clifton in trouble going to his back. And DeLong here looking for a fall for the Northern Lights. Clifton left shoulder up just a little bit. DeLong in good position up over the top. Clifton's going to try to roll through, but DeLong has the leverage. Now he's able to score 3 near fall, so he's up 7-0 with 20 seconds to go in the second period. Over Clifton from Carrington. We're scoreless with 28 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1. Baumbach's warned for stalling for backing off the mat. So Baumbach from Kildare wearing the orange singlet, burnt orange singlet. The wrestlers working head position. Gerhardt has that head stuck in the ear. Baumbach now snaps down over the top. And Baumbach gets in on a single on Gerhardt. He's going to defend. Time runs out at the end of the first period, so no score going into the second between Baumbach and Gerhardt. That's on mat number 1. Mat 2, Haviland DeLong. Started at third period has a 7-0 lead over Corbin Clifton. Corbin Clifton last year, not a state qualifier, comes into the tournament number 1 seed as a sophomore with a 27-13 record. And Haviland DeLong for Northern Lights. Placed 4th last year at 120 pounds. So he wrestled Cashton Waitson in that 3rd and 4th place match. Had a lead on Waitson. Waitson comes back with the cash money and able to secure the victory for 3rd. Now Clifton scrambles out the back door for a 2-point reversal. It's a 7-2 score. Clifton's going to go. Well, let's DeLong go. Try to go out front and set up a big move here. He's down by 6. It's an 8-2 lead for Haviland DeLong. It's still scoreless. The wrestlers go out of bounds on mat number 2. So still scoreless on mat number 1 between Gerhardt and Baumbach. Gerhardt has a whizzer. Baumbach down to the mat. Wrestlers go out of bounds. So Gerhardt tried to use that momentum of Bombach when he's coming into him and lat drop him. They go out of bounds and hit that hardwood floor. Excuse me, it's a 1-0 lead, so I got to take a look here. So it's a 1-0 lead for Cole Gerhardt. So Gerhardt leads 1-0. That's mat number 1, 138 pounds with that escape. Down to a minute 20 to go in the second period. At 31 seconds remaining in the third period on mat number 2. This is still an 8-2 score. Corbin Clifton and DeLong. DeLong doing the right thing. Trying to stay away from the tie-ups with Corbin Clifton. Just they're working on the outside and then going underneath. Now he's going to pick up 2-point takedown. He got a scramble on mat number 1. And Gerhardt's going to pick up 2 points for a takedown. Bombach, no takedown, so they wave off the takedown. So still a 1-0 lead for Cole Gerhardt in the second period with 53 seconds to go. Your finalist coming in as the number 4 seed, the number 5 seed is Haviland DeLong. He makes his way to the championship bout at 138 pounds. With an 8-2 win by decision over Corbin Clifton from Carrington. And Gerhardt scores 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat, so he does get his 2 points. Went down low, secured the ankles of Bombach, so it's a 3-0 lead for Gerhardt. That's with 27 seconds to go in the second period. And now up mat number 2, Henry Nelson, Hillsborough Central Valley. Has a double leg hooked up on Riley Dahl from New Salem. Trying to come out the back door, get potentially dangerous call. We got blood time. So Riley Dahl on blood time. That's on mat number 2. And mat 1, Gerhardt going in. Able to good mat return. So he's still up 3-0 going into the third period. We're going to go ahead and break away here with this blood time on mat 2. And Gerhardt leading 3-0 going into the third on mat number 1. And break away for another word from our sponsors. And be back live from the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Hillsboro Lumber welcomes you. As you're working on interior projects, Hillsboro Lumber can help. Hillsboro Lumber has trim, doors, flooring, and all the necessary tools and products to complete your projects. If you're also thinking about larger projects for next spring and summer, let Hillsboro Lumber know of your ideas and they'll help with planning and estimates. Hillsboro Lumber, 701-636-4301. Halstead Telephone knows we all like choices. You can choose to have communication and data services up to 1 gigabit over a reliable state-of-the-art fiber optic network. And you can choose to have the same great services available town or country with local service and support. You can choose to have an individual service or bundle. You can choose to avoid tricky promotional pricing. You can choose unlimited data. The choice seems clear. Choose Halstead Telephone, broadband voice TV. 1-800-457-2125.
Hey, back here in New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. Their semifinal matches here at 138 pounds on mat number 2 is Cole Gerhardt and Gus Bombach. They're in the third period with 1:01 to go. Gerhardt leads by a score of 3-0. They get called for a restart back in the center of the mat. And mat number 2 is Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. Has a 2-0 lead on Riley Dahl. So a couple hometown wrestlers here for the Salem Almont Holsteins out on the mat. Riley Dahl, senior with a 19-10 record. They're in the first period with 30 seconds to go. Henry Nelson on mat number 2, wearing that kind of powder blue and gray singlet with the dark blue trim. He has a 2-0 lead. Now a warrant for stalling as Riley Dahl on his belly. Henry Nelson going to go cross face. Yeah, blood time again on mat number 2. So blood time for Riley Dahl. And down blood time on both mats. So we're going to go ahead and step away. We're going to take another word from our sponsors. Here live from New Salem, Almont. Or from New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. And we'll be back in 30 seconds.
Everyone here at the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts would like to take this time to remind parents to teach their children how to be responsible and stay drug-free. By late elementary, many children know of a classmate who smokes, drinks, or uses drugs. It is never too early to talk to your child about substance abuse. Schools teach kids to say no to drugs, but it's what the parents do that counts the most. This has been Easton Baszler with a message from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Hey, welcome back. Blood time up on mat number 1. They're ready. Final 20 seconds of this one with Cole Gerhardt leads 3-0 over Gus Bombach from Gilder. Bombach has an over-unders hooked up. Gerhardt's going to hip into it, and they go out of bounds. So 10 seconds to go. Gerhardt just needs to stay away from the tie-ups with Bombach, so Gerhardt's going to back up and play a little cat and mouse. He's going to get warned for stalling, so he gives up 1 point for the stall. Now has a 3-1 lead with 4 seconds to go. He's going to back up again. And that'll do expire on the time expires on the clock, so Cole Gerhardt makes his way to the championship bout. He'll face Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights. So those are your finalists. Gerhardt from New Salem Almont and DeLong from Northern Lights at 138 pounds. So going here, mat number 2, Henry Nelson, still with that 2-0 lead. They got their blood time cleaned up. Back in action on mat number 2, started the second period. Henry Nelson leads by a score of 2-0. Henry Nelson, number 1 seed coming in the tournament, placed third at 145 pounds last year. Wrestling Riley Dahl for New Salem Holsteins, state qualifier a year ago. That's your bout on mat number 2. Nelson leads that one by a score of 2-0 at the minute 36 to go in the second period. 145-pound semifinals. Mike Nelson wrestling Melmer. Mason Melmer from Beulah Hayes with a quick takedown on Mike Nelson. Goes up 2-0. Goes into a leg ride. Now Mike Nelson plays second at 138 pounds last year at the state tournament. And then Mason Melmer placed 5th last year at 145 pounds at the state tournament. So Nelson second at 138. Melmer 5th at 145. Right now, Melmer has a 2-0 lead over Mike Nelson with a minute 8 to go. We got blood time on mat number 2. Well, Henry Nelson leads that one by a score of 5-0. So that's his both matches here at 145 pounds, mat 1 and 2. Now down to 53 seconds to go. And Mason Melmer has a bar half hooked up on Nelson. Gets rid of the bar. Now goes leg ride. Half Nelson hooked up, goes double boot, breaks Nelson down to the mat. Has a deep half hooked in. Now goes leg ride on the far side. Comes back over, grabs the wrist, going for a guillotine with 27 seconds to go. And Nelson finally gets a little wrist control. And Nelson trying to work through here with the switch. And score at the end of the period down to 10 seconds. And Nelson still trying to come out the back door. And Melmer's going to tie up his legs. Going to go guillotine now. With 1 second remaining, time will run out on the clock. So Melmer takes a 2-0 lead into the second period over Mike Nelson. 145 semifinal match. And Nelson's going to go choose both up with Mason Melmer. Melmer scored the first takedown. Nelson's choice here. He's going to go on the feet. And Melmer just a hammer on top in that first period, able to keep Nelson broke down. And working guillotines, leg rides. Still blood time on mat number 2 between Henry Nelson and Riley Dahl. Both of these matches are now in the second period. A minute 39 to go. Nelson with the single leg on Melmer. Melmer has that whizzer, and Nelson's going to try to elevate. Milmer able to step out of that. Oh, Nelson working an underhook on the near side. Drops down, changes level, now goes to a single. Milmer, heavy hips. Nelson trying to pull it in and elevate. And Milmer with the whizzer. Now grabs the ankle. Nelson still trying to turn the corner on Milmer. Milmer whizzers down hard, keeping Nelson's head buried in the mat. They get called for a restart. 55 seconds to go in the second period. Now back to blood time. Riley Dahl down to 3:37 blood time there in the second period. And Henry Nelson leads 5-0. And Nelson and Milmer locked up. Milmer's trying to come out the back door, secures 2 points for a takedown now. 4-0 lead for Mason Milmer. Nelson stands up with 30 seconds to go. Milmer's going to let him go. Nelson shoots in, nice reshot. How's Milmer going down to his hip? They're on the edge of the mat. It's a 4-1 lead for Mason Milmer with 17 seconds to go on mat number 1. And Milmer is going to be able to get out of bounds, get back for a restart with 13 seconds remaining. And back underway on mat number 2 with Henry Nelson and Riley Dahl in the second period. Milmer has Nelson in trouble. Scores a takedown. Nelson's going to his back. Time runs out on the clock, so he is going to pick up some near fall. Mason Milmer is going to choose neutral to start the third period. He's up now 9-1 on Mike Nelson from the Lisbon Broncos. They're down to 6 seconds to go in the second period. A 5-0 lead for Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. And Riley Dahl's choice to start the third period. He chooses bottom. Milmer and Nelson on mat number 3. It's a 9-1 lead for Mason Milmer. Nelson trying to work underneath. And Milmer blocking out, defending. They get a stalemate call back in the center of the mat. And Nelson sprawls out on that high crotch shot by Mason Milmer. Has that crossface locked up, trying to turn the corner. It's go behind, but and Milmer now trying to whip over. Milmer's going to go double leg. Nelson's trying to hit the whip over. That arm's caught behind the head. Nelson's not able to get rid of it. Milmer has Nelson cradled up. He gets two takedown and 2 near fall. Now Nelson has Milmer on his back. Nelson looking for a fall here. Milmer's able to scramble through. So 13-3 score, get 2. So 13-5 with 36 seconds to go. And Nelson's going to step back around, maintains control on top with 30 seconds. And Nelson's going to go cradle on Milmer. They get out of bounds. 24 seconds to go. Mason Milmer up 13-5, 8-point lead over Mike Nelson. And Henry Nelson still up 5-0 on Riley Dahl. They're in the third period with 1:28 to go. Henry Nelson keeping Riley Dahl, broke down, belly down, center of the mat. And down to 16 seconds on mat number 1 between Nelson and Milmer. Milmer scores an escape, now has a 9-point lead over Mike Nelson. Down to 8 seconds. Mason Milmer, number 3 seed, going to win by major decision, 14-5, and advances. To the championship match at 145 pounds. So Riley Dahl's warned for stalling with 43 seconds to go. Henry Nelson still with that 5-0 lead. Dahl had a lot of blood time in those first 2 periods. Now looks like they got things stopped up. Down to 33 seconds to go. Henry Nelson still working on top. Now, 1 point escape for Riley Dahl. 15 seconds to go. Henry Nelson drops down to a single leg. He's up 7-1. Or 6-1. Okay, that makes more sense. 6-1 score. The score is 6-1. So your other finalist at 145 pounds is Henry Nelson. He wins by decision 6-1 over Riley Dahl of New Salem Almont at 145 pounds. Up at 152 pounds is Blaze Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos. This bracket here is stacked from top to bottom. 152 pounds. Blaze Ranke wrestling Kale Eibach from Deslax Burlington. It's a rematch of last year's finals. At 152 pounds. Also a rematch of the finals. The New Salem East-West tournament from last year. New Salem in their 45th year of the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Started back in 1977. Also celebrating their 60th anniversary of their wrestling program. Going to have some recognition before the finals. And Marshall Lindgren on mat number 2 has a 2-0 lead over Ty Wolding. Goes into that inside leg ride. And then now going to the spladle. Like I said, if you can get through this, and he gets it. No, Lindgren's going to get this spladle on Wolding, has him tied up here, working for the fall. Lindgren's going to arch back into it. Wolding in all kinds of trouble now. Lindgren's going to go back to a cradle. Like I said, with Marshall Lindgren, if you can make it through the first 30, 45 seconds, you got a chance in the match. Wolding going to get rolled through. Lindgren using now the athleticism, does the one-handed cartwheel over the top, so now he's up 5-1 with 49 seconds to go in the first period. Marshall Lindgren's up 5-1 on mat number 2. And Blaze Ranke and Kale Eibach are still scoreless in the first period with 5 seconds to go. So Kale Eibach defending state champion at 152 pounds. Blaze Ranke from the Lisbon Broncos, state runner-up last year at 152. Ranke's choice, he defers. Eibach takes bottom. And Marshall Lindgren, state champion last year at 145 pounds. Wrestling Ty Wolding. Wolding 5th place at 152 last year. We'll see Ranke right away doubles up, takes Eibach right to the backside. And Eibach with that 1-0 lead. Ranke's going to step around. That's 2-point takedown for Blaze Ranke. So he's up 2-1 in the second period with a minute 24 to go. He's up 2-1 wrestling here on the near edge of the mat. The wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. Lindgren and Wolding after that a wild spladle and scramble, roll through one-handed cartwheel over the back of Wolding. They're in the second period now here with a minute 37 to go. Lindgren picks up a 1-point escape. He's up 6-1. Wolding drops down for a single leg with Lindgren countering and has a whizzer, and wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. I thought it should be a 6-1 score, so a 6-1 lead. So Ranke picks up 2 more points. So Eibach able to get an escape. Ranke takes him down. He's up now 4-2 with 42 seconds remaining. Ranke with a 2-point lead over Eibach from Deslax Burlington. Eibach last year's state champion, 152 pounds. Blaze Ranke from the Broncos, state runner-up at 152. Marshall Lindgren on mat number 2, state champ at 145. Wolding from New Salem Almont representing the Holstings, 5th place at 152 last year. We'll just go through. Eibach on mat number 1 is a senior for Deslax Burlington. Final 10 seconds of that. They got called out of bounds. Ranke gets warned for stalling. He wasn't able to take him down to the mat. That was a pretty quick one, but still a 4-2 lead for Blaze Ranke on with 6 seconds to go. Ibach, a senior, 30-1 record. His one defeat on the year came by Wolding, so Wolding was able to pick up a victory, and then Ibach, I think the week later, returned the favor and took down Wolding in a rematch. Blaze Ranke takes a 4-2 lead. He's going to start on the bottom, start the third period. Now a 7-3 score on mat number 2 between Wolding and Marshall Lindgren. Blaze Ranke, a junior for the Lisbon Broncos on mat 1, wearing the red singlet, currently on the bottom. With a 25-3 record, Marshall Lindgren on mat number 2, a senior, 26-0. For the Southborder Mustangs, Ty Wolding, a senior for New Salem Holsteins, with a 24-3 record. That is a 7-3 lead for Marshall Lindgren. Now a 5-2 lead for Blaze Ranke. Ibach takes a shot on Ranke, has a single leg. Ranke goes to Whizzer. On the edge of the mat, Ranke's kind of over in the swamp on the enemy side. We got a potentially dangerous call for a restart. Wrestlers will be on their feet. Ranke has a 5-2 lead. Ranke down, double leg shot on Ibach, takes him down. Now arm around the hip. That should be a 2-point takedown for Blaze Ranke. Ranke's now up 7-2 over Ibach. That's a minute 5 to go. Ranke winning the battle this year on his feet against Ibach here in the semifinal bout. Lindgren with a minute 37 to go in the third period. He's up 7-3 to get a stalemate with Wolding. And we get a stalemate on mat number 1 for a restart. Blaze Ranke, the junior for the Broncos, state runner-up, wrestling Ibach rematch of last year's state finals. Ranke's going to let Ibach go. That might have been a mistake. Scores 2 points gets an escape and a reversal. Ranke's going to get 1 point. Now he drops down. And Ibach, the state champ, is not going to let this one go quietly. He's down to 32 seconds. Ranke kind of relaxed, let Ibach go. Ibach just switched it into another gear. He's up. Ranke's up 7-4. He's going to go out front on Ranke. Ranke's going to bury himself in the mat. He has been warned for stalling. Now he flattens out. Ranke now warned for stalling again. That was quick again. Now a 7-5 score. Ranke's going to back up with 20 seconds to go. Remember, Ranke has to engage here. He goes back down, drops down with 15 seconds to go. Has double leg on Ibach. Ibach goes to his butt. Ranke scores 2 points for a takedown. That'll do it. Ranke's up 10-5, so he's going to be your finalist at 152 pounds. The state runner-up from last year defeats the state champ by a score of 10-5. Makes his way to the finals at 152. And Marshall Lindgren, with 17 seconds to go on mat number 2, still has a 7-3 lead on Ty Wolding. And Wolding's going to tripod up. Tripod's up. Lindgren's going to that spladle. And Lindgren's go-to move. He gets Wolding broke down. He's going to get some near fall here. No counts yet. He defend against that against Lindgren. And that'll do it. So Marshall Lindgren moves on to the finals. He wins by decision 7-3 over Wolding from New Salem Almont. So 160 pounds. Moving on to 160 on both matches. Isaiah Caruth for the Edgeley Ellendale Calm Thunder on mat number 1. He scores a 2-point takedown right off the bat against Ford from Kenmare Bull Bells. So Isaiah Caruth last year, 3rd place at 138 pounds for EEK. You're wrestling Ford, Maverick Ford from Kenmare Bull Bells, who placed 7th at 160 last year. And Ford scores 1 point escape, so it's a 2-1 score with under a minute to go in the first period. Now mat number 1. That semifinal match between Garrett Hebel from the Moore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos wrestling Cole Stock from South Border Battle Region 1, the senior, and Hebel, 2-time state champion, state runner-up last year. Wrestling Cole Stock. Stock, a non-state qualifier, did not qualify for the state tournament last year. Sophomore for South Border, 21-8 record. Hebel has a 2-point takedown, now going for a tilt and near fall. So he picks up 2 near fall. Just missed that 5th count on the near fall, so it's a 4-0 lead for Garrett Hebel. He's up 4-0 over Cole Stock with 38 seconds to go. And Isaiah Cruz with another takedown leads 4-1 over Maverick Ford. So he has a 4-1 lead at the end of the first going into the second for Isaiah Cruz. I said at the conclusion semifinal bouts, we're going to go right into the 7th and 8th place matches. Then we'll take a lunch break. We'll keep that stream going on your live event and just put in a placeholder slide. We'll come back for the placing rounds or the top 6 placing rounds with your consolation semifinals and top 6. Or I should say, let me back that up. So we'll do 7th and 8th and consolation semifinals on all 3 mats right after this. So we're going to roll right into that. And then we're going to take our lunch break. So we'll put in a placeholder slide, and then we'll come back for a top 6 placing round. And then after the top 6 placing round, they're going to take another break. And we'll break away here on a new stream just for the finals. And that'll start at around 4 o'clock. They're going to have a recognition of the 60 years of wrestling here in New Salem. And then after that, we'll get right into the finals matches. So into the second period with 1:10 to go. The Cruz now has a 5-3 lead over Maverick Ford. That's on mat number 2. And Hebel and Cole Stock is an 8-0 lead for Garrett Hebel in their second period with 1:45 to go. Still the one thing New Salem does well here is just kind of keeps the history of the tournament alive, and a lot of the ghosts of New Salem past, you can go ahead and take a look at their tournament book that they do. And you match it up with the New Salem champs every year and see who won the state tournament. You have a lot of good wrestlers come through here, and a lot of state champions wrestle on the gym floor here in New Salem, North Dakota. Hebel and Stock in a scramble. And Hebel is just trying to turn the corner and step around. He picks up 2 points, so he's up now 10-0 with 1:05 to go in the second period. And it's still a 5-3 lead for Isaiah Cruz on mat number 2. And both wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Cruz going to reach up. And it hooks the head, slaps at the head a little bit. No, neither wrestler now with 5 seconds to go. If Ford's going to shoot. He shot in on Cruz, and Cruz kind of arm drag by. Time runs out. No change of position. So the last 5 seconds looked like neither wrestler was going to do much. And Ford decides he's going to shoot. Cruz arm drags. Wrestlers go down in a scramble. No change. So still 5-3 going into this third period. We had a 160-pound semifinal match. Garrett Hebel with the big lead, scoring some more near fall on mat number 2. He's up 10-0. He's now up 13-0 still. Yep, near fall awarded. So a 13-0 lead for Garrett Hebel, the senior. Undefeated, 26-0 record. Now Cruz with 2 more points. He's up 8-3. Scored an escape and a takedown. He's up 8-3 on Maverick Ford. They're at 1:30 to go in the third period. Both 160 bouts here. Hebel's going to lock up another tilt. He's going to win this one by tech fall in the second period. So Garrett Hebel is your finalist at 160 pounds. Two-time state champion, state runner-up last year, makes his way to the finals in the Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And Maverick Ford working a reversal on the edge of the mat. They're going to step around here, try to hook that ankle. So he does get 1 point for loss of control. 1 point loss of control for Maverick Ford with 50 seconds to go in the third period. He's down by 4 and needs a 5-pointer to win it. Carruth working a Russian tie on Ford. Ford's going to steps into it, tries to trip Carruth. Carruth goes over the top, and he scores 2 points for a takedown, so he's up 10-4. That's on mat number 1. With 26 seconds to go in the third period. Oh, Carruth with that 6-point lead. Now he's going to try to get some near fall. Ford's going to bridge through, scrambles around, gets 2-point reversal. Now a 10-6 score. Down to 12 seconds. He's going to have to let Carruth go. Now 11-6. Ford's going to wade into Carruth with 4 seconds to go, and that's going to do it here. Your finalist at 160 pounds, taking on Garrett Hebel from Lemoore, is Isaiah Carruth from Ellendale Edgerly Colm. You know, 170 pounds semifinal on mat number 2. Carter Miller, Deslax Burlington senior, 31-7 record, wrestling Jace Nitschke from South Border Mustangs junior, 21-6. In a scramble right now, and Nitschke has that single leg elevates, going to try to trip Miller down. They go out of bounds. Miller dives. Nitschke secures both legs for 2-point takedown. The other set of finalists, Lisbon's Bowden Greenlee for the Lisbon Broncos, right now has 201 wins in a row. At 201, he's tied unofficially with Kyle Berwick from Hettinger. Both wrestlers with 201 wins, consecutive wins or consecutive win streak. Kyle Berwick now wrestling for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Greenlee gets this, then he'll have the, I guess they'll call it the unofficial Class B record, consecutive win streak at 202. Don't want to jinx him, better knock on wood. Anything can happen. Any given day, sport of wrestling, you got a chance. As long as you get out on the mat, suit up and get on the mat, strap on your headgear, lace up your shoes. And Greenlee scores 2 points for a takedown. Now he's up 6-2. Wrestling Cole Henderson, a sophomore, 29-5 record. Now working for the Falls, Bowden Greenlee. And Henderson trying to bridge out. Cole Henderson last year, 6 at 160 pounds for Northern Lights. Bowden Greenlee, 4-time state champ, 5-time state place winner. Placed 3rd as a 7th grader, 106 pounds. He's going to win by fall for Bowden Greenlee. So that'll be win number 202, 202nd consecutive win by Bowden Greenlee. So if there's a Class B record for that, that's now owned by Mr. Greenlee of the Lisbon Broncos at 202 and counting. So Jason Nitschke with the 4-2 lead. Nitschke with the 4-2 lead over Carter Miller. They're in the second period. Nitschke's on top, wearing that dark blue singlet, or what do we get? I guess I'll call it dark blue. The white trim around the shoulders. And Miller cradled up. They can roll out of bounds. The semifinal bout on mat number 1 is Ivan Carruth wrestling Levi's Femme. And Carruth owns this one. They met up 2 or 3 times. Ivan Carruth defeated Levi's Femme. I believe the last one is either a 5-0 or 3-0 score. Carruth out right away with 2-point takedown and 2 near fall at 1:17 to go in the first period. He's up 4-0 over Levi's Femme. And mat number 2 down to 15 seconds to go. Jason Nitschke has a 4-3 lead now over Carter Miller. And Nitschke last year, 3rd place finisher at 152 pounds. And Miller for Deslax Burlington placed 7th at 170 pounds. That was at the state Class B tournament. Nitschke comes seeded number 2 And Miller, number 6, Miller defeated Brock Norton and Salem Almont in the quarterfinals to make his way here into the semis. Norton was the number 3 seeded wrestler in the tournament. So he defeated Norton by a 3-2 decision. I started the third period. Miller's on top, down by 1 point. A minute 48 to go in the third period. First period on mat number 1 with 23 seconds to go. It's a 4-0 lead for Ivan Kruth at 182 pounds. And Svem attempting to stand up. Kruth's going to run him out of bounds. Give a stall warning. Kruth pushing, the official warns Kruth with a stall warning for pushing Svem out of bounds. On the restart here at the end of the second period, Svem tries to stand up. Kruth counters, puts him down to the mat. So coin flip here. Green's choice. Green's going to choose bottom. So Svem will have choice in the third. He's down 4-0. And Nitschke now with a 5-3 lead. They're in the third period with a minute to go. And Miller working hand control. Both wrestlers head to head. They're working here to the near side of the mat. Yeah, 2 officials on each mat. You have double the eyeballs. Any questionable calls, referees have some backup out there. And Kruth's going to score a 2-point reversal, so he's up now 6-0. He has a 6-0 lead. And now leads 6-0 over Levi Svem, working for some near fall. Svem's trying to reverse it, has that bottom leg of Kruth. Kruth trying to muscle Svem over. Yes, Svem giving it everything he's got. Got that bottom foot of Kruth. Now Miller, at the end of the period, has Nitschke down on his hip here on mat number 2. Nitschke wrestling the edge of the mat with the whizzer. Down to 1 second as time expires in the third period. So Jason Nitschke is your finalist. He'll face Bowden Greenlee in the championship match at 170 pounds.
In the hole on mat number 2, in the hole on mat number 2 at 220 pounds, Noah Klusman of Ellendale, Exley, Colton, Mace Stuber of Bowman. In the hole, mat number 2, 220 pounds, Klusman of Ellendale.
All right, Levi Svem broke Billy down. Kruth on top with 10 seconds to go. Ivan Kruth, a year ago, placed third at the state tournament at 182 pounds. Levi Svem placed third at 170 pounds. Kruth comes in the number 1 seed. Levi Svem, number 5 seed. Svem defeated the number 4 seed Jackson Holter by fall in the quarterfinals to make his way to the semis. And your other semifinal bout, 182 pounds, is Tristan Pikas from Hettinger wrestling Trey Bombach. Tristan Pikas, number 3 seeded wrestler in the tournament, placed 5th at 182 last year at state Class B tournament. And Trey Bombach came in seeded number 7. He defeated Isaac Herbal by major decision, 11-2 in the quarterfinals. Now wrestling for a shot at the title here at New Salem East-West tournament. A year ago at state, he placed 7th at 182 pounds. So Bombach, Trey Bombach from Stanley. The wrestlers starting this third period between Kruth and Levi Svem. Kruth has a 6-0 lead. Svem's going to go in single leg on Kruth. He's going to double it up. Kruth's going to try to throw Svem. Svem goes to a half. Picks up 2 points for a takedown. Has a hammerlock on the back of Kruth. Now goes armbar. Has a bar half on Ivan Kruth. He's going to turn him over. Levi Spem has Ivan Kruth on his back going for the fall for the Broncos. Kruth is pinned by Levi Spem here in the championship match. Or excuse me, in the semifinal match. Levi Spem makes it into the finals. He was down 6-2. Doubles up on Kruth, throws in a bar half, turns him over. And Levi Spem advances to the finals. At 182 pounds. And Kruth walking off. I don't know if he had a problem with his ribs. That was pretty tight bar half there by Levi Spem. To get him over to see a trainer. Oh, Gabe Lyons out here wrestling now against Nick Anderson from Hettinger Scranton. Gabe Lyons last year at the state tournament placed fourth at 195 pounds. He's a senior, 26-2 record. Wrestled Nick Anderson, a junior from Hettinger Scranton, 22-11. So Gabe Lyons right away, little elbow pass. Anderson, good scramble, gets out of that takedown attempt by Lyons. Tristan Pekas now with the 1-0 lead over Trey Bombach from Stanley. Pekas a senior, 27-10. Bombach a sophomore, 21-10 for Stanley. And Nick Anderson for the Hettinger Scranton Nighthawks. I don't believe he was a state qualifier last year. So he's seeded number 6 coming into the tournament. He defeated Andrew Christensen from Kenmare Bullbills. By Griffin Wilhelmy. So Wilhelmy upset Christensen in the first round. And then Nick Anderson defeated Wilhelmy from Stanley by decision. 6-0 in the quarterfinals. Wrestling Gabe Lyons here. They're scoreless in the first period with 45 seconds to go. We got a warrant for stalling on green on mat number 1. So Tristan Pekas warrant for stalling. He's up 1-0. You guys remember the state tournament last year, the battle between Tristan Pekas and Silas Ranke. That's a semifinal match. And Pekas has a heck of a headlock. And cranked it up on Silas Ranke. Ranke just battled and battled. Was able to outlast Pekas with that headlock. I think Silas was about ready to pass out. Got up after that match to shake hands and need a little bit of assistance to get off the mat, but he made his way to the semifinal match. But Tristan Pekas, you're going to wrestle him. He's got that headlock, and he can throw it at any time. So he's up 1-0 end of the second period. He has a 1-0 lead going into third against Bombach. So Gabe Lyons with a 2-0 lead. Lyons with the red singlet. Wrestler's going to go neutral to start the second period. The 195-pound semifinal match on mat number 1, 182 on mat number 2. Tristan Pekas from Hettinger Scranton has a 1-0 lead. He's currently riding on top, wearing the white and black singlet for the Hettinger Scranton Nighthawks. Trey Bombach, Stanley Blue Jays on the bottom. Right now, Pekas just heavy on top, keeping Bombach broke down on that far edge of the mat over in that Hettinger Scranton corner. And Coach Berwick holler and giving some instruction to the wrestlers. They go out of bounds for a restart. So Bombach hustles his way back to the center of the mat. He wants a chance here for his shot at the title at 182. And Pekas able to break Bombach belly down. I don't think Pekas is warned for stalling yet. No, he was warned. Both wrestlers have been warned for stalling in that match on mat number 2. So both wrestlers warned for stalling top and bottom. Pekas has an armbar locked up. He leads 1-0. That's kind of illegal. He has it at the 45. I'm not sure why the ref is letting him by with that, but he had it. Wasn't flat across the back. He had it back up across the shoulder blade, but the ref's down there taking control or looking at it. Doesn't see anything wrong with it. Down to 25 seconds. And now 19 seconds between. And Baumbach's able to get out. He caught Pikas. He's going to score a 2-point takedown. He got 3 points. He scores an escape and a takedown. So Trey Baumbach is going to win this one by score of 3-1. The last 10 seconds. Pikas got caught sleeping. Baumbach escapes, grabs the leg, pulls back out, then slides back around for a go behind. So he's going to the finals at 182 pounds. He'll wrestle Levi's Femme for a shot at the championship at 182. Win by decision 3-1. The Gabe Lyons and Anderson now a 4-0 score. So Baumbach, your number 7 seed here at the East-West tournament, advances over Tristan Pikas, number 3 seed, wins by decision 3-1 in exciting fashion at the last 5 seconds of the match. Escape and a takedown. The Lions now up 5-0 over Nick Anderson from Henninger Scranton. The Gabe Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. Senior, 26-2, 4th place at 195 last year at the state Class B tournament. Nick Anderson for Henninger Scranton on 22-11 record of junior. In the third period, under a minute to go. Anderson shoots on Lyons. Lyons look at the clock, not his clock. No, a 2-0 score, or excuse me, a 7-0 lead for Gabe Lyons. And Anderson posts the outside leg. Lyons is going to let him go. So with 30 seconds to go, Gabe Lyons is up 7-1. And one thing, from years ago, Henninger Scranton, they'll grab an arm and a leg. I haven't seen them do it as much, but a few years there, they were grabbing an arm and a leg, and they just roll with it. And they could hit a Peterson roll from just about anywhere, it seemed like. So Lyons maybe has that in the back of his head, or the coaches, and they're going to let Anderson go. So Gabe Lyons will be your finalist. Wins by decision 7-1 over Nick Anderson from Henninger Scranton. Gabe Lyons, a number 2 seed. Wins by decision 7-1. Your finalist or semifinalist at 195 on mat number 2 is Braden Seltzler, senior, 27-4 from the Velvet Aggies, wrestling Mason Olander. Hometown favorite here, senior, 13-3 record for New Salem Almont Holsteins. They're at the end of the first period. That's scoreless. The Seltzler last year placed second at 195 pounds. He wrestled Christian Mertz. Mertz defeated him 8-5 in the finals. And Olander trying to get up. Seltzler's going to go right into him. Olander looking for an escape. Seltzler, very dynamic wrestler, has Olander in trouble, and they're going to get called out of bounds. He scores 2 takedowns or 3 near fall. Excuse me, yeah, because there's no escape, so it's a 3-0 lead. He gets those near falls, so no escape given to Olander. That saves Olander a little bit. Now 3-1 lead for Seltzler. Mason Olander, seeded number 4 in the tournament, placed 6th at 182 pounds last year for New Salem. Then on mat number 1, 220-pound semifinal is Shane Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. Wrestling Bowden Hasbrook for Henninger Scranton, a senior, 11-7 record. Nitschke, a sophomore, with a 23-2 record. Nitschke last year, he wrestled heavyweight. Down here wrestling 220. He had to wrestle behind Ashton Peterson last year, so was up wrestling heavyweight. Last year, probably more of a natural 95, 220-pound wrestler. So Shane Nitschke wearing the dark blue singlet with the white trim around the shoulders. Bowden Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton, still scoreless in the first period with 23 seconds to go. And Braden Seltzler is still with the 3-1 lead. Now Nitschke gets around behind Asbrook for 2 points on mat number 1. Scores a go-behind takedown. He's up 2-0. 220-pound semifinal with 14 seconds remaining in the first period. So Shane Nitschke last year at heavyweight. Placed 7th at 285 pounds last year at the state Class B tournament. Wrestling Bowden Hasbrook. Hasbrook came into the tournament seeded number 5. Placed 8th at 220 pounds at 2022 state Class B tournament. Now Seltzler hits a Granby. Gets up, going to score 1 point escape. So it's a 4-1 lead for Braden Seltzler at 195 pounds, 4-1. So Hollander, 6th place finisher, 182 last year. And on a single, and Seltzer's going to try to chin whip. He's going to score a 2-point takedown, a 6-1 lead. Hollander got in deep on that high crotch single. Now Seltzler with the trying to tilt over. He's got a 1 count out of it. Hollander able to get belly down. 1:07 to go. The Braden Seltzler, usually one of those wrestlers who's just wide open all the time. Down to 45 seconds to go. Seltzler still with a 6-1 lead. And mat number 1, Shane Nitschke has built up a 4-0 lead over Bowden Hasbrook from Hittinger Scranton. Hollander hits a stand-up. He's going to get 1 point escape down to 20 seconds. Gets Seltzler down to his hip. Seltzler going to his hip, going to try to step over. Seltzler a little bit better position now over the top, so no change of position. He's still up 6-1 with 17 seconds to go. So the winner of this match on mat number 2 will take on Gabe Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. Lyons advances to the finals with a 7-1 decision over Nick Anderson from Hittinger Scranton. So Seltzler, Braden Seltzler's your winner at 195, advances to the championship by decision, 6-1 over Mason Hollander from New Salem Almont. So here at 2:20 on both matches, Nitschke is still up. Now is up 4-2 with 19 seconds to go in the second period. Oh, Nitschke and Hasbrook in a scramble. Nitschke's going to come out on top. Throws a cradle on. He gets 2 points for reversal. Now there's takedown. Hasbrook in a cradle and pins him. So Shane Nitschke advances to the championship match at 220 pounds. 4 seconds remaining in that second period. Slaps on a cradle, wins by fall. And up on mat number 1 now. Got defending state champ at 285, A.J. Himes wrestling Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights. So Himes from New Salem Almont wrestling Prouty. Still at 220 on mat number 2 is battle between Klusman and Mace Stuber. Says Stuber's working a Peterson on Klusman. He's going to pick up 2 point near fall. So he's up 4-0. Kind of a scramble there. what I'll call it, Peterson hooked up, scored 2 points near fall, so he's up 4-0 with 55 seconds to go. And Mace Stuber, a senior for Bowman County, has a 17-1 record. And Hines has Prouty down on his back, working for fall at the edge of the mat. Has those tiptoes and knees in. He's going to win by fall over Bryce Prouty at 285. That's on mat number 1. So your first finalist at heavyweight is A.J. Hines for New Salem Almont. And Stuber on top with 19 seconds to go in the first period. Like I said, we have our consolation semifinal matches and then our 7th and 8th place. So our 106 consolation semis are now up. I think after the last heavyweight match, we're going to go to a break. So we'll go to a break here and continue our coverage after that break. That we're just going to take a commercial break, recharge our batteries, and then get back here to finish up these consolation semifinals and 7th and 8th place matches. Oh, Noel Klusman is down 4-0. Klusman from EEK, the state place winner last year at 220 pounds for the Thunder. Klusman placed 6 at 220 last year. Is number 3 seed in the tournament. Wrestled Mace Stuber. Stuber placed 3rd at state last year at 220 pounds for Bowman County. And Klusman looks like he has a cradle locked up over the top. Now Stuber is able to get stretched out. So we do have 7th place match here. So it is 7th place at 106 pounds on mat 1. I'll just pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about here. So mat number 1, 7th and 8th place, 106 pounds is Tristan Miller for Williams County, wrestling the Ryland Vetter. But Tristan Miller for Williams County defeated Cruz Ranke in the blood round to make it in here to the placing rounds. He's wrestling for 7th place against Ryland Vetter from South Border Mustangs. Couple of 7th graders going at it here, battling it out for top 8 finish at New Salem East-West at 106 pounds. That's on mat number 1. Now scoreless with Williams, working around, kind of has a chin whip that's going to end the first period. So his consolation matches, they have 1 minute first period. And crucial to hit that first takedown and get that first takedown in that minute. Very decisive, especially in the consolation rounds. Now Stuber, that's Klusman on his back. He's up 6-0. He's going to win by fall for Mace Stuber. Advances to the championship match at 220 pounds against Shane Nitschke. So Mace Stuber, your finalist. Now your last semifinal bout on mat number 2 is between Grant Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos and Gabe Lakaduk from the Velva Aggies. Grant Lyons for Lisbon, 3rd at 285 pounds last year. Lakaduk for Velva, 6th at 285 pounds at the state tournament. Lakaduk comes in the tournament number 3 seed. Grant Lyons number 2 seed. And they're just underway. On mat number 2. We're here live, your live event. Just like to thank our sponsors once again for bringing us out here to New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Provide you live coverage both days of the tournament. We're still scoreless on mat. Now a 2-0 lead for Ryland Vetter. Vetter able to lock up around the hips. And going to go to a cradle. He cradles it up. Nice slick cradle there by Ryland Vetter. As Tristan Miller on mat number 1 went to the leg. Vetter's going to hook the leg and try to tilt him over. He's going to score some near fall, but Ryland Vetter's got to watch it. He's in a defensive pin position. He's going to pick up 2 near fall. So mat 2 is still locked up here, going head to head. Lions with working it over in a collar tie against Gabe Lakaduk. A couple state place winners going at it. A semifinal match at 285 pounds on mat number 2, down to 38 seconds to go. Still both wrestlers locked up, working collar ties and head position. Down to 18 seconds now. Lions going to commit, has double underhooks. Lakoduk trying to back off. The Lions takes a little hips into it a little bit, not able to move Lakoduk. Down to 7 seconds. Lions working a Russian tie, drags it by. Lakoduk steps out. And they'll go into the second period scoreless. Got 285-pound semifinal. The disc flip, it's Lions' choice. He's going to defer. He's going to choose bottom, so coach thought maybe you should defer. Lions going to choose bottom right away. Lions trying to get that fresh, I guess, coming off of the first period, maybe a little bit fresher. Going to the bottom here. Now Lakoduk's going to go alternate start, so he gets a caution. So caution on Lakoduk. Goes down to the leg right away on Lions. Lakoduk had a game plan together when Lions chose bottom. Went to that alternate start. Attacked the leg right away. Lions now able to stand up. 1 point escape for Grant Lions. Now up 1-0 at the minute 45. Now 4-1 lead. Ryland Vetter with Tristan Miller. Now Lions has a lap drop. He has Lakoduk now. He's going to win by fall for Grant Lions. Advances to the championship match against A.J. Hines. So rematch of the semifinals from last year at the state Class B tournament between Hines and Grant Lions here in the championship match at your 45th annual East-West Wrestling Tournament. So your finalists at 285 is A.J. Hines and Grant Lions from the Lisbon Broncos. Both winning by fall in their semifinal matches. So now with our 7th and 8th place matches on mat number 1 and mat number 2, Ryland Vetter has a 5-1 lead over Tristan Miller. That's with a minute to go. And then now Miller has Vetter over on his back. We'll probably keep it here. See what the outcome is of this match between Vetter and Tristan Miller from Williams County, both 7th graders. And Tristan Miller trying to come from here. He's going to win by fall. He'll be your 7th place winner or finisher here at East-West Tournament at 106 pounds. Tristan Miller coming from behind. Wins by fall over Ryland Vetter. And mat number 2, 113, 7th place matches. Liam Albrecht from Killdeer, an 8th grader, 19-22 record, wrestling Justin Toro from Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman. He has a 4-0 lead. Sports a 14-14 record. That match is up right now with 12 seconds on mat number 2. So we're going to go ahead and step away and take a break. Recharge our batteries and then come back and finish up these 7th and 8th place matches here on YourLiveEvent.com. I'm sports announcer guy Brent Dick, and we'll be back in a moment.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
The City of Hillsborough encourages customers to use electricity wisely through its Bright Energy Solutions rebate program. These rebates help customers save energy and money, improve their comfort, and protect the environment. You can get rebates on Energy Star appliances and lighting, as well as high-efficiency heat pumps and air conditioners. They even have rebates for home electric vehicle chargers. Business customers can receive rebates too. Call the City of Hillsborough for more information or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Goose River Heating and Cooling, Hillsboro, serving the Hillsboro and surrounding communities, ready to provide you with service work to existing and new customers. Whether Corey and the crew installed your heating and cooling system or not, they're ready to assist you with your service concerns. And if it's time to update your heating and cooling systems, whether it's your home, farm shop, a cabin, or office building, give Corey and the crew at Goose River Heating and Cooling a call. 701-430-1990. That's Goose River Heating and Cooling, Hillsboro, serving the Hillsboro area and surrounding communities.
Hey, welcome back at the New Salem 2023 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, 45th annual, broadcasting live on your live event. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick just finished up with their semifinal bouts on day number 2 of the East-West tournament. Now in our 7th and 8th place matches. Just trying to get our team scorers pulled up here. So into our 7th and 8th place matches on both mats, 1 and 2. Your 7th place winner in a 106. Still trying to get some get our results up here. All right. I guess we'll just go over that. Top 5 team scores. Lisbon in the lead. They kind of built up their lead. Lisbon had a great round in the semifinals, winning 7 of 9 matches in that semifinal round. Lisbon has finalists at 120 pounds with Noah Anderson, 132, Cashton Waitson, 152, Blaze Ranke, 170, Bowden Greenlee, 182, Levi's Fim, 195, Gabe Lyons, and 285, Grant Lyons. So those are your finalists for Lisbon. They get 7 into the finals. Here at New Salem East-West, building their lead up over South Border. South Border has finalists at 126 pounds with Tristan Lepp, 152 pounds with Marshall Lingren, 170 Jay Schnitschke, and 220 with Shane Nitschke. So those are your 4 finalists for the South Border Mustangs. Lisbon with 7, South Border with 4. Lisbon leads 182, South Border 156, New Salem Almont 134, Velva 101.5, and in 5th place is Northern Lights with 91.5 points. Right now, mat number 1, Joseph Keller, wrestling for 7th place on mat 1. He's wrestling Alex Tandesky from Northern Lights for 7th place. And that's at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Right now, Tandesky leads that one 1-0. They're in the 3rd period with 1:14 to go. Now it's tied up 1-1. So Tandesky and Keller tied up 1-1. We have a 6-4 score on mat number 2 between Liam Albrecht from Kildare and Justin Torrell just before our break. That match was just starting. So Justin Torrell leads 6-4. Torrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. Liam Albrecht working for a double leg takedown. Torrell still no points given up with the scramble. Trying to hit a re-switch with 55 seconds to go. That one's tied up now, 6-6. So Torrell able to secure, Albrecht able to secure the takedown. Ties it up 6-6 with 44 seconds to go. Albrecht, 8th grader from Kildare, 19-22 record, going for 7th place, wrestling Justin Torrell, Hillsborough Central Valley with a 14-14 record. They're down to 30 seconds to go in the 3rd period. And they get called for stalling. Liam Albrecht warned for stalling, not working out. So he's warned for stalling. It's a 6-6 score. And now Joseph Keller from South Border, 120-pound 7th place match, has a 3-1 lead over Alex Tandesky. They're in the 3rd period with 28 seconds to go. Or excuse me, at the end of the 3rd period. So Joseph Keller is going to be your 7th place winner at 120 pounds, I believe. Well, that is correct. So Joseph Keller Your 7th place finisher, 120 pounds for South Border Mustangs, win by decision 3-1. The scramble here, a 7-6 lead for Toro. Down to 4 seconds. He's leads 7-6. Now Albrecht at the end of the period, no time runs out. Just as Albrecht was going arm around the waist. He's in a big battle for 7th place at 113 pounds with Liam Albrecht from Hillsborough Central Valley winning 7-6 decision over Justin Toro from Hillsborough Central Valley. Okay, so now resetting and re-racking our matches. Up on mat number 1, 126 pounds. 7th place match is John Junt wrestling Clayton Hinker. Junt, a senior from Rugby, 1911 record. Wrestling Clayton Hinker from Beulah Hazen, a junior, 9-8 record. That's your match on mat number 1. That's the white mat with the black inner circle and the Holstein. Mat number 2, all black mat. That's mat number 2. That match, 132 pound 7th place match between Liam Albrecht from Kildare. Excuse me, that match. Got to re-rack this. Daxton Esslinger from Napoleon Imperials, a senior, 11-6. Wrestling Victor Christian from Mondack Thunder, sophomore, 17-13 record. Esslinger scores takedown in the first minute. He's up 2-0. That's with 20 seconds to go in the first period. For 7th place at 132 pounds, Esslinger on top has Christian broke belly down to the mat. Now Christian able to get to his base. And we're scoreless in the second period between John Junt and Hinker. Junt from Rugby and Clay Hinker from Beulah Hazen. That's scoreless at 0. At 126 pounds, 7th place match. You got a caution or false start on red, so John Junt caution for the false start. A restart. Yeah, Esslinger is going to walk this arm bar around. He's going to pick up some near fall, and he's going to work for the fall. He has that far arm trapped underneath. He's going to pull that. He arches his back a little bit, or sits. He's going to win by fall. So Daxton Esslinger, your 7th place winner at 132 pounds on mat number 2. So we are going to break for lunch after these 7th and 8th place matches. I'll keep the stream going. Probably put in a placeholder slide there before we start our Consi semis. But we will keep that stream going, so just keep it here. Keep your computers on this link or on this stream. We are going to take a dinner break or a lunch break. Then after the placing and Consi semis and placing rounds, then we're going to go to a separate stream just for the finals. So that way it's easier to find them if you want to come back, watch the championship matches. You're going to have to go through 8 hours of live stream to find the championship matches. So just so you know, when you're looking on the Your Live Event homepage, there will be a separate streaming link for the championship matches here from New Salem East-West Tournament, the 45th annual. We're broadcasting live, Your Live Event from the barn in New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. And mat number 1, John Junt has a 6-0 lead over Clayton Hinker. And Hinker from Beulah Hazen. Wearing the minor singlet, that blue with the white pinstripe singlet. And Junt has a headlock on Hinker. He's going to lock it up, throws him to his back. He's up 8-0, working for a fall is John Junt for Rugby. Trying to get the Panthers their first place winner here at the New Salem East-West Tournament. They're down to a minute 14 to go. Junt now walks back around, picks up 3 near fall. He's up 11-0. Now goes armbar over the top on your 7th and 8th place match on mat number 2. 138-pound 7th place match is between Grant Wagner. He leads Sawyer Knoll from Bowman County. He's up 2-0. Grant Wagner, senior, 19-13 record. Sawyer Knoll, an 8th grader, 22-12 record. Wagner has a crossface on Knoll. Knoll's going to go hand control, arm over the head. Now he's going to scoot those hips out and stands up for a 1-point escape. It's a 2-1 lead for Grant Wagner as Sawyer Knoll scores that escape during the second period with 55 seconds to go. Your match now, John Junt has a 12-2 lead over Clayton Hinker. He leads 12-2, has a 10-point lead with 20 seconds to go. Yeah, Hinker locked up. They're tied up. Now Junt goes back to that headlock. Comes over the top. And Clayton Hinker, right shoulder up just a little bit. 8 seconds to go. Junt's going to work for the fall on the edge of the mat. Down to 3 seconds, going to win by fall. 7th place winner, John Junt for the Rugby Panthers. At 126 pounds. That match between Grant Wagner and Sawyer Knoll, now 3-2 score. So Sawyer Knoll takes a 3-2 lead over Grant Wagner at 138 pounds. That's 138. Sawyer Knoll leads 3-2. He starts the third period on the bottom. And 145, 7th place match is Carson Glaseman for South Border Mustang, wrestling Jaron Frank from Hittinger Scranton. Glaseman, a junior, 25-7 record. Jaron Frank, a junior, 25-6 record for Hittinger Scranton, the Nighthawks. And Frank scores a 2-point takedown. And Frank wearing the black singlet with the gold trim. He has his name on the back and then Hawks down the center on the backside. And Frank's going to work underneath on Glaseman. Glaseman trying to get some hand control, not able to get up to his base. Frank heavy on top, still working that wrist. Gonna go underneath, gonna step over, Turks the leg. Now Glaseman able to get belly down. So Jaron Frank leads that 2-0 end of the first period. Into the third period. Sawyer Knoll still with the 3-2 lead. Green's warned for stalling with 42 seconds remaining. And Knoll's going to try to stand up. Wagner is working a hammerlock. Now gets back around behind with 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds remaining in the third period. Wagner has to score. Either got to get a near fall here, has got to let him go and try to take him down to tie it up. And down to 18 seconds. Down to 10 seconds with Sawyer Knoll leading. Still on the bottom. Ben Warren for stalling. Just grabbing onto that arm, not doing much with it. Down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds into the period. Your 7th place winner for the Bowman County Bulldogs is Sawyer Knoll. Wins 3-2 by decision over Grant Wagner. That was at 138 pounds, 7th place match.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2 at 285 pounds, 7th place match. Fernando Rossi of Hillsborough Central Valley. Ian Kelly of Rugby.
And now on to 145 pounds, 7th place match. On mat number 1 is Carson Glaseman is down 4-1 to Jaron Frank. So Frank with the 3-point lead. 4-3. With Glaseman on top. 54 seconds to go in that second period. So Glaseman gets a reversal. Comes within 1. It's a 4-3 score. And mat number 2, Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Dallas Badiger for Stanley. Eli Lyons, freshman, 22-15 record. Wrestling Badiger from senior with a 20-16 record. And Badiger down on a single, has Lyons kind of going to his hip. Their time runs out on the clock, so they'll go scoreless into the second period. A definite size difference between Eli Lyons and Badiger. The Lions maybe giving up a few pounds for the Broncos, wrestling here for 7th place. And mat number 1 with 10 seconds to go. Jaron Frank now gets a reversal. An escape. He's up 5-3. So that's the time expires in the second period. Jaron Frank's up 5-3 on Carson Glaseman. That's your 145-pound 7th place match on mat number 1. Mat number 1 with the white outer circle, black small inner circle with the Holstein. And Lyons starts his second period on top, and he has an armbar hooked up on Badiger. Badiger belly down, now is able to get up. Lyons applies the forward pressure, gets him back down to his base. You're working an arm lever, trying to tie the wrist and that forehead and the tricep. Keeps that pressure forward. Badiger's trying to work hand control on that far side. Rip that hand off. Now Lyons going to go down to a leg. And Badiger takes Lyons to his hip. Lyons working underneath. We're down with 45 seconds to go in the second period. The Lions started on top. Badiger trying to score. Working through the situation position, the scramble they have going there on mat number 1 or mat number 2. Now Jaron Frank builds a 7-3 lead. They're in the third period at the minute to go. Now Glaseman scores an 8-6 score. Glaseman scores his takedown, lets Frank go. So it's an 8-6 score. Glaseman's on top in the situation position. That's on mat number 1. Glaseman wearing the dark blue singlet with the white trim. They get a stalemate. They're stood back up. Badiger gets a 2-point, gets his reversal, so he's up 2-0 over Eli Lyons. The Lyons talking with the coach. He's going to choose bottom. He's down 2-0 going into the third period, 2 minutes on the clock. Eli Lyons wrestling for 7th place on mat number 2. Lyons a freshman, 22-15 records. Badiger from Stanley, a senior, 20-16. Eli Lyons, the journeyman wrestler for the Broncos, started the season down at 138. Spendo 45, 52, and 60. More than likely he'll finish the year out at 160 pounds. 10 seconds to go. It's an 8-6 score on mat number 1, 145-pound 7th place match between Glaseman and Frank. Glaseman's going to shoot. Frank sprawls. Glaseman out with the high crotch single edge of the mat. They got called out of bounds with 2 seconds remaining. That'll do it. Frank backs up. Glaseman shoots. That'll do it. Your 7th place winner, 145 pounds. You're at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Is Jaron Frank, wins by decision 8-6 over Carson Glaseman from South Border. Now the Eli Lyons, Dallas Badiger match. That's their little 2-0 lead for the Stanley product. Senior 20-16 record. They're down to 44 seconds to go. Lyons not able to get anything going on the bottom. Now belly down, now gets to his base. And Badiger is going to try to turn Lyons. Lyons gets his head up. Down to 28 seconds to go. Is tripoded up for Eli Lyons. Badiger goes down to the leg. Lyons tries some hand control. Is going to stand up. He falls down to 15 seconds to go. Badiger now has an arm bar. And now warned for stalling. Down to, 9 seconds remaining in the third period. Eli Lyons down 2-0. And mat number 1, 170-pound 7th place match is Austin Schneibel from Rugby wrestling Brock Wendell from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Eli Lyons going to go out. He's going to throw on. He's got 2 points. Eli Lyons in a scramble. No points awarded. Goes double overhooks, gets the escape, goes double overhooks with the scramble. Just misses out. Lyons throws a haymaker with the last 3 seconds, and Badiger able just to scramble through that. Lyons had him on his back, couldn't hold him there. So Dallas Badiger is your winner, 7th place winner at 160 pounds. .170 match between Schneibel and Wendell. It's a 5-0, now 5-1 score on mat number 1. And Wendell hits a lat drop on Schneibel, has him down. He's up now 5-3 score. He's going to get some near fall. Reverses the half. He's got it locked up tight. He's going to stretch that far arm. You got a minute 30 and he wins by fall. Brock Wendell, your 7th place finisher at 170 pounds, a senior from Lemoore. Takes 7th place at 170.
Could we get all finalist wrestlers? Could you please stop at the head table here and get your bio sheets, please? All finalists.
The 7th place match, mat number 2, Brady Lettmeyer from Lemoore. Wrestling Trevin Sago from Beulah Hazen. Sago's on top. That was the end of the first period. Sago, you got a 2-0 lead, so those near fall didn't count at the end of that second period. And mat number 1 between John Letter and Max Klein. And Klein scores a 2-point takedown. Max Klein, a freshman for the Oaks Tornadoes, wrestling 220 pounds. Has a 5-8 record. Now a 2-1 lead. And John Leonard for Northern Lights, a junior with an 18-10 record. At 220 pounds here, 7th place match. In the first period was 16 seconds ago. That's on mat number 1. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We'll break away for another timeout here. Got to recharge my batteries a little bit. And both matches, 220 pounds on mat number 2. That's a 2-1 score. Or excuse me, on mat number 1, that's a 2-1 score going into the second. And that's between Leonard and Max Klein from Oaks. And then your match on mat number 2 between Lettmeyer and Sago. Sago has 4-0 lead at 182-pound 7th place match. So we're going to step away here live from the barn at New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Hey, back here live. Brady Lettmeyer is going to win by fall for 7th place. He catches Sago in a spladle, puts him to his back, and he wins by fall for Brady Lettmeyer for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos, your 7th place winner. That was at 182 pounds. I'd like to welcome everybody back here to Salem, North Dakota, 45th annual East-West Wrestling Tournament, also celebrating their 60th anniversary of the wrestling program out here. Currently on our 7th and 8th place matches. Looks like our last one here wrestled 285. We did have some medical defaults in this 7th place round. So this is Fernando Rios, Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling Ian Towie from Rugby. Rios, a sophomore, 5-12 record. Towie from Rugby, a junior, 8-19 record. Get their chance to sit on top of the podium. in that match at mat number 1 between Klein and Leonard. So John Leonard wins that one by fall in 151. So he's your 7th place winner at 220 pounds. So just remember, at the conclusion of this heavyweight match, we're going to go ahead and break away. Take a time out here. We won't break the live stream, so keep your we'll keep the live stream going. We're just going to put a placeholder slide, get ready for their placing rounds. We're going to take a lunch break. Come back for our Consi semis and our placing rounds. Top 6, and then after the top 6, or the 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th place matches, then we're going to break our stream, and we'll come back on a new one for a championship round or championship matches at about 4 o'clock. And that'll go along with their presentation they're going to do for their 60th anniversary out here at the 45th annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. It's been one of the big predictors for many years on your state champion. So I guess if you're going to take your betting, go to Las Vegas and bet on who's going to win. Take a look at who won the New Salem East-West Tournament as far as the team, the individual team. And that might get you into the money, taking the odds in Vegas. Oh, just looking at your team scores right now, Lisbon at the conclusion of this 7th and 8th place match round right now has a lead over South Border. They lead 195 to 157. New Salem Almont with 134. Velva in 4th place with 104.5. And Northern Lights with 91.5 points rounds out the top 5. So Fernando Rios is still scoreless there in the second period. He's working a hammerlock on top with a blue singlet with the burls down the back. The white lettering down the backside. He's now lets the hammerlock go. He has Toei broke belly down. Toei's on his hip. Rios has a power half. Toei's trying to, he counters out, gets belly down. Now to 20 seconds. Rios goes back to the power half on that far side. Gets high, so Toei's in position here to score. Down to 10 seconds. Toei's going to stand up for Rugby, the junior, trying to power through and score at the end of the period. He gets Rios down to his backside. He's going to score a 2-point reversal at the end of the second period, so he leads 2-0 going into the third. So start of the third period. It looks like a Rios' choice. A little slow getting out. Maybe could take some injury time. His coach maybe come in there, step in to help him out a little bit. We'll start at the third period. He's down. Toei's going to hop over the top. Has a cradle hooked up on him. So Rios in trouble of being turned with a minute 44 to go. Toei's going to force him over. He has the cradle hooked up. Going to go bottom knee in the side. He's going to win by fall, so your 7th place winner from Rugby is Ian Toei. He wins by fall over Fernando Rios and takes 7th place for the Rugby Panthers. So that'll do it for your 7th and 8th place matches. I think we're going to go over quick before we break away here, take our little lunch break, go over your finalists. Finals coming up here at the New Salem East-West Tournament. Like I said, the finals championship matches get underway around 4 o'clock. Right before that, we're going to have a little commemoration and a presentation for their 60th anniversary and their 45th annual East-West Wrestling Tournament. Well, let's get into your finalists at 106 pounds. Hopefully I got all these written down so I don't have to go to track wrestling. But your finalist 106 is Dalton Feist, representing the Napoleon Imperials, taking on Cone Bell for Stanley. Feist advanced with the 7-6 decision over Will Mossbrucker from New Salem Almont, and Bell advanced with a 4-2 decision over Bombach from Killdeer. So those are your finalists, Feist and Bell at 106. 113 pounds is Charlie Irwin for New Salem Almont. He wins by fall over Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bell. So Charlie Irwin for New Salem wrestling Hager from Velva. So Pitch Hager made his way as a number 3 seed into the finals. He won by decision over Riley Hasbrook, a 7-1 decision over Riley Hasbrook to make his way to the finals. So 113 is Irwin, New Salem Almont, and Hager from Velva at 113. And 120-pound finalist Trace Hogarth advances to the championship round. He won by fall over Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, Noah Anderson, number 3 seed, wins by a 6-2 decision over Tanner Defoe from Henninger Scranton. So the freshman from Lisbon makes his way for a shot at the title here at New Salem East West at the 120 against Trace Hogarth. So those are your finalists, Hogarth, Carrington, and Anderson from Lisbon. 126 pounds is Tristan Lepp. Defeated Ryan Eng by decision. I believe that was a 10-5 decision. And then he'll take on Trenton Klatt from New Salem Almont. So your 2 finalists are Lepp from South Border and Trenton Klatt from New Salem Almont at 126 pounds. 132 pounds is Carson Hildre from Velva, representing the Aggies at 132. He'll take on Cashton Waitson for the Lisbon Broncos. Waitson made his way with a 4-2 sudden victory decision over Zane Allender. Allender representing the Oaks Tornadoes in the tournament as the number 6 seed, defeated number 3 seed Esslinger in the quarters, defeated Esslinger in the quarterfinals, make his way into the semis against Waitson, but Waitson comes out on top, 4-2 in sudden victory. So your finalists are Hildre from Velva and Waitson from the Lisbon Broncos. Here wrestling 138 in the championship is Haviland DeLong. DeLong, the number 5 seed, won by decision 8-2 over Corbin Clifton from Carrington. So DeLong on the top side, he'll take on Cole Gerhardt. Gerhardt, the number 2 seed, made his way into the championship round, or into the championship by defeating Gus Bombach from Killdeer. So those are your finalists at 138, Haviland DeLong and Cole Gerhardt. At 145, into the finals are Henry Nelson for Hillsborough Central Valley. He won by a 6-1 decision over Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont. Then Mason Melmer holds on to win against Mike Nelson. Won by major decision, 14-5 over Mike Nelson. Melmer, the number 3 seed, taking down the number 2 seed in the tournament. So he'll find himself in the championship match against Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. 152 pounds, Marshall Lindgren won by decision over Ty Wolding, 7-3. Lindgren came out like a firecracker, threw on his, I guess I'll call it his patented takedowns to Spladle. Went up right away 5-0, but then Wolding was able to withstand that storm by Lindgren and comes back. Lindgren holds on to win that one by decision 7-3. And Blaze Ranke kind of took it to Cale Eibach there. It had some great scramble last 30 seconds, but Ranke able to outblast Cale Eibach and wins by decision 10-5. So your finalists at 152 pounds, Marshall Lindgren, defending state champ, taking on Blaze Ranke, state runner-up last year at 152. Lindgren, state champion at 145 pounds last year. 160 pounds, your finalist is Garrett Hebo, won by Tech Fall over Cole Stock from South Border. And then Isaiah Cruz won by a 10-5 decision over Maverick Ford from Kemmer Bullbells. So that is your finalists, Hebo from Lemoore and Cruz from Elgin Allendale Calm at 160 pounds. 170 pounds is Bowden Greenlee, who wins by fall over Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. And then Jace Nitschke wins by a 5-3 decision over Carter Miller. Miller was the number 6 seed, defeated Brock Norton of New Salem Almont in the quarters, make his way into the semifinals, but Jace Nitschke, number 2 seed, prevails by a 5-3 decision. So your finalists at 170 are Greenlee and Nitschke. And 182 pounds in the championship match are Levi's Fem for the Lisbon Broncos. He takes down number 1, Ivan Kruth, by fall in the third period. As Fem was the number 5 seeded wrestler in the tournament. Comes back through, knocks off number 4, Jackson Holter, by fall, then takes down Ivan Kruth. I think Kruth leads out head-to-head now 2-1, but Levi's Fem showing that he can get it done. Makes his way to the championship match. He'll take on Bombach from Killdeer. So Trey Bombach advances to the championship match. He wins by a 3-1 decision over Tristan Picas. So that was a thrilling come-from-behind win for Trey Bombach. You remember that one, last 5 seconds of the match, he gets an escape and a takedown on Picas to win that one by a score of 3-1. So those are your finalists at 182. Sven from Lisbon and Trey Bombach from Stanley at 182. 195 finalists. Braden Seltzler representing the Velva Aggies. He won by a 6-1 decision over Mason Olander from New Salem Almont. He'll take on Gabe Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos. Gabe Lyons won by a 7-1 decision over Nick Anderson of Hettinger Scranton. That was at 195. So finalists are Seltzler, Velva, and Lyons from Lisbon. At 195, 220 is Shane Nitschke for the South Border Mustangs. He wins by fall over Bowden Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton, making his way to the finals, and he'll face Mace Stuber. Stuber was also a winner by fall over Noah Klusman from Ellendale Edgley Calm, so that's your finalist at 220 is Nitschke from South Border and Mace Stuber from Bowman County. Then going into your championship bout at 285 pounds is A.J. Hines, the senior from New Salem Almont, wins by fall over Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights. And then Grant Lyons, also winner by fall, takes down Gabe Lacaduck, number 3 seed out of Velva, North Dakota. So championship match, 285 pounds is between A.J. Hines from New Salem and Grant Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. And those are your finalists here at the 45th Annual New Salem East-West Tournament. Lisbon, with the big semifinal round, puts 7 into the championship matches. They had 9 wrestlers in the semis. So Ryan Eng, you'll see Ryan Eng for Lisbon, and also let me see here. Now I got to go back. So it's going to be Ryan. You should see Ryan Eng at 126 pounds in the Consi semis. And also Mike Nelson battling back along with Carter Wallner. So Lisbon will have 3 that can score some points here in this Consolation semifinal round with Ryan Eng, Carter Wallner, and Mike Nelson still looking for a top 6 place finish here in this next round of wrestling in the Consolation semis. That one will be coming up here shortly. That'll be your next round, the Consi semis, and then that'll have your 5th and 6th and 3rd and 4th place matches. And then after that, we'll break our stream and come back for your championship at 4 p.m. And this is all Central Standard Time. And just going over your scores here before we take our little lunch break, keep our stream going. Just put a placeholder slide in, so don't go anywhere. Is Lisbon leads 195 points, followed by South Border 157, New Salem Almont 134, Velva 104.5, and Northern Lights in 5th place with 94.5 points. So that'll do it here to conclusion of your 7th and 8th place matches. Lisbon leads this one with 195 over South Border 157. We're just going to go ahead and break away, put on some commercials, put up a placeholder slide, and then we'll be back for Consi semis and your placing 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th place matches. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. We're live from New Salem, North Dakota, inside the barn and home of Salem Sioux. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back here probably in about 20 minutes and get ready for more wrestling action here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsboro. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsboro Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsboro's Main Street. The Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers. and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroND.com.
Trail District Health Unit is here to provide you with health and wellness services, including health education, blood sugar and hemoglobin screenings, blood pressure checks, vaccinations, free COVID home tests, vision and hearing screenings, home care visits, limited-term medical equipment, and more. Contact Trail District Health for information about childhood or adult immunizations and where you can get them. Call Trail District Health Unit at 701-636-4434. Trail District Health is here to prevent, promote, and protect.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Make 3 Hour Floral of Hillsborough your Valentine headquarters. Flowers, floral arrangements, and other gifts for your special someone are available at 3 Hour Floral, but order early. Call 701-636-2000 or stop at the shop on Main Street in Hillsborough. You can also find great gift ideas for all occasions, including Elm River Crafts by Missy, featuring tumblers, mugs, water bottles, sippy cups, and more. Check out the Azure Made Sweets and Treats, featuring bath bombs and sweets. If you can dream it, we can do it at 3 Hour Floral in Hillsborough.
Here it's way more hands-on. The college has better equipment than the shop I'm at now. Like, you name it, they got it. You get to use your tools and your hands a lot more. My name is Sean, and I'm here for my future.
First week of college, I can't tell you how many friends I've made. It's a family, you know what I mean? Like, every time I go to a meeting, like, everyone knows my name. They're always kind to me. I love it. I can't explain how much I love it here. My name is Junior, and I'm here for my future.
H509. If you are already a member, thank you. If you are not a member, we would love to invite you to join Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. As we come into the season of giving, we remind you every graduating student who applies will receive at least one scholarship through Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. So we can continue this amazing program, please consider a gift this season to Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. Visit H509 Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars website or Facebook page for more information.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to vistoimplement.com. That's vistoimplement.com.
It's really cool to see the beginning and end product.
So it's very satisfying to build something that you know people are really going to appreciate.
We make products that last decades. Being able to stand behind our products and having something that is so known for that is awesome.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
The Halstead Living Center, Heritage House in Halstead, and the Normandy in Twin Valley present an atmosphere that is calm and comfortable. Whether you're in need of a short-term or long-term care stay, they offer a variety of first-rate services with a tailored plan to exceed your expectations at any level of care, including senior living with services, skilled nursing care, rehabilitation care, respite, hospice, or adult day care. Get more information by going to halsteadlivingcenter.com or call 218-456-2105.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
This is Bailey Scott, a senior at Fargo Davies High School and the 2022-23 North Dakota High School Activities Association Distinguished Student. Educational athletics, including games like this one, teach a lifetime values such as respect for your opponents, coaches, officials, and classmates. There are few better places than athletic competition to demonstrate respect for others. By your demonstration of respect for those participating and watching today, you underscore that the most important part of high school competition is the people involved and not the game itself. A public service message from the North Dakota High School Activities Association and this radio station.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Thunder Seed has over 4 generations of experience in the field. Through innovation, technology, and hard work, we put farmers first by providing high-quality products. We pride ourselves on developing quality soybean, corn, wheat, and corn silage seed for dealers and growers across our region. We are invested in being your partner throughout the full cycle of your harvest. Thunder Seed, first in the field, family-owned, and farmers first.
Get the dairy products, non-dairy products, frozen seafood, meat items, and more delivered to your door from Teak, the Udder Guy at Hillsborough Dairy. Call 701-436-5877. He will bring it right to your door. Hillsborough, Grandin, Purley, Hendram, Borup, Ada, Climax, Shelley, Lockhart, east of Ada to the Twin Valley addresses and around the area. Hillsborough Dairy delivering right to your door. 701-436-5877.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead. 218-456-2172.
Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Do you want that new boat? Are you building onto your home? Maybe you want the new camper or ATV. Dakota Heritage Bank can help you. This is Dustin Nagel, president at Dakota Heritage Bank Hillsborough location. You can visit with me or our other loan officers to help with loans and lines of credit from Dakota Heritage Bank. We are serving you with locations in North Dakota and Northwest Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank offers financial services you expect with a local perspective. dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What does it take to make fitness part of your lifestyle? It's intention. It's commitment. It's resilience. It's just who you are. You put in the time and effort to stay active. Our expert orthopedic and sports medicine providers also put in the time and effort to invest in new methods and treatments. Whatever you do to stay active, we are here to keep you moving. It's just who we are. Orthopedics and sports medicine like nowhere else.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source from sunup to sundown. They're turning quarters into the dollars that drive our rural economy. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance. Protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, Farmers Union Insurance, Hillsborough.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
In Lisbon, contact Lance Gulson at 701-683-4713.
For over 100 years, Findlay Farmers Grain and Elevator, a full-service cooperative, has been growing and adapting with the ever-changing agriculture industry. These strong roots in eastern North Dakota include a dedicated staff of 42 full-time employees. Findlay Farmers Grain and Elevator offers a variety of services, including agronomy, sales and service, custom application, grain drying and handling, bulk fuel and oil, tire repair, and light mechanic work. Findlay Farmers Grain and Elevator is a buyer of corn, soybeans, wheat, and sunflowers. Learn more by visiting FindlayFarmersElevator.com.
Welcome to a better banking experience with First State Bank. Locations in Grand Forks, Thompson, Buxton, Mayville, and Portland, First State Bank is here for you. Locally owned for over 120 years, we know you and the area. Banking for today with savings, checking, and loan services for business, personal, or agriculture. And helping to guide you to tomorrow with wealth management and insurance services. Today, tomorrow, together. First State Bank. Stop into our locations in Grand Forks, Thompson, Buxton, Mayville, and Portland, or visit online firststatebanks.com.
The Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts share this message to all community members about building
All right, welcome back here live from New Salem High School, broadcasting to you from the barn location inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium. Here for our consolation semifinal matches, starting at 106 pounds. And map number 2 is underway. So if anybody out there, if you have any issues with your volume or hip picture quality, just let somebody at the your 11 know, or if you have my number, give me a heads up here. You never know, something happens during the break or something gets changed. But we're here live. Consolation semifinal matches are underway on mat number 2. Mat number 1 still waiting for the referees to show up. Mat number 2, Logan Potts wrestling Jack Bombach. Bombach, a 7th grader, 32-12 record. Wrestling Logan Potts, an 8th grader, 29-3 record. Logan Potts, state qualifier for Lamar Lobos last year. Bombach in a scramble position, down to 9 seconds to go in the first period. The winner of this match moves on to 3rd and 4th. Non-winners go for 5th and 6th place. So Bombach scores 2-point takedown. The time's been out, so time was out. The time was out on the clock, so no takedown awarded there. Go back in action on mat number 1. Will Mossbrecker, New Salem Almont, wrestling Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights. Will Mossbrecker Jr., 26-11 record. Wrestling Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights, an 8th grader, 29-3 record. And Henderson down on a single leg. Mossbrucker with the whizzer. He's going to limp arm out of that. Or actually, Mossbrucker just let that whizzer go. Now he's on his hip. Anderson's trying to step around. And Mossbrucker has a hold of that ankle. Time's going to expire. Still scoreless. So we have blood time on mat number 1. So Potts doesn't have his headgear. I think he forgot him over there by the by the trash bin over there. On mat number 2, they're scoreless starting the second period. Just underway on mat number 1 between Will Mossbrucker and Bodie Henderson. That's also scoreless in the second period, with Mossbrucker wearing the black and white singlet. He's riding on top. Now Potts still didn't get that taken care of, so he's back over on blood time on mat number 2. And Jack Bombach leads that one by a score of 2-0. We're still scoreless on mat 1 between Bodie Henderson and Will Mossbrucker. And Mossbrucker, working a half. Nelson has the wrist tied up underneath on the near side. And working a half. Nelson on the far side. And still blood time on mat number 2. They get called out of bounds for a restart back in the center of the mat with 54 seconds to go. Mossbrucker remains in the top position, scoreless with Bodie Henderson. I just got that message from Todd Carter. Thanks for the message. And Mossbrucker returns Henderson back down with 28 seconds to go, still scoreless. And Henderson trying to work some hand control, stands up. Mossbrucker takes him back down. They're working the center of the mat. And Bombach with a 2-0 lead on Logan Potts. He has a kind of did a pirouette. We're just going to call that a pirouette go behind for Bombach. Had that arm stretched out, stood up, and stepped back around behind Logan Potts for 2-point reversal. He's up now 4-0. So winners of these matches at 106 make their way to the 3rd and 4th place match. Non-winners go to 5th and 6th. We already had our 7th and 8th place matches here, New Salem East West, at the 45th anniversary of the tournament. Started back in 1977. They're down to 55 seconds to go in the second period. The third period on mat number 1 between Mossbrucker and Bodie Henderson. That's a minute 32 to go. Now we're picking up some near fall. Bombach going to pick up. He had a couple near falls. So he picks up 2 near fall. Now Logan Potts. He's going to run it over. Runs that arm bar over. He stretches the arm out. So he does have 3 near fall coming. Potts is going to try to bridge out of it. You got to restart back in the center of the mat on mat number 2 or mat number 1 between Mossbrucker and Henderson. So Bombach here with 10 seconds to go, working for the fall against Logan Potts. Potts left shoulder up just a little bit. The referee down there now. Bombach made an adjustment. And Mossbrucker trying to come out the back door on Bodie Henderson. Henderson just hanging on with 50 seconds to go. They're in the third period. Henderson trying to get a stalemate. He does get a stalemate for a restart back in the center of the mat. That's on mat number 1. Got blood time back on 2 with Bombach, Jack Bombach, 7th grader from Killdeer, 32-12 record. He leads 7-0. So Jack Bombach seeded number 6 in the tournament. Wrestling to improve upon that, trying to get into that 3rd place match. Now Mossbrucker on mat number 3 with 10 seconds to go. Henderson leads 1-0. Mossbrucker's trying to get behind. Not able to secure the takedown yet, as Bodie Henderson has that leg tied up down to 1 second. And no change of position, so Bodie Henderson wins in the consolation semifinals. He advances to your third place match at 106. Go back to action. 106 on mat number 2 between Logan Potts, Jack Bombach. Bombach has a 7-0 lead going into the third period. Logan Potts starting in the bottom position. And Potts now went with the tape across the nose to try to keep that bleeding and interrupt his match if he gets any momentum here. So they got that whole nose, bridge of the nose taped up. Bombach has an armbar hooked up, locks up the far wrist on Potts. Down to minute 37 to go. Now he goes in front of the face. He gets a couple near fall, breaks the plane with the shoulders. And down to minute 30 to go. Jack Bombach taking control of Logan Potts. He's going to be up 10-0. We're now working for the fall on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 113 pounds with Connor Mellon and Keenan Gores. That's a 2-0 lead for Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bills. He's riding on top. Has that maroon and gold singlet with the gold trim. Gores stands up from Northern Lights. Edge of the mat, they get a restart with 6 seconds to go. So Mellon leads at 4-0. With 6 seconds remaining in the first period, picks up takedown 2 near fall. Connor Mellon, a freshman, 24-10 for Kenmare Bull Bills. Keenan Gores, sophomore, 15-14 record for Northern Lights. End of the first period, Mellon takes a 4-0 lead into the second. And Jack Bombach now with that 10-0 lead over Logan Potts. Potts has 30 seconds to get out from the bottom. Maybe Potts next time he faces Bombach, chews both up. And Jack Bombach's a hammer on top here, working that armbar again on Logan Potts. Going to run it around. He drives it over, picking up near fall, last 9 seconds. A dominant fashion here for Jack Bombach. The 7th grader is going to advance to the third place match. He'll take on Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights. So there are your third and fourth place matches. Bodie Henderson at 106 versus Bombach, Jack Bombach from Killdeer. And then wrestling for 5th and 6th is Will Mossbrugger, New Salem Almont, wrestling Logan Potts from Lemoore. Your 113 bout match here on mat number 1. Still a 4-0 lead for Connor Mellon from Kenmare Bull Bills. And right away for Jager Sand on mat number 2, picks up a 2-point takedown. Sand, a 7th grader, 2011, good-looking 7th grader out of EEK, taking on Riley Hasbrook, a freshman from Hettinger Scranton, the 27-11 record. So Jager Sand comes out with the 2-0 lead. Hasbrook gets up to his feet. No change of position as they go out of bounds. A restart. So Coach Berwick looking for that loss of control. Doesn't get it. Down to 22 seconds to go in the first period. Hasbrook kind of hits a sit out, a little separation, but Sand goes to work on the ankle. Now he's going to scoot around with the switch for Riley Hasbrook. Got that foot trapped underneath on Sand's going to step back around. Down to 7 seconds at the end of the first period on mat number 2. 113-pound Conti semifinal match. Now Sand had a cradle locked up just as time expired. So Jager Sand takes a 2-0 lead into the second period. Now 6-3 score. Connor Mellon has a 6-3 lead over Keenan Gores. of Northern Lights. There's start of the third period on mat number 1. Mat 1 is the white big circle and the black inner circle with the Holstein. Mat 2, all black mat. Both with the 113-pound Consolation semifinal matches. I like the way they did it this year at the East-West. No wrestling in the back room on the second day. They started earlier this year and then pushed through that second round of wrestlebacks last night. So I think they should keep this schedule like it is. A little bit earlier start. Started at noon yesterday. They'll get a 2-point reversal. So it ties it up 2-2 with Riley Hasbrook and Jager Sand. So Sand down 2-2. He's in the bottom position second period with 54 seconds remaining. Get down to now 45 seconds. Riley Hasbrook working, trying to hit a Turk the legs on Jager Sand. Sand still belly down. Working a 2-on-1 on the far side is Riley Hasbrook over the top with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. And Connor Mellon still with a 6-3 lead there in the third period with 35 seconds remaining. And Sand on mat number 2 hits a sit out. Now back to a switch, hit a Sanding switch, get some separation. He's looking to score at the end of the period. Hasbrook just has to hang on and they'll run out of time. No loss of control as Hasbrook comes over the top with the front headlock. So they go into the third period, tied up 2-2 between Jager Sand of EEK and Riley Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton. The Nighthawks looking to advance into the third place match for the Nighthawks is Riley Hasbrook. He starts in the bottom position to start the third. And Connor Mellon wins by decision 6-3. So wins by decision 6-3 over Keenan Gourds at 113 pounds. So Connor Mellon makes it into the third place match for Kenmare Bullbills. Now 120-pound match coming up on mat number 1. That's 123rd or Consi semifinal match is Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman. 25-8 record wrestling Elijah Ramos from Kildare, a sophomore with a 20-20 record. Well, Sand, he has Hasbrook in trouble. Doesn't get any near fall off of that, so kind of surprised no near fall awarded to Jager Sand. They're still tied up 2-2. The Sand with that near leg hook. Down to a minute to go. Hasbrook trying to work hand control. Has that left wrist tied up. Jager Sands working a spiral around the leg. Now goes up to half Nelson. Down to 40 seconds to go. Jager Sand trying to put a ride out here. Hasbrook has an arm over the head. Now Sands able to cradle it up. Hasbrook's going to Peterson, so this is what I talked about earlier. Peterson here for the Nighthawks is Riley Hasbrook. He's going to get a reversal and a near fall with 21 seconds to go. Said a few years ago, if you had an arm and a leg hanging out, Henninger Scranton was going to grab that and start rolling. Now they lock it up here. And working for the fall is Riley Hasbrook on Jager Sand. Those left shoulders up just a little bit. Not by much as time expires. He wins by fall as Riley Hasbrook. He'll make it into the third place match at 113 pounds. Winner by fall over Jager Sand. Oh, moved on. 120 coming up on mat number 2. We're at 120 on mat number 1. Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley has a 2-0 lead over Elijah Ramos from Kildare. We're at minute 35 to go in the second period. So Kajed with a 2-1 lead on Ramos. Now Ramos gets behind Kajed, takes him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. He's up 3-2. Kajed immediately up to his feet, working on the center of the or edge of the mat, working on that Killdeer side of the mat. Carson Kajed kind of trapped over there on the edge. Has that left ankle. Now goes to the head on Ramos. He's going to get 2-point reversal and picking up near fall as Ramos kind of shrimps out of bounds on his back. Get a restart. So we'll see what this score is. Right now they got 3-2 on the board, so there should be a 5-2 or 5-3, 6-3 lead. So you got 2 reversal and then 2 near fall. So puts Kajed up 6-3 over Ramos. So Kajed able to grab the head, flips over Ramos for 2 near fall and a reversal. He starts on the restart on top, second period with 30 seconds to go. And mat number 2, 120th Consi semis, is Cade Elsey from Mondack Thunder, sophomore, 26-5, wrestling Tanner DeFoe from Henninger Scranton, a senior, 11-4. They're in the second period. It's scoreless going into the second between DeFoe and Elsey. And DeFoe, big mat return on Elsey. Elsey stands back up. Oh, 2-point reversal. It's tied up 6-6. So an escape and a takedown, I should say. Escape and a takedown by Ramos. These two, Kajed and Ramos, back and forth battle. We have blood time. And with that blood time on mat number 2, we're going to go and step away. We're still scoreless here between DeFoe and Cade Elsey on mat number 2. So we're live from New Salem, North Dakota here inside the barn, home of Salem Sioux. We're going to step away for another 30-second timeout. Come back and finish up these 120 Consi semifinal matches here on yourliveevent.com.
Hi, this is Maddie Olson. Young people grow strong through positive relationships with adults. It only takes a small investment of time to truly make a difference in a young person's life. You can help build up a young person by taking just a minute to give them words of encouragement and advice, making them feel the true impact they have in the community. A message provided by everyone at the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District.
Hey, welcome back here. And DeFoe working for a fall. And just like that, Carson Kajed was tied up 6-6, then 10-7. And Carson Kajed is going to be a winner by fall. Goes into the third place match over Ramos, a Killdeer. And then Tanner DeFoe comes back on mat number 2 and winner by fall over Cade Elsey from Mondack Thunder. So wrestling for third to fourth at 120 pounds is Tanner DeFoe from Henninger Scranton, wrestling Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. You know, 126 Consi semi matches. That was kind of a miraculous finish there. Both of those mats finishing up by fall at about the same time. On mats number 1 and 2 at 120. So 120 Ramos going for 5th and 6th from Killdeer, along with Cade Elsey from Mondack Thunder. That'll be your 5th and 6th place matches at 120 pounds. So mat number 1 and 2 at 126, Consolation semifinal bouts. Ryan Eng for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley. Owens comes out with a quick 2-point takedown on Ryan Eng in that first period, so he's going to take a 2-0 lead into the second. So Sawyer Owens defers on Eng. Eng's choice, he's going to choose neutral. The other match, Consa semifinal match on mat number 2, 126, is Brexton Yanish from Velva, 7th grader, 25-10 record. Wrestling Aaron Brimhall from Williams County, senior, 32-3. That's on mat number 2. Brimhall wearing that blue and kind of white powder singlet. Janish currently on top on mat number 2, also wearing the red leg band. And Sawyer Owens still no signal given up. No, a 2-point takedown. Sawyer Owens takes a 4-0 lead over Ryan Eng. That's at 126 pounds on mat number 1. Ryan Eng wrestling up in this tournament for the Lisbon Broncos, getting some much needed points. Right now, Sawyer Owens working a crossface, trying to hit that screwdriver. I guess in the Lisbon wrestling room they call it the screwdriver. Everybody else calls it the butcher. That's on mat number 1. Sawyer Owens leads 4-0 with a minute to go in the second period. I got a warning for stalling on Brexton Janish on mat number 2, 126 Consi semi. So Janish. And now Aaron Brimhall with an escape has a 3-0 lead. Leads 3-0. The senior from Williams County with the 32-3 record over Brexton Janish, the 7th grader Janish. For the Velvet Aggies, looks like a pretty good, well put together, a technically sound 7th grader. Comes out. And Brimhall gets Janish going to his back, throws a headlock, head and arm on him. He's wrestling out of bounds. He's out of, looked like he had a knee out of bounds. We're going to go for the fall. Working for the fall is Aaron Brimhall. He got called out, so he's going to get his 3 near fall. He's up now 8-0, Aaron Brimhall, with 23 seconds to go in the second period. That's on mat number 2, 126 Consolation semifinal batch. And then mat number 1 between Sawyer Owens and Ryan Eng. At the end of the second period, Owens has a 4-0 lead. They're going to their feet here to start the third, and Brimhall gets him over on his back again as Braxton Janish and works for the fall. So Aaron Brimhall, winner by fall, advances to third place match at 126 pounds. That'll bring up your 132-pound Consi match. Consi semifinal match on mat number 2. Mat number 1, 126, still 4-0 score. Wrestlers on their feet in the third period with 1:35 remaining. And Sawyer Owens, nice single leg attack, takes Ryan Eng down to the mat. He's up 6-0. And red immediately warned for stalling, goes to work on that wrist. Warned for stalling right away, belly down in the mat. The official quick with the stall warning on Ryan Eng, gets broke belly down, goes stall warning right away. Eng still belly down. Down to a minute to go in the third period. Now Eng able to get back up to his base. Goes for the wrist, gonna pull it over his head. And try to turn those hips out. Right now, Sawyer Owens gonna do a good job defending that. Ryan Eng gets those hips away. He's gonna score 1 point, escape, so 6-1 lead. And working for the fall is Riker Vetter on mat number 2, 132-pound Consolation semi, and he'll win by fall over Zane Allender from Oaks. Ryan Eng gets thrown out of bounds, and he's down on the mat. So Ryan Eng throwing out of bounds. Needs some trainers over there. He's down. So they're going to go ahead and they'll probably medically forfeit that match with Ryan Eng down. That's at 126 pounds. And he's just going to take his time. I didn't see what happened. You might have saw it on the camera. I was watching the other match there with that fall. So 138 is Carter Wallner for the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling for his chance at third place. He's down 2-0, goes to a leg pass, trying to go under 3 or underneath and immediately the referee's down there to count that leg pass as he rolls through. Well, Ryan Eng still down for the Lisbon Broncos. I wasn't sure if that was a slam or what it was over there on the mat. Coach Kevin McCleary over there with Coach Smith. Now Coach Kern going over, taking a look. Trainers over there checking him out. There's no use in pushing that match any further. I'd just put your state tournament on the line. And 138 pounds going out here between Wallner and Gus Baumbach. Now it's a 4-1 lead. So Ryan Eng off the mat for the Lisbon Broncos. So that'll be a slam. So it'll be a technical violation or a slam. The wrestler not able to continue, so Ryan Eng will end up being the winner of that match. At 126 pounds. But now a 4-2 lead. Carter Wallner's down 4-2 to Gus Baumbach from Killdeer. He's at 138 pounds. And Baumbach scores 2 points for a takedown on Wallner. He's now up 6-2.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole on mat number 1 at 152 pounds. Ty Holding, New Salem Elmont, Tim Kovar of Carrington. In the hole, mat number 1. 152 pounds. Holding of New Salem, Kovar of Carrington.
And Wallner able to get stood up and got those hips turned, but not able to secure an escape or loss of control. So Baumbach still has a 6-2 lead in the second period with 43 seconds to go. Now new match, 132-pound consolation semifinal match is William Cook from Kenmare Bull Bells wrestling Caleb Sarsland from Bowman County. William Cook, a sophomore, 21-6 record, wrestling Caleb Sarsland, the senior, with a 22-12 record. And Wallner from Lisbon on mat 2, a senior, 20-3 record, wrestling Gus Baumbach, a junior, 37-3 record. It's a 6-2 lead for Gus Baumbach. Has an armbar locked up, trying to hit the half Nelson on the near side. They're down to 9 seconds. In the second period, now down to 3 seconds. Wallner still broke belly down. Baumbach with the armbar. It's Wallner's choice to start the third. Takes a look at the coach. He's going to go neutral. Looks at the coach. Coach says go neutral. Takes a look at the clock. He's got 2 minutes. Score some points and try to make his way into that third place match for the Lisbon Broncos. Carter Wallner's down 6-2. And Baumbach with an outside single takes Wallner down. Now he's up 8-2. That's on mat number 2, 138 with 1:40 to go. And now on mat number 1, we're scoreless in the second period with 1:40 to go. And Sarland did have a cradle hooked up on Cook, but Cook's able to, he gets away, scrambles out, gets 1 point for loss of control. So William Cook with the loss of control, now 1-0. Sarsland in on a single. He's going to elevate it. Cook's trying to get around behind him. Take him down to the mat, drags him down. And still now gets a 2-point takedown. So William Cook has a 2-1 lead. Maybe I got that wrong. A 3-0 lead. All right. So 3-0 lead for William Cook from Kenmare Bull Bells. Sophomore, 21-6, has an armbar hooked up. He walks it around, caught the far wrist. He's getting near fall. left shoulder up a little bit. And William Cook, all he's got to do is look up, kind of sit through a little bit. Now he's going to jump back across, reposition. Stretches that, trying to stretch that far arm out. Sarsland able to get back belly down. Sarsland wearing that black face mask. Now Bombach has a 10-3 lead here on mat number 2. We're in the third period with 30 seconds to go. A 7-point lead over Carter Wallner. The 138 Wallner came in seated number 4, and Gus Bombach number 3. So Wallner was upset by Haviland DeLong. I guess we'll call it an upset in the quarterfinals. That was a 4 and 5 wrestler going at it. The Wallner had beat DeLong at Central Cass Letterman, so received the seed over DeLong and for the tournament. DeLong makes it to the finals, defeated Corbin Clifton by decision 8-2, so Haviland DeLong in the finals. And that'll be it. So Gus Bombach makes his way to the third place match at 138 pounds. And that was a 12-4 decision. So Gus Bombach, your winner by major decision, 12-4 over Carter Wallner. And mat number 1, 132 Consolation semis in the third period. Started the third period. William Cook has a 6-0 lead over Sarsland from Bowman County. Right now, Sarsland riding on top in that top position at 132 on mat number 1. Mat number 1 has the white, the large white circle with the black inner circle, smaller inner circle with the Holstein. Now Sarsland's over the top trying to hook up a cradle. William Cook hand fighting underneath, trying to block that attempt by Sarsland to cradle him up. And mat number 2, Riley Dahl, New St. Almont senior, 19-11 record, wrestling Harrison Schwartz at 145 Consolation semifinal. Schwartz from Deslax Burlington with junior with 34-10. Now Cook able to get a reversal. He's up 6-0 over Sarsland in the third period with a minute to go. Working that arm bar, has Sarsland going over to his back. He's going to pick up near fall. The referee taking a look, left shoulder up. And Cook's going to readjust and try to sit back. He was high over the stomach. Now readjust to get chest on chest. Going to tee it out on top. He's up 9-0 with these near fall. Now he's going to try, he's up 8-0. Gets those near fall, it'll be 11-0. He's working for the fall. Has the, call it the killer crab hooked up. Sarsland fighting off his back, down to 26 seconds to remaining. He gets 3 near fall. Now he's up 11-0. So that's on mat number 1. William Cook up 11-0 from Kenmare Bull Bills. Sophomore 21-6. Making his way to that third place match at 132 pounds. Sarsland with the Granby roll. Gets on the board, 11-1 now. Trying to throw a haymaker at the end of the period, but that's not going to do it. So advancing to third place match at 132 is William Cook. Wins by major decision, 11-1 over Caleb Sarsland. And Riley Dahl and Schwartz on mat number 2 still scoreless. And they're in the second period with 53 seconds remaining. So that's 145 Consolation on mat number 2 between Riley Dahl, Harrison Schwartz. That's still scoreless in the second period with 30 seconds remaining. And mat number 1 wrestling now for the Carrington Cardinals. Corbin Clifton, the sophomore, the number 1 seed in the tournament, coming in with a 27-14 record, wrestling Brody Hoffman for the South Border Mustangs. Also a sophomore with a 23-6 record. It's a 138-pound consolation semifinal match. And the winner of that will take on Gus Bombach. That was on mat number 1 for third place. Well, end of the second period, we're still scoreless on mat number 2 between Riley Dahl and Harrison Schwartz. Dahl starting in the bottom position right away off the whistle. First move to switch. That's countered by Schwartz. Now broke belly down. Now Dahl gets back up to his base, hand fighting underneath. Still hand fighting as he stands up. And Schwartz has to return him, now lets him go. Riley Dahl now up 1-0 over Harrison Schwartz. And Hoffman and Clifton remain scoreless in the second period with 1:45 to go. Both sophomores battling out, one for the Cardinals, the other one for the Mustangs, the South Border. Here in the second period, 1:30. And that one's scoreless. A 1-0 lead for Riley Dahl on mat number 2. Consolation semifinal bout. A big mat return for Corbin Clifton against Hoffman. And team scores right now as they sit here in the consolation semifinal matches through 145 pounds or up until 145 pounds. Lisbon, 202 points. South Border in second with 164. New Salem Almont, the Holsteins with 134. Northern Lights, 106.5 in fourth place. And the Velva Aggies just 2 points behind in the 5 spot with 104.5 points. Those are your top 5 teams here at the New Salem East-West Tournament as we're in our consolation semifinal matches. Already wrestled their 7th and 8th. And Schwartz looking to score here at the end of the third period. Dahl has a 1-0 lead. He has a cradle hooked up. He's going to get 2-point takedown and near fall. So Harrison Schwartz is going to advance to the third place match at 145. Hits the cradle in the last 10 seconds. Now 145, so Harrison Schwartz advances over Riley Dahl by a 5-1 decision. Your next 145 Consi semi-match. And Mike Nelson wrestling Justin Hudson. I think I got that right. Or maybe I had it wrong here. Mike Nelson, sorry, wrestling Rocker Aguilar. From Williams County, Rocker Aguilar, a sophomore, 29-9 record. Mike Nelson, the junior, 20-1 record. Got bounced down to the consolation semifinal rounds. Mike Nelson did by Mason Milmer. Milmer defeated Nelson 14-5 in the semifinals. We're down to 23 seconds in the first period. Nelson was on a double leg, hit that forklift position. He gets called with a stalemate, so restart back in the center of the mat on mat number 2. Oh, start of the second period between Nelson and Aguilar. Nelson chooses bottom. It was a caution. A discussion between the wrestler and the referee. Here's how it'll start. Second period with Nelson wearing the red singlet for the Broncos and Aguilar for Williams County wearing the blue and powder white. Or powder blue. I guess we'll call it. I don't know if there's such thing as powder white. And Clifton is up 1-0. Now 1-0 lead in the third period on 138 consolation semifinal match with Brody Hoffman. Hoffman from South Border steps in, tries to hit a high crotch. Clifton steps away. And 30 seconds to go in that one here in the third period. And Hoffman's down 1-0, now shoots in on a double. Clifton steps back again. They got called out of bounds. Both wrestlers out there, sophomore and Hoffman. We got a big scramble going with Clifton. He's going to score 2-point takedown. 2-point takedown for Brody Hoffman. He's up 2-1. Drags Clifton down. Clifton, edge of the mat, gets towed out of bounds with 9 seconds to go. Coaches for South Border fired up as their wrestler scores a 2-point takedown with 9 seconds to go. Takes the lead 2-1. Now Clifton goes for a switch. Hoffman's got to ride him out here. Down to 5 seconds. Drags him down again now. Clifton with the switch. Hoffman scrambles through. No, one loss of control. We're going to go to overtime on mat number 1 between Hoffman and Clifton. Clifton hits a Granby roll, rolls through. Hoffman tried to follow him around. Gets a loss of control. It's tied up 2-2, sudden victory overtime. And Rocker Aguilar takes a 5-1 lead over Mike Nelson. And Nelson in the bottom position takes Aguilar down. He's going to take him to his back. Mike Nelson working for the fall against Rocker Aguilar. Going to get near fall. Now goes to cradle. Aguilar stands up on Nelson. Nelson drops down. They're tied up 5-5. He steps away. Aguilar hops up, almost runs into the referee. A sudden victory. Hoffman with the, now Clifton with the headlock. We got a scramble here on mat number 1. Clifton steps around behind Hoffman. He's going to get 2 points in the win. At 138 pounds, so Corbin Clifton will advance to the third place match. Winner by decision 4-2 over Brody Hoffman at 138. Oh, 7-5 score at the start of the third period. Mike Nelson's down 7-5 to Rocker Aguilar at 145 pounds. It was 6-5 at the end of the second. Now a 7-5 lead. And Nelson has to take Aguilar down. Just to tie it up. Now goes near side trying to dump Aguilar. Aguilar heavy hips in the mat. Defends well. 1:26 to go. It's a 7-5 lead for Rocker Aguilar from Williams County. And Nelson goes double underhook. Aguilar takes a step back. Oh, mat number 1, 152 Consolation semi is Ty Wolding to Salem Almont, a senior, 24-4 record. Wrestling Kale Kovar, a senior, 31-10 record. A match, with 10 seconds to go. Nelson goes under Aguilar. Aguilar has a cow catcher hooked up. Nelson's able to get off his hip. Down to 50 seconds to go in the third period. Nelson's going to shoot in. Aguilar blocks out. And down to 43 seconds to go. Nelson tries a headlock. Aguilar back and again. Now Nelson trying to go hip over with Aguilar. No, muscles Nelson, throws him to his back. So Mike Nelson right now giving up near fall. Down to 24 seconds to go. Nelson fights off, gets belly down. Picks up 3 near fall. He's up 12-5 over Mike Nelson. Down to 13 seconds. And Wolding were scoreless in the second period at 152-pound consolation match between Wolding and Kale Kovar. And Rocker Aguilar is going to pick up 2 near fall at the end of the third period. He defeats Mike Nelson 14-5. So Mike Nelson will take on Riley Dahl for the 5th place match. And Schwartz from Deslax Burlington will take on Rocker Aguilar from Williams County. Nelson came into the tournament undefeated, now with 2 losses. Both of those coming in the East-West Wrestling Tournament, wrestling for 5th and 6th place. That 152 match around blood time. I think we're going to step away here, take a break, pay some bills on yourliveevent.com. We're broadcasting live today from New Salem East-West Tournament, day number 2, 45th anniversary out here in New Salem. We'll step away for a 30-second timeout and come back and finish up our consolation semifinal matches here in New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux.
The Halstead Living Center, Heritage House in Halstead, and the Normandy in Twin Valley present an atmosphere that is calm and comfortable. Whether you're in need of a short-term or long-term care stay, they offer a variety of first-rate services with a tailored plan to exceed your expectations at any level of care, including senior living with services, skilled nursing care, rehabilitation care, respite, hospice, or adult daycare. Get more information by going to halsteadlivingcenter.com or call 218-456-2105. A pancake sausage breakfast and bake sale benefit for Erica Kritzberger will be held on Sunday, February 12th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the St. Rose Parish Center in Hillsboro. There will be dine-in or takeout options available. A free will donation will be accepted. Also, drop-off donation boxes or mail-in donations available at Dakota Heritage Bank of Hillsboro. The pancake and sausage breakfast and bake sale benefit for Erica Kritzberger, Sunday, February 12th, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the St. Rose Parish Center in Hillsboro. Sponsored by the Knights of Columbus Hillsboro, Council 4690.
Hey, back live from New Salem, North Dakota, inside the barn. We have our 152-pound consolation semifinal matches on mats number 1 and number 2. And mat number 1 is Ty Wolding, has a 2-1 lead over Cale Kovar. That's a 2-1 lead at the end of the second period. Ty Wolding, the senior from New Salem, 24-4 record. Kovar, senior, 31-10 record for the Cardinals. And mat number 2, Emery Knoll from Bowman County, a sophomore, 25-4 record, wrestling Cale Eibach from Deslocks Burlington. That's a 7-2 lead for Cale Eibach at 152 pounds. That championship match at 152 will be Marshall Lindgren wrestling Blaze Ranke. So Lindgren from South Border and Ranke from Lisbon. That's your 152-pound final match, our championship match. Winners of these matches here in the consolation semifinals will wrestle for 3rd and 4th. Non-winners drop down and wrestle for 5th and 6th. So third period is still 2-1 lead for for Ty Wolding over Cale Kovar. Wolding currently on the bottom. The minute 31 on the restart. Wolding's up. Kovar lets him go. Now a 3-1 lead. A minute 22 remaining in the third period. And Kovar with the underhook now. Wolding's going to shrug that off. Kovar goes to the elbow pass. Wolding shrugs that attempt off. You get a stalemate called with a 3-1 lead for Wolding on mat number 1 with 56 seconds remaining. Both wrestlers go into each other. Wolding has double overhooks on Kovar. Now a 7-2 lead for Eibach. Eibach currently on the bottom. He's in that black singlet. As time runs out in the second period, no loss of control. The referee or the coaches getting on the officials about getting a loss of control. No points awarded. So 7-2 lead for Cale Eibach going into the third period on mat number 2. Emery Knoll in the blue singlet starts on the bottom position. And we're in the green leg band. It's a 3-1 lead down to 10 seconds. Kovar and Wolding on mat number 3. Oh, Kovar is going to go double underhooks now. Wolding's going to pick up 2-point takedown as time expires. So now they're going to wave that off. So 3-1, so 5-1 win for Ty Wolding over Cale Kovar. Kovar tried to go for the throw. Wolding out muscles him, throws him down to the mat for that 2 points at the end of the period. So he wins 5-1, advances to third place match at 152 pounds. And then mat number 2, still Emery Knoll and Cale Eibach. That's a 7-2 lead for Eibach. He's riding on top in the third period with a minute 6 to go, minute 5 to go. And mat number 1, your match is Cole Stock from South Border. No, Ibach working for a fall. This is on mat number 2. Emery Knoll able to get belly down, but Ibach has a half buried in deep. You got to watch out for potentially dangerous. Does get 3 near fall, so it is 10-2 lead. Now for Cale Ibach. He's 10-2 over Emery Knoll in the third period with 30 seconds remaining. That match on mat number 1, 160 Consi semifinal match is Cole Stock for South Border sophomore, 21-9 record, wrestling Riley Henninger Jr. from Mondack Thunder with a 20-13 record. That's a scramble out of bounds. So he gets 2 points. Cole Stock 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 with 18 seconds remaining in the first period. And that is on mat number 1. And then into the regulation, and Cale Ibach advances a third-place match. He wins by major decision, 12-2 over Emery Knoll from Bowman County. So Ibach and Wolding will face off. It'll be the third meeting between those two, probably within the last 3 weeks between Ibach and Wolding. That'll be a third-place match. And then Cale Kovar from Carrington will wrestle Emery Knoll for 5th place at 152 pounds. 160s out there on both mats. The first period on mat number 2 is Cole Stock with that 2-0 lead. Or excuse me, that's on mat number 1. Cole Stock up 2-0 over Henninger from Mondack Thunder. And mat number 2 is Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen. The senior, 17-10 record, wrestling Maverick Ford from Kenmare Bull Bills, Burke Central. Ford with a 16-3 record. Now Henninger, Stock in trouble. Is going to pick up 2 points. So he ties it up 2-2, also picking up near fall. Now Stock's able to roll through, so 3 near fall. So Henninger's up 5-4 on Cole Stock with 1:10 to go in the second period. And Henninger now on the bottom, Stock on top. They're wrestling on this near edge of the mat. And next to the Mondack Thunder coach as they get called out of bounds for a restart. And mat 2, Cade Harm working for a single leg. With Ford steps around behind. I've seen him do that in his previous match. Gets back around for 2 points. He's up 2-0 in the second period with 1:30 remaining. So Maverick Ford takes the lead at 160-pound consolation semifinal match on mat number 2. It's still 5-4 on mat number 1. 5-4 score. Henninger is still up by 1 in the second period. Last 15 seconds of the second period. That's on mat number 1. There's scrambling here between Ford and Harm. Maverick Ford still has a 2-1 lead over Cade Harm. Ford's leg band comes off. Takes a minute. Catches a breath. Puts it back on. Ready to start. They're down to 50 seconds to go in the second period. And both wrestlers locked up head. And now Harm shoots in on high crotch. Drops down to the ankle. Doubles up. Goes single. High crotch single to double. Has the arm around the waist. Maverick Ford defending their heavy hips down in the mat. Now Hard's able to turn. Almost turns the corner. Head peeked out to the side. They roll out of bounds. And back to a restart on mat 2, 160 pounds. That's with 9 seconds to go in the second period. Going to the third. And Henninger now with a 6-4 lead over Cole Stock going into the third period. Cole Stock from South Border starts on bottom, wearing the dark blue singlet, white trim. He's a sophomore, has some hand control, gets those hips turned into Henninger. Henninger drops down to a leg. Now drops into a stock drop right into a high crotch fireman's, gets 1 point, loss of control. So a 6-5 lead for Riley Henninger on mat number 1. That's with a minute 45 to go in the third period. And mat number 2, 160. Still a 2-1 lead for Maverick Ford. A minute 41 to go in the third period. And Cade Harm trying to score an escape here and tie it up. He does tie it. And Maverick Ford gives him a shove, goes to the head, and shoves him back. A minute 29 to go. We're tied up in the third period. A restart. And Ford kind of swipes at the leg. Now goes cross. Cross body for a high crotch. Has it secured. Harm's going to step back out of bounds. Still wrestling. And Ford's going to drag him back on for 2 points. Now Harm looked like he might be safe there wrestling the edge, but Maverick Ford muscles him back on. Harm around the waist, scores 2 points for a takedown. He's up 4-2. Now Maverick Ford. Cade Harm gets an escape. Not able to follow him all the way around. Now 4-3 with 56 seconds to go between Cade Harm and Maverick Ford on mat number 2. We're tied up on mat 1, 7-7 at 160 pounds on mat number 1 between Henninger and Cole Stock. They're down to 40 seconds. A great match is going head-to-head. Harm has Ford down on his hip. Ford trying to turn the corner, has the leg hooked in the back. We're going to have a scramble here last 30 seconds. Whoever comes on top is going to have the lead here. So Cade Harm is up by 1, 5-4 over Maverick Ford. Maverick Ford should look for the out of bounds here and try to get a restart. He's going to go leg pass. He's going to give up a couple near fall. So he gives up near fall at the end of the period. So Cade Harm is going to be your winner. At 160 pounds, advances to the third place match by an 8-4 decision over Maverick Ford. The last few seconds here, 9-8 score. Cole Stock's up over Henninger, 9-8 with 6 seconds, now 5. Henninger trying to get up, not able to. Stock returns him down and going for third place for the South Border Mustangs is Cole Stock, a sophomore. He wins by decision 9-8 over Riley Henninger from Ondak Thunder. That's your third and fourth place match will be Cade Harm and Beulah Hazen wrestling Cole Stock from South Border. Championship match at 160 is Garrett Hebo wrestling Isaiah Caruth. That'll be your championship match at 160 pounds. Now down to 170 consolation matches. Consolation semifinal matches on both mats. A big takedown and going out of bounds. DeAndre Anderson drags those toes across the mat for 2-point takedown. DeAndre Anderson, a senior, 20-6 record for Kenmare Bull Bells. Wrestling Cole Henderson, Northern Lights, sophomore with a 29-6 record. Anderson has a 2-point lead, 29 seconds to go. And also Carter Miller, Deslax Burlington on mat 2. Is up 2-0 over Josh Mule from the Norks Tornadoes. Carter Mule, a senior with a 31-8 record. Mule, a junior, 23-7 record. And that goes the end of the first with Miller leading 2-0. Your championship match is Bowden Greenlee versus Jace Nitschke. That'll be your championship match at 170 pounds. And Greenlee now with a 202 match continuous win streak. Greenlee now at 202, looking to increase that. Take the, I guess we'll call it the unofficial Class B record for consecutive wins at 202. both matches in the second period. Mat number 2, DeAndre Anderson. On mat number 1, still with the has a 2-1 lead. They're at 1:33 to go in the second period. And Carter Miller, with that escape, has a 3-0 lead over Joshua O'Meal from Oaks. They're in the second period with 1:08 to go. Now O'Meal is able to take Miller down, scores 2 points. So 3-2 lead for Carter Miller as O'Meal goes to crossface cradle. He's going to secure this far arm, go to that far arm tilt. Take that wrist, pull it back underneath the body, underneath the hips. Now he's going to go arm bar. And Meal a little bit high, but he's got that arm bar hooked up. He's going to drag Miller over. Still hasn't broke the plane or getting near fall. He's down to 30 seconds to try to score. And Miller's going to try to sit through. He has it doubled up. So Josh Meal has it doubled up. He's going to walk around with 20 seconds to go. Now picking up near fall. Going to work for the fall. He has it. He has the shoulders flattened down to the mat. Miller's going to try to give one last bridge here to make it through into the third period with 8 seconds to go. And Meal heavy over the top. 1 second. Time clock runs out. So Carter Miller will make it into the third period. Josh Meal leads 5-2. Going into the third 170-pound consolation match. Consi semifinal match on mat number 2. Mat number 1. That's Cole Henderson, Northern Lights wrestling DeAndre Anderson. That's a 4-1 lead for Anderson. With his time expires in the second period, so Anderson takes a 4-1 lead into the third period on mat 1. Anderson chooses both up. Choosing both up to start the third period. And right away, Miller escapes. Now Meal has a 5-4 lead with 1:42 to go. That's in the third period. And Josh Meal has an underhook and an arm. Now he's going to step in it. Goes for a trip, but that backfires on him as Carter Miller steps into it, takes Josh Meal to his back. He's going to win by fall. It's Carter Miller. Quick turn of events as Meal tried to step in and trip Miller to the mat. The backfires. Miller reverses it, takes Meal down, and wins by fall. At 170 pounds, Conti semifinal match. So up on mat 2, have an 195-pound consolation semifinal match between Mason Olander and Rodney Wolf. That match just underway on mat number 2. Mat 1, still 4-1 lead for DeAndre Anderson. They're in the third period. Nicole Henderson underneath working a double. Now Anderson on the edge of the mat is able to spin off to the side, gets out of bounds for a restart. Right away, Olander goes front head cradle, rolls through. He scores a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over Rodney Wolf. Wolf grimacing a little bit. The referee asked him to make sure if he's okay. Wolf gets set, bottom position, starting out the referee position on the restart. 25 seconds to go in the first period. Oh, Anderson and Henderson. Yeah, Henderson blasts double. DeAndre Anderson warned for stalling. DeAndre Anderson wearing the maroon singlet with the gold trim. Backs up again. He's warned for stalling. Now goes in double on Henderson. They're down to 20 seconds to go. DeAndre Anderson underneath. Henderson on top of the situation position. Henderson's going to chase the leg, has head in the hole. But Anderson able to get back up to his feet with 5 seconds to go. Henderson shoots in. Anderson sprawls, and that'll do it. DeAndre Anderson advances to the third place match. He's winner by decision 4-1 over Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. So Anderson will take on Miller at 170 pounds for third place. That'll move us to 182 pounds. On mat number 1. Mat number 2, we got the 195-pound Consi semis with Rodney Wolf and Mason Olander. Mason Olander with a 4-0 lead with 1:30 to go in the second period. The wrestlers go out of bounds. Stick out a couple fans there as they're walking by as they go sprawling out of bounds. And Olander picking up near fall on Rodney Wolf with 1:16 to go. Mat 1, 182. As Jackson Holter wrestling Tristan Picas, they're on blood time. So as they're on blood time, we're going to go ahead and step away for another timeout. Pay some bills. We'll be back here in 30 seconds on YourLiveEvent.com, broadcasting live from the barn here at New Salem High School, home of Salem Sioux.
You can trust the pros at Hillsboro Body Shop to make your vehicle look as good as new. Cars, pickups, trucks, semis, Ben and Tyrell at Hillsboro Body Shop can do the work. And Hillsboro Body Shop is also the place to repair your windshield. Don't wait to get that pesky chip repaired. Ben and Tyrell can replace that glass the same day. Call Hillsboro Body Shop at 701-636-4981 and put Ben and Tyrell's combined 30-plus years of experience to work on your vehicle. Hillsboro Body Shop, 701-636-4981. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region with the Coaches Show every Wednesday night on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goes deep down the middle, has a man, Soka Porter! Soka Porter to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and taken down there.
We'll dive into the latest stories from North Dakota and Minnesota.
And there's the block by Reese.
That's the Coaches Show with me, Joe Lancello, on YourLiveEvent.com every Wednesday night starting at 7.
And back here live from New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux, is Tristan Picas. Winner by fall, throws on his patented headlock. So Tristan Picas, your winner, advances to the third place match at 182 pounds. Wins by fall over Jackson Holter. That was on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 195. Mason Olander and Rodney Wolf still 7-0 score. They're in the third period with Rodney Wolf from the Kindred Vikings on top. Wearing the blue and white singlet. Currently the top wrestler with the red leg band. Now up mat number 1, 220 Consi semifinal match between Bowden Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton and Sage Gushis, a senior from Lemoore with a 12-8 record. Hasbrook from Henninger, a senior with 11-8 record. Hasbrook goes into Gushis, takes him down to the back, just a blast double. He's going to win by fall. And just that quick, Bowden Hasbrook advances to the third place match at 220 pounds. Winner by fall over Sage Gushis on mat number 1. And down to the final minute with Olander up 7-0. So we're going to go into our third place matches. So rolling right into our third place matches, we have heavyweight up on mat number 1. So getting our third place matches in the hole. You're inside the barn at Salem, North Dakota, the 45th anniversary of the East-West Wrestling Tournament. We do have Mason Olander down on the mat. Looks like he has turned ankle and not looking good. Not looking good there for Mason Olander, 195-pound match. Writhing around a little bit in pain. And that's with the Olander leading 7-0 with about a minute to go, maybe under a minute to go in the third period. It's down at the ankle or maybe a high ankle sprain. The trainer's over there looking at it. Let's go to this match between Bryce Prouty and Joshua Hayes. And now Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights, a senior, 23-7 record on mat number 1. Joshua Hayes from Southport, a junior, 7-11 record. And Prouty turns him over and is going to win by fall and advance to the third place match at heavyweight. And just like that, now we're back at 106 pounds. Getting ready for a third and fourth place and fifth and sixth place matches. Now we're going to bring this other heavyweight consolation semifinal bout between Henkel and Lakaduk coming out here. So we're down. We got 48 seconds on the clock. We're going to see what's going to happen with Olander and Rodney Wolf. So it looks like we have to medical forfeit that match. The trainers over there, they don't like to see that here getting this close to state. Mason Olander going to be helped off the mat, get him over to the trainers. That was on mat number 2. And mat number 1, Jaden Henkel, Gabe Lakaduk. Henkel senior from Oaks, 21-11 record, wrestling Gabe Lakaduk, senior from Velva, 12-7 record. Now we do have our 195 consolation semifinal match coming up on mat 2 between Landon Potasic from Oaks, a senior, 19-10 record, wrestling Nick Anderson, Henninger Scranton, a junior, 22-12 record. So those are your matches currently on the mats, 1 and 2. Mat 1, 285. Mat 2, 195. The mat number 1 is going to go scoreless into the second period between Henkel and Lakaduk. Potasic and Anderson just underway in the first period. That's scoreless right now. Nick Anderson, or I should say Landon Potasic, wearing the black singlet with the orange trim and the tornado on the back. Representing Region 1 out here, taking on Nick Anderson out of Region 4 for the Henninger Scranton Nighthawks. And Henkel and Lakaduk still scoreless. We've got a couple Oaks Tornadoes out here on the mat between Henkel and Potasic. And to the first period, we're scoreless on mat number 2. So Anderson's choice, he defers to Potasic, and Potasic chooses bottom position to start the second period. Right away off the whistle, Potasic, nice hard stand-up. You're going to score 1 point escape. Hard stand-up to a hip heist. He gets those hips cleared and 1 point escape. Probably within the first 2 seconds. Lakaduk has Henkel in a Peterson. Henkel trying to shrimp, keeps shrimping across the mat. You got 2 near fall, a 3 near fall, so it's a 5. No, just gave him 2. So Lakaduk up 4-0. Now goes front head cradle with that inside leg lock. You're going to take Henkel down to the mat. Now he's going to try to turn him. Goes to the half Nelson for Lakaduk. Henkel gets belly down, gives up 2 near fall. It's a 6-0 lead for Gabe Lakaduk over Jaden Henkel. Now Henkel with the single leg drives into Lakaduk. He's going to secure the waist for 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat. It's a 6-2 score on mat number 1 with 19 seconds to go in the second period. And Landon Potasic now has a 1-0 lead on Nick Anderson. 195 on mat number 2 with 42 seconds remaining. And that is in the second period. Now Potasic has Anderson, has a 3-quarter Nelson. Shrugs it off. Anderson's going to turn the corner. Potasic gets up, wizards it. Anderson elevates, drops him down to the mat for a hard return. 2-point takedown. So now Nick Anderson up 2-1 with 15 seconds to go. Potasic has 12 seconds to try to tie it up here at the end of the second period. Takes some momentum into the third. Anderson has that leg. Again, that far leg tied up. A little bit of Turk underneath and down as time expires. So Nick Anderson takes a 2-1 lead for the Nighthawks into this third period. Leads Landon Potasic by a score of 2-1. And mat number 1 with Jaden Henkel and Gabe Lakaduk. Lakaduk goes to that inside. ties up that inside leg again. He throws Henkel down to the mat, gets 2 point for a takedown. It's an 8-3 lead for Gabe Lackaduk over Jaden Henkel. Henkel's in the bottom position to start on this restart in the third period with minute 34 remaining. And Henkel hits a stand-up, gets those hips turned into Lackaduk. Now going to go to the crossface, gets around for 2 points, so an 8-5 score. Henkel closing the gap. The minute 16 to go. Goes power half on top. Lackaduk trying to fight it off, going hand, doing some hand fighting, countering that half Nelson. He's holding his base. Henkel now under a minute to go with 55 seconds to go. Has to get a turn, down by 3. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 2, Landon Potasic and Nick Anderson. And Nick Anderson now with the 3-1 lead at 195 pounds with 58 seconds to go. Potasic working collar tie with Anderson in head position. Anderson big step back. Potasic pulls it to the center. And down to 45 seconds. Wrestlers break apart. Potasic time's running out with 40 seconds remaining. And Henkel and Lackaduk down to 18 seconds. Lackaduk just holding his base. Henkel not able to move a rock. Now warning for stalling. 1 point given up to Henkel. Now Lackaduk hits a Peterson on the edge of the mat. Scores 2 point reversal and some near fall. They're called out of bounds with 6 seconds to go. So Lackaduk increases his lead. Now it's a 10-6 lead. Just dinged with stalling. Then hits a Peterson on the edge. Kind of lulling us into sleep. And goes for the Peterson. Now he explodes and he takes Henkel down for one last little incident there between the tower tapper and the official. I don't know if they're going to call that, say that time expired, or if there's 5 seconds left. All right, so time expires there. Gabe Lackaduk wrestle for 3rd and 4th place. And your final on mat number 2 is Nick Anderson, wins by decision over Landon Potasic. So Nick Anderson will wrestle for 3rd and 4th place at 220 pounds. And now we'll have our first place match or 3rd place match coming up on mat number 1 between Bombach and Bodie Henderson. So Jack Bombach, 7th grader, wrestling Bodie Henderson, an 8th grader. Bombach from Kildare wearing the burnt orange cigarette with the black cuff around the legs, or black trim. And Klusman and Armani Smith going at it on mat number 2 for 220-pound consolation semifinal match. Klusman picks up a 2-point takedown. Smith, like he had Klusman going into him, so he tried to use that momentum and throw Klusman, but Klusman had nothing to do with it. Takes Smith down to the match, or down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. And we got 5 seconds to go in that first period with Klusman leading 2-0. Smith from Beulah Hazen, a senior, 23-6 record. And Noah Klusman, a senior with a 24-6 record. That's on mat 2. Mat number 1, Bombach has a 2-0 lead over Bodie Henderson. Or excuse me, now gets 2. Just at the end of the period, the referee awards a 2-point. Henderson goes to a leg pass. So Jack Bombach leads 2-0 over Bodie Henderson. That's going into the second period. They're back at 106 pounds on mat number 1, their 3rd place match. Between Henderson and Bombach. Your mat number 2, 220 Conti semi, Armani Smith and Noah Klusman. That's 220 consolation semi. Now green warrant for stalling. So Armani Smith warned for stalling as both wrestlers stood up. Klusman with the 1 point escape up 3-0. And going into Smith. Smith backing up again off the mat. Now Smith circles back in. Wrestlers go off the mat. We got a 1 point escape for Bodie Henderson. That's a 2-1 lead for Jack Baumbach. They're in the second period with 1:04 to go. And now Red warned for stalling. So Klusman warned for stalling. Both wrestlers on mat 2 warned for stalling. And Smith drops down, elevation change. And Klusman working hard on that head of Smith. Now drops down for a double. Kind of clubbed over the top, then drops down for a double. Smith sprawls. Now Klusman goes out. And Smith going to step around here with 7 seconds to go. Trying to get this takedown. Gets it. On the edge of the mat, he's going to get some near fall. As time expires, I don't know if he got a 2 count. I looked up at the clock on that second count. There's no time on it, but it looks like Smith is going to go up 4-3. Sometimes these towel tappers a little bit slow. Henderson has Baumbach on his back on mat number 1, working for the fall. So Henderson with an arm bar with 5 seconds to go. He's going to squeeze those elbows together, and he's going to win by fall just as time expires. There's no time on the clock. And once again, another close call there with the tower tapper and the timer. And that'll go. We winner by fall for third place is Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights. Now a 6-5 score. Things are heating up here in the third period. 1:17 to go. Smith is just going to arm drags Klusman right by. You got to catch up here on this score. They got 8-5 on the board. Might be an 8-7. Oh, 8-6. So an 8-6 lead now for Armani Smith. With a minute to go, third period, Klusman's on the bottom, Smith on top. Noah Klusman for EEK wearing the black singlet. It's going to try to go Peterson. No, sits out, comes through the back door, stands up. Going to get 1 point escape, an 8-7 score. Klusman closes the gap here with 40 seconds to go. Both wrestlers warned for stalling. A level change by Smith with that duck under. Pops back up. Klusman's going heavy on the head again. Down to 28 seconds. Klusman takes a look at the clock. Down to 20 seconds for Noah Klusman. Trying to go double underhook. Smith still backing up, defending. Now drops down. He avoids that stall call with 7 seconds to go between he and Klusman. And that'll do it here. And Armani Smith advances to the third place match. He's winner by decision 8-7 over Noah Klusman from EEK. Yeah, 113, third place match between Connor Millen and Riley Hasbrook. That's on mat number 1, that match. In the second period, Hasbrook from Henninger Scranton on top with the black and white singlet. Hasbrook, a freshman, 28-11, wrestler Connor Millen, a freshman, 25-10 record. That's that 113 third place match on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Logan Potts for Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion Lobos, wrestling Will Mossbrucker, New Salem, Almont. Mossbrucker goes in, secures 2 point takedown right away with this cradle. Has Logan Potts on his hips, going to go. Had head in the hole, now has Potts trying to counter. He's going to stack him up. Rolls him over. Gets maybe a count. Might have got 2 counts. No. He's going to pick up another count. No, back and forth. Does get 2 point near fall, so he's up 4-0. Riley Hasbrook up 4-0. Will Mossbrecker up 4-0 on Logan Potts. We're down to the final 5 seconds of the first period. And Mossbrecker just a hammer on top. Has a half Nelson on Potts, turns him over at the end of the first period. He's going to pick up 2 more near falls, so 6-0 lead for Will Mossbrecker. He came ready, strapped on, ready to wrestle today. That's for 5th place on mat number 2. So start of the second period on mat number 2. And Mossbrecker on the bottom. Logan Potts has this leg right in. He's trying to dig out that arm. Mossbrecker on the far side. Mossbrecker holding his base. Doesn't want to go down to his hip. Now rolls through. They're working that ankle of Logan Potts. Potts finds an advantage. Going underneath the arm. He's going to stretch it out. You got to be careful here. You got to potentially dangerous. So Potts just a little bit too eager. You got to throttle it back there a little bit. They got a potentially dangerous call for a restart. That works in the favor of Will Mossbrecker. Mossbrecker right away off the whistle is going to hit a standing switch. Potts trying to counter. Going to re-switch. Gets those hips back around and on top. Yeah, mat number 1 is Connor Mellon, Kenmare Bowbells, and Riley Hasbrook. Hasbrook right now has a 5-0 lead. He's currently on top at 113-pound third-place match. Logan Potts with 45 seconds in the second period. He's down 6-0 to Will Mossbrecker. Trying to get a turn, just working the arm and shoulders over of Will Mossbrecker. Now goes double boot ride. Mossbrecker kind of Velcro to the mat with those arms or with those hands and knees right now, not giving up that base. And Logan Potts still trying to crank him over. Oh, Mossbrecker able to shake off his legs. Potts is going to lock up again, but he's going to go belly down for Will Mossbrecker. Down to 5 seconds to go in the second period. Now 5-2 lead. Connor Mellon gets a reversal, so it's 5-2 lead for Riley Hasbrook. Mellon's on top on mat number 1, 113 pounds. And Will Mossbrecker chooses both up to start the third period with Logan Potts. Will Mossbrecker Jr., 26-12. Logan Potts, an 8th grader for Lemoore, 29-4 record. Oh, Logan Potts going to chin whip. Mossbrecker tried to hit a super duck. Logan Potts gets called out of bounds, hit a chin whip, and had Mossbrecker in trouble on his hips. No takedown given up there by Mossbrecker, so restart back in the center of the mat. Both wrestlers on their feet. Riley Hasbrook goes on and wins on mat number 1, so a third place match. Riley Hasbrook is your winner over Connor Mellon at 113 pounds. Now up mat number 1, 120-pound third-place match. Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley wrestling Tanner DeFoe from Hittinger Scranton. And that match just underway for third place on mat number 1. And mat number 2, 106. Will Mossbrecker with an 8-0 lead now on Logan Potts. Scores a takedown with 43 seconds remaining. Has an 8-0 lead. And working an armbar on the near side. And Logan Potts belly down. Logan Potts gets stood up on the edge of the mat, get called out of bounds. There's 10 seconds remaining. So barring a miraculous finish by Logan Potts, he's down 8-0. 106 pounds. We'll take in third place. Time expires on the clock as Will Mossberger from Salem Almont. He wins by major decision 8-0 over Logan Potts.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2.
And mat number 1. Tanner Defoe takes a 2-0 lead into the second period. With Carson Kajed, Hillsborough Central Valley. Defoe attempts to stand up. Kajed takes him down to the mat. Now Defoe, his steps over, big step. Kajed goes down to the mat. And 1 point escape for Tanner Defoe. So this is a 3-0 lead over Carson Kajed. That's on mat number 1 for third place. They're in the second period with 1:15 to go. And mat number 2, 113 pounds for fifth place, is Keenan Gores from Northern Lights. He has a quick 2-0 lead over Jager Sand. Sand working a reversal, trying to tie it up. He gets it tied up. Ties it up 2-2 at the end of the first period. So good work by Jager Sand to answer back in the first. He ties it up 2-2 with Keenan Gores from Northern Lights. And mat number 1, Tanner Defoe maintains a 3-0 lead. And now Kajed, they're working on a double leg. Defoe's going to come over the top. Defoe hip on the mat wearing the black singlet with the gold trim. You got stalemate called for a restart. So after this match on mat number 1, we're going to go and break away for another timeout. A word from our sponsors. Just like to thank our sponsors once again for bringing us out here to New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. 2 days of coverage out here at the 45th Annual East-West Wrestling Classic. Broadcasting live from New Salem, North Dakota on yourliveevent.com. Kajed hits a stand-up. Trying to get some separation, got rid of the hands. But Defoe does a level change and takes a leg. Now he gets 1 point escape, so it's a 3-1 score. A minute 43 to go in the third period. Tanner Defoe has a 2-point lead, 3-1 over Carson Kajed from Hillsborough Central Valley. We're tied up. Mat number 2, 113 fifth place match between Keenan Gores and Jager Sand. That's tied up 2-2. They're in the second period with a minute to go. We get a restart. The 41 seconds to go on mat number 2. Still tied up 2-2 with Keenan Gores from Northern Lights in the bottom position. The Sand goes double thigh ride to start out. Now working the wrist. As Gores goes belly down on the mat with 28 seconds to go. And Defoe now building, has a 5-1 lead over Carson Kajed in the third period. Scored 2-point takedown. They're down to 25 seconds to go. This is for third place on mat number 1 at 120 pounds. So end of the second period, still tied up 2-2 on mat 2. And Keenan Gores will give the 1 point to Jager Sands. So we'll start this one with 2 minutes on the clock on their feet. Like I said, just a reminder, at the end of these placing matches up through third place, we'll kind of close thing out here from New Salem. Get set back up for our finals matches. And that'll be on a separate stream. So you'll find that on the Your Live Event homepage. And there'll be a separate stream starting around 4 o'clock for those championship matches here from New Salem High School here in the barn. A minute 17 to go, now a 3-2 lead. So Jager Sand with the 3-2 lead. Keenan Gores choosing to let him go at the start of the first period, giving up that point. So Gores and Sands. Sand taking a couple swipes. Now goes into Gores, backs him off the mat. The referee talking to Keenan Gores, saying, tell him he needs to circle in, see some more action. They're down to 55 seconds to go. And William Cook has a cradle locked up on Riker Vetter on mat number 1, 132 pounds, third place match. Vetter trying to whizzer out of it. Not sure how he got that whizzer, and they run out of time in the first period. So that's for third place at 132. Between William Cook, a sophomore, 22-6 from Kenmare Bull Bells, wrestling Riker Vetter from South Border, freshman, 22-9. Vetter starts on top, wearing the dark blue singlet with the white trim. And Cook gets a sit out. Vetter's able to follow him around on that restart. And that's now down to a minute 45 in the second period. It's scoreless on mat number 1. That's 132. We're down to 15 seconds. Still a 3-2 lead for Jager Sand. Now Sand's able to take Gores down to the mat, so he's going to secure this victory and score some near fall. So Jager Sand, 7th grader from EEK at 113 pounds, will take 5th place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. All right. And William Cook now, they're working near fall and working for a pin. He has near fall. He's up. He'll be up 5-0 after a near fall awarded on mat number 1. Riker Vetter trying to fight off. We're currently on his hip. Here in the center of the mat, or near center of the mat. Now William Cook gets him turned over again. Goes to a half Nelson. Now Vetter belly down, not before William Cook picks up 3-point for a near fall. He's up 5-0 over Riker Vetter. And that's a mat 1, 132 pounds. Mat 2, 120 is Elijah Ramos from Kildare in the burnt orange singlet, wrestling Cade Elsey from Ondak Thunder. That's on mat number 2. That match just underway with 28 seconds to go in the first period. And Ramos takes a quick 2-0 lead over Cade Elsey from Ondak Thunder. So we're going to go and step away here at the New Salem High School 45th anniversary of New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Get the dairy products, non-dairy products, frozen seafood, meat items, and more delivered to your door from Teak, the Udder Guy at Hillsboro Dairy. Call 701-436-5877. He will bring it right to your door. Hillsboro, Grandin, Purley, Hendrum, Borup, Ada, Climax, Shelley, Lockhart. East of Ada to the Twin Valley addresses and around the area. Hillsboro Dairy delivering right to your door. 701-436-5877.
Hey, welcome back here to New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. We're inside the barn here at the high school. The second day of the East-West Wrestling Tournament. in our placing rounds for the 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th on mats 1 and 2. You're currently on the mat. On mat number 1 is William Cook and Riker Vetter. And Vetter's been able to fight through a couple times where he was on his back, but now just down by 2 points, 6-4 to William Cook. That's in the 3rd period with a minute to go. And the mat number 2 is Elijah Ramos from Kilder and Kate Elsey. That's tied up 2-2 right now. Ramos on top with the crossface. He's going to turk him over. Gets a 1 count before Elsey gets back belly down. That's in the 2nd period with a minute 5 to go. Elsey hand fighting with Ramos. Gets stood up. Tries to get those hips away. Does clear him and gets 1 point for an escape. So now he's up 3-2. Kate Elsey takes a 1 point lead in the 2nd period with 43 seconds to go. And Elsey down for a double. Elijah Ramos sprawls out. And mat number 1, 3rd place match. It's still a 6-4 lead for Cook, but Vetter's underneath in that forklift position trying to elevate it. Now has the leg trapped underneath as time expires in the 3rd period, and that's going to do it. So William Cook wins 3rd place at 132 pounds, wins by a 6-4 decision over Riker Vetter. All right, getting on to your 138-pound 3rd place match between Corbin Clifton and Gus Bombach. That's on mat number 1. Mat 2 between Elsey and Ramos. Elsey has a 3-2 lead with a minute 48 to go in the 3rd period. That's for 5th place on mat number 2. In mat 1, a couple weight classes ahead. Now Elsey had Ramos starting to go over, trying to turn those shoulders, and no points given up with a minute 23 to go. Elsey working that double leg ride, right over the top of the hips. Gets Ramos broke back down. Now is going to expose the shoulders, picking up near falls. Kate Elsey. He's going to pick up 2 near falls, so he's going to go up 5-2. So Elsey building his lead 5-2. And they're in the 3rd period with 42 seconds remaining. Elsey still working the shoulders hard on Ramos. I got a couple Kilder wrestlers out there now with Bombach also on mat number 1. That's scoreless going into the 2nd. 138, 3rd place match between Bombach and Corbin Clifton. Currently Gus Bombach wearing that Kilder burnt orange singlet on the top. Has a chop and purchase, that far arm chopped underneath and pull it over across the body. Now tilts it through, rolls through, trying to work some near fall. Gets the back and forth. Now gets a count. Then gets back belly down, so no near fall awarded off that tilt attempt by Gus Bombach. The time expires. Kate Elsey wins by decision 5-3 at 120 pounds for 5th place. Now 126, 5th place match. Sawyer Owens wrestling Brexton Yanish. That's on mat 2 for 5th place. That match just underway. And mat number 1, Corbin Clifton and Gus Bombach still scoreless in the second period. Bombach's on top with 20 seconds to go. And Sawyer Owens, quick 2-point takedown with 30 seconds to go in the first period. So Sawyer Owens up 2-0. He's at 126 pounds for 5th place. And mat number 1, Corbin Clifton, a sophomore for Carrington. The 28-14 record. Gus Bombach, a junior, 38-3 record. And started the third period. They're going to go scoreless into the third. That's on mat number 1. And mat number 2, Owens still with the 2-0 lead at the end of the first period. Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley, a freshman, 28-7 record. Braxton Yanish, a 7th grader, 25-11 record. The coin flip goes to Owens. Owens defers. And Yanish is going to choose both up. Yanish shoots in on a double leg. Sawyer Owens going to sprawl out, counters. Gets him 2 points. He does give him 2 points on the edge of the mat. The referee signals a 2-point takedown, so Owens takes a 4-0 lead. They're in the second period with 1:50 to go. And mat number 1, 138. Gus Bombach has a 3-0 lead. Escape and a takedown on Corbin Clifton. That's for third place at 138. Clifton came into the tournament seeded number 1 at 138. They're down to 1:05 to go in the third period. And just a reminder, there's a big girls wrestling tournament going on and covered by your live event. You take a look at that homepage. That's the Bell of the Brawl tournament in Castleton, North Dakota. Over 30 teams there. Lisbon among one of the 30-plus teams at the tournament representing the Broncos. And that tournament is underway. I believe that started at 9 o'clock with their first matches. So that's the Bell of the Brawl in Central Cass, or at Central Cass today. Go ahead and tune into that. There's a lull in the action, or if you want to follow along, the Bronco girls wrestling team put it up on dual screens. You can watch them both. Now 41 seconds to go, still scoreless. Excuse me, Sawyer Owens now up, or still up 4-0 over Braxton Yanish. It's a 126 5th place match. And that'll do it on mat number 3. So Gus Bombach take third place, wins by decision 3-0 over Corbin Clifton. That's 138-pound third place match. Mat number 1 now up to 145 pounds. Like Rocker Aguilar out there on mat number 1. Wrestling Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. And then mat 2 is still Sawyer Owens, has a 6-0 lead on Braxton Yanish to start the third period. So after the Sawyer Owens match, we'll go ahead and step away for another TV timeout or a commercial break. And mat 2 currently at 126 pounds. Mat 1 on 145. Sawyer Owens gets a turn. Just the first 10 seconds of this third period, he's going to pick up near fall. So he has 3 near fall coming. That'll put him up 9-0. Referee currently waiting to award. The coach says, hey, break the hold so you can get your near fall. Owens looks up at the coach and shakes his head and runs the arm bar. Going to work for the fall. So Owens working for this fall against Yanish. 1:20 to go in the third period. Yanish has 1:10 to fight off his back. I should say Sawyer Owens now has a minute to go to work for the fall. He's going to pick up those 3 near fall. He goes up 9-0. We're a 2-0 lead for Rocker Aguilar going into the second period. That's on mat number 1. That's for third place at 145. Wrestling Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. Schwartz, a junior, 35-10 record. Rocker Aguilar, a sophomore from Williams County, with a 30-9 record. That's now a 2-1 score with Harrison Schwartz scoring the escape. Wrestlers just off center of the mat, now working to the backside. Schwartz had a little bit of an elbow pass. The circles back in. Aguilar hip tosses Schwartz out of bounds. And get a restart back in the center of the mat. And down to 20 seconds to go in the third period with Sawyer Owens and Brexton Yanish. Yanish on his hip. Sawyer Owens just riding on top. Looks content to ride this one out now with 7 seconds. So Sawyer Owens will take 5th place at 126 pounds for the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros. He wins by major decision, 9-0 over Brexton Yanish from Velva. So with that conclusion of that match, we're going to go and step away for another break here. Thank our sponsors and give them a little bit of airtime here on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll be back in a minute. It'll be live from inside the barn at New Salem High School, home of Salem Sioux. You're listening to YourLiveEvent.com.
The Hillsborough Vets Club welcomes you for Broasted Chicken Saturdays, 5:30 till 7:30. Fries and coleslaw along with delicious broasted chicken. It's the best chicken I've ever had. Roasted chicken, dine in and take out at Saturdays at the Hillsborough Vets Club. And remember, appetizers and so many other fun activities at the Hillsborough Vets Club. Good luck to the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros from everyone at the Hillsborough Vets Club. And they thank you for all of your support with the Hillsborough Vets Club.
Hi, I'm Ernie Struby, president of the Goose River Bank, and I would like to know your story. Our lives and our businesses are comprised of events. We have all had our failures and successes, and these events define our character. If your character includes values like trustworthy, respectful, honest, and responsible, then your story matches well with ours, and we would consider it a privilege to be your financial partner. At the Goose River Bank, we believe that a strong bank builds strong communities. The Goose River Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, welcome back here in our 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th place matches at the 45th annual New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, otherwise known as the East-West Classic. You got the collision of the Class B, top Class B teams in North Dakota Class B Wrestling squaring off today. Take a look at our team points before we get into our matches. And not much change at the top with Lisbon. With 202 points. South Border in second place with 169. New Salem Almont with 142. Northern Lights with 117.5. And Velva in 5th place with 109.5 points. That's your top 5 teams here at New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And mat number 2 is Zane Allender, who works for some near falls. So he's going to go up 3-0. Oh, 5-0 over Caleb Sarsland. That's a mat number 2, 132 pounds. They're in the second period with 1:35 to go. And then on mat number 1, your 3rd place match, Harrison Schwartz and Rocker Aguilar. Schwartz now has a 4-3 lead. Rocker Aguilar has a 4-3 lead over Harrison Schwartz. Aguilar went up that one quickly with a takedown in the first period, went up 2-0. Now has this 1-point lead with 52 seconds to go in the 3rd period. Right now, Schwartz wearing that blue and red singlet with the back to the out of bounds or on the out of bounds side. They get a restart back in the center of the mat with 41 seconds remaining. And Zane Allenders, your winner by fall here on mat number 2. So he'll take 5th place for the Oaks Tornadoes. That was at 138 pounds. He wins by fall over Caleb Sarsland. And now up on mat number 2, the battle Region 1 at 138 for 5th place is Brody Hoffman and Carter Wallner. This has been a back and forth battle. I think Wallner leads this series between he and Hoffman 2-0. Both close matches. And that's down to 30 seconds to go in the first period. Hoffman's going to dive underneath. And Wallner goes to the leg pass, trying to roll through. Hoffman hanging on with 15 seconds to go. Waste a lot of time here as Wallner's going to come up. Go through. Now Hoffman's going to come out, trying to scramble here with Wallner. Wallner gets stood back up. And that'll be the end of the first period. We go into the second scoreless on mat number 2. And that's between Wallner and Hoffman. And mat number 1, 145 pounds, Rocker Aguilar, your winner for third place, or wins third place at 145. An 8-3 decision over Harrison Schwartz from Deslax Burlington. And now up Ty Wolding on mat 1 versus Kale Eibach. Eibach, a scramble here on the edge of the mat. He secures a 2-point takedown. And Eibach now up 2-0 over Ty Wolding. Mat 2 still scoreless with 1:13 to go between Hoffman and Wallner. Blood time on mat number 1 between Eibach and Ty Wolding. Wolding over there being tended to by his coach and the official. If he has a cut, he may have a cut right underneath his eye. That was just a dab of blood. Now Wallner's going to score 2 points. He's going to go up 2-0 on Hoffman with 52 seconds to go in that second period. Hoffman gets stood up on the edge of the mat. Wallner drags him out of bounds, so Wallner takes a shot to the groin. Going to need a few seconds. The referee talking it over with Wallner. Now the wrestlers get set for the restart with 45 seconds to go in the second period. Wallner's up 2-0. Similar score on mat number 1 with Eibach and Wolding. They're going to go into the second period with Eibach leading 2-0. And Eibach's choice, he chooses bottom. Your finals championship matches coming up here a little bit later on this afternoon. They're scheduled to start at 4 o'clock or 4 p.m. And also have preceding that, we'll have a 60th anniversary or program just recognizing the 60 years of New Salem Holstein Wrestling. That'll precede the championship matches and starting around 4 o'clock today. So just to remind you that we're going to break away from this stream, so you have to come back for a new stream for those championship matches. You just go to the main page on yourliveevent.com, so just click on that East-West Wrestling Finals, and that'll get you here so you can take in those last matches, the championship matches here at the East-West Wrestling Tournament, the 45th annual, on yourliveevent.com. Wolding and all down 3-0 to Eibach in the second period with 1:10 to go. Wallner still with a 2-0 lead with Hoffman here in the third period. Hoffman on bottom. Wallner has had the Iowa ride there, a little ankle spike. Hoffman able to stand up. Wallner's going to take him out of bounds. For a restart back in the center of the mat there. 1:29 to go. They're in the third period. Eibach now with a 5-0 lead on mat number 1 with 50 seconds remaining. That's in the second period. And Hoffman gets stood up. Wallner drops down, level change, takes the legs out from Hoffman. And Wallner's going to go off the edge of the mat, trailing behind Hoffman. Now 1:15 to go. And look for Hoffman and Wallner to meet up at least 2 more times, maybe 3 more times, between individuals, duels, and then state tournament. I should say region duels, region individual, and then the state tournament. Now Hoffman's going to try to Granby roll. Wallner catches him. He's going to get a count, and Hoffman's going to be able to finish it. He's going to get up over the top with 50 seconds to go in a situation position with Wallner. Wallner's going to try to lock in, comes out the back door, spins around now, takes control in that situation. And get 1 point for an escape for Hoffman. As Wallner sits through, hip ice through, comes out the back door over the top, but that gets separation for that 1 point escape or loss of control for a restart back in the center of the mat with 30 seconds to go. And that's on mat number 2. And this is for 5th place at 138 pounds. The wrestler is currently locked up, hand fighting. I'll go to collar ties with 18 seconds. We'll look for this one to pop off here with about 10 seconds as Hoffman drags that wrist of Wallner down to the mat, down to 8 seconds. And we'll follow this one to the conclusion. Hoffman down on his hip. Wallner's going to step across, and he's going to secure the win for the Lisbon Broncos. Takes 5th place, wins by decision 2-1 over Brody Hoffman. Carter Wallner, senior, 20-4 record. Brody Hoffman, a sophomore, 23-7. So Carter Wallner taking 5th place for the Lisbon Broncos at 138. And Wolding now being tended to on the mat. And Ibach leads 5-1 over Wolding. And that's in the 3rd period. Injury time for Wolding. It gets reset. Out there with the trainers and the official. Looks like he has some rib issues. I don't know if it's a cramp or what he has going on out there. Oh, Nelson, Mike Nelson wrestling Riley Dahl. Nelson for the Lisbon Broncos. Riley Dahl, New Salem Hosting. That's up on mat number 2. Nelson secures a 2-point takedown. Mike Nelson wrestling for 5th place. He's up 15 seconds to go. He's up 2-0 on Riley Dahl. And mat number 2, getting a little more caught up with mat 1. Mat 1 in the 3rd period at 152 pounds. Wolding on the bottom, Ibach on top. Ibach has a 5-1 lead. Wolding stood up. Ibach's going to take him back down, drags him down to the mat. The start of the 2nd period. Mat number 2 with Riley Dahl and Mike Nelson. Nelson has a 2-0 lead. And Nelson head down on the mat. Minute 43 to go. Now he picks that head up, and Dahl's able to break him down. And Nelson stands up, peels the hands, gets away. Now a 3-0 lead for Mike Nelson. And mat number 1. They're down to 26 seconds to go. It's a 5-1 lead for Cale Ibach over Ty Wolding. Hey, Wolding. Ibach's trying to force him back. Now gets around to his belly. And Nelson secures 2-point takedown. He's up 5-0 in the 2nd period with 50 seconds to go. Wolding's still down. Looks like his ribs are hurting him. 12 seconds remaining. The wrestlers now have blood time on that mat. Well, on mat number 1 with Wolding and Ibach. And Dahl attempts to stand up on mat number 2. Nelson returns him back down to the mat. Working a chicken wing in her armbar, I should say, on this far side. Looks like he does, trying to dig it out. Does lock it up, now going bar half. Going to take that bar half and walk it around. Riley Dahl has 13 seconds here to fight off Nelson. And Nelson walking out front with 9 seconds in the second period is up 5-0. And Dahl's going to be able to hold on and get into the third. He's down 5-0 to start the third period, so choice goes to Riley Dahl. He's going to choose neutral on to Mike Nelson here to start the third period. 2 minutes on the clock. He's down 5-0. Still working blood time on mat number 1 with Riley Dahl, or excuse me, Ty Wolding and Kale Eibach. That's 15 seconds on the clock. And Dahl had hooked up a high crotch fireman's on Nelson. Nelson's able to get hip down in the mat. Scores 2 points for takedown. He's up 7-0. And that'll do it on mat number 2. Or mat number 1 with Kale Eibach defeats Ty Wolding for third place at 152 pounds by decision 5-1. In mat 2, Mike Nelson has a 5-0 lead, or 7-0 lead for fifth place at 145 pounds. He leads 7-0 over Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont. Nelson for Lisbon's a junior, 22 record. Riley Dahl, senior, at 19-12 for New Salem Almont. And now at 160 pounds on mat number 1. And down to 45 seconds to go in the third period on mat 2. And that is Cole Stock for the South Border Mustangs, a sophomore, 22-9. Wrestling Cade Harm, the senior for Beulah Hazen, 18-10. That's for third place at 160 pounds. And Harm in on a high crotch single. Cole Stock. We're working over the top. Harm's going to try to post that outside leg. He peeks out. But Cole Stock just steps around, secures the ankle. He's going to pick up 2 points here at the end of the first period, so he goes up 2-0 over Cade Harm. It's for third place at 160 on mat number 1. And Mike Nelson wins by decision 7-0 over Riley Dahl from New Salem Almont. That's on mat number 2, so Mike Nelson takes fifth place at 145 pounds on mat number 2. On mat 2, 152, fifth place match is Cale Kovar wrestling Emery Knoll. Kovar from Carrington, the senior, 31-11 record. He's sporting 42 matches on the year so far. Wrestling Emery Knoll, a sophomore, 25-5 record from Bowman County. And Kovar is going to hit a little pass or duck under and steps around for a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 over Emery Knoll. And that's in the first period with 20 seconds to go. And Cole Stock and Cade Harm. It's a 3-0 score on mat number 1. Stock leads 3-0. And then the second period with 1:10 to go. Now Harm. Level change. He drops down to a single leg. Stock with the whizzer, grabbing his knee, trying to whizzer down as hard as he can. He counters out, now goes over the top. Secures a head cradle for a 2-point takedown in that inside leg ride. So he's up 5-0 now. So Cole Stock up 5-0 over Cade Harm. It's on mat number 1, 160-pound third place match. And Cale Kovar working over the top for cradle on Emery Knoll. Looks like he has it hooked up. He's going to try to walk it back here. He's going to sit back, drag him across his knee. This is for fifth place at 152. So Cale Kovar working for the fall for the Carrington Cardinals. The senior here has the cradle. He's going to lock it up, and he wins by fall at 1:31 with 1:31 remaining in the second period. So Cale Kovar finishes in fifth place. That was on mat number 2 at 152 pounds. And going into the third period, Cole Stock maintains his 5-0 lead over Cade Harm. Arm will choose bottom position. Start in the third period. Right away, Cole Stock breaks him belly down on the mat. And Mat 2, 160 for fifth place. And Mondack Thunder, Riley Henninger, junior, 20-14 record, wrestling Maverick Ford. Kemmer Bobel is a senior, 16-4. And that match underway on mat number 2 for fifth place at 160 pounds. And Maverick Ford's going to get a 2-point takedown. He has Henninger from Mondack Thunder going to his back right on the edge of the mat. His shoulders look like they're flat. Referee gets down, takes a look. Yeah, Henninger's trying to bridge out, but Ford drags him back on. They're down to 10 seconds. And time expires here, last couple seconds. Riley Henninger will make it into the first period. Maverick Ford up 5-0. Going into period number 2, it's for fifth place at 160 on mat 2. And Cole Stock and Cade Harm. It's a 5-1 lead for Cole Stock now, a 2-point takedown. He's up 7-1. That's for third place at 160. And Cade Harm able to get those hips away and scores an escape, loss of control point. I should say a 7-2 lead for Cole Stock. So 7-2 lead over Cade Harm. And wrestlers go back out of bounds. That's on mat number 1 for third place with 32 seconds to go in the third period. Now 9-2 lead for Cole Stock. And we got a little mat maintenance out there on mat number 2. They get that taken care of. In 152 in the second period, they're at 160 in the second period. And Maverick Ford's going to step around and grabs that near ankle, just trying to take a big step, secures it, pulls it in. He's got 2 points for a takedown. He's up 7-0. And Cole Stock is your winner on mat number 1. Takes fifth place. Takes third place. He wins by decision 9-3 over Cade Harm from Beulah Hazen. So Cole Stock, mat number 1, third place finisher at 160 pounds. Wins by decision 9-3. And mat number 2, Maverick Ford now has a 9-0 lead over Riley Henninger. Is going to bowl him over that head and arm. Not much room there for Henninger to bridge out, but he has that left shoulder up just a little bit. Now right shoulder up. Maverick Ford has that half buried deep around the neck. Of Riley Henninger. Henninger still fighting off. He has 30 seconds to fight off his back. And Ford's going to straighten that arm out, win by fall, and take fifth place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament at 160 pounds. So Maverick Ford wins by fall over Riley Henninger for fifth place at 160. And mat number 1, third place match on mat number 1 between DeAndre Anderson, Kenmare Bobels, and Carter Miller, Dennis Locks Burlington. That's for third place at 170. Mat number 2 for fifth place at 170 is Cole Henderson, Northern Lights, wrestling Joshua Meal. That match just underway with Cole Henderson. Quick 2-point takedown on Meal. Within the first 13 seconds, he goes up 2-0. And DeAndre Anderson, Carter Miller, they're still scoreless in the second period with 1:55 to go. That's for third place on mat 1. Mat 1 is the mat with the white outer circle. The black inner circle with the Holstein. That's mat 1. The all black mat is mat number 2. We're here at 170 pounds. Your third and fourth, fifth and sixth place matches. And mat number 1 finally caught up. And Cole Henderson with that 2-0 lead. At the start of the second period, he's up 2-0 on Joshua Emil from Oaks. Henderson, a sophomore, 29-7 record for Northern Lights. Josh Meal for the Oaks Tornado Jr. with the 23-8 record. And Henderson driving an armbar around as time expires. And Henderson defers to Meal. So Meal's choice, he chooses bottom. Josh Meal going on bottom to start the second period. And mat number 1 still scoreless with 1:12 to go in the second period between Carter Miller, a senior from Deslax Burlington with 32-8 record. DeAndre Anderson from Kenmare Bull Bells, a senior with a 21-6 record. And right away off the whistle, we got a clasping call. So technical violation on Anderson and an escape by Miller. That'll put Miller up 2-0. So as good as a takedown, Miller goes up 2-0 with that clasp violation and then the escape. And that's now in the second period with under 45 seconds to go. And wrestlers go out of bounds. Carter Miller's up 2-0 on mat number 1. And mat number 2, 170 pound for 5th place is Cole Henderson and Josh Meal. Henderson leads 2-0. That's at 1:20 to go in the second period. They're still here with their 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th place matches. Championship bouts scheduled to start around 4 p.m. from New Salem at the 45th Annual East-West Wrestling Tournament. Now, Cole Henderson locks up a cradle on Meal, steps around. Meal tries a stand-up. Henderson jumps back around, clamps down on the cradle. And Meal kind of put that head-to-knee stand-up, and Henderson saw that, jumps back around. Going to have some near fall coming with 40 seconds to go. In the second period, does have his 3 near fall locked up. Now going to work for the fall, just going to try to keep scooting those hips and bottom knee on the side. He's going to win by fall over Josh Meal, so Cole Henderson will take 5th place at 170 pound, winner by fall over Josh Meal from Oaks. We'll go jump right into 220-pound match. They must have some matches not wrestled here between 82 and 95. Between 82 and 95, so we're out here at 220 on mat number 2. This is between Sage Gushis from Lemoore and Noah Klusman, both seniors. And Gushis, a senior with a 12-9 record. Noah Klusman, a senior from EEK with the 24-7 record. That match just underway on mat number 2. And mat 1. And mat 1 still a 2-0 lead for Carter Miller over DeAndre Anderson. And Klusman takes Gushis down. He's going to work for a fall in the first period with 24 seconds to go. This is for 5th place at 220. And Klusman's going to switch around. Now goes to a half. Going heavy on the top. Those shoulders by Gushis not up by much. He goes north-south position with 10 seconds to go. The referee down there with a good view of it. And Gushis trying to get into that second period. He's going to win by fall for Noah Klusman. He'll take 5th place at 220 pounds for the EK Thunder. That was on mat number 2. He wins by fall over Sage Gushis from Lemoore. And now Miller picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 4-0. We're in the third period with 27 seconds to go. Miller's up 4-0. Now with 20 seconds to go, DeAndre Anderson on the bottom. Broke belly down with 10 seconds. And now 5th place match on mat number 2 at 285 is Jaden Hankel wrestling Joshua Haas from South Border. This is Joshua Haas, a junior with a 7-12 record, wrestling for 5th place against Jaden Hankel, a senior. Yeah, Haas throws a headlock on Jaden Hankel and has him going to his back. So Joshua Haas has Hinkle on his back, working for the fall. Up over the top. A lot of pressure on. Referee getting ready to slap the mat. Down to 16 seconds, now 15. Haas puts an end to it here. Winner by foul over Jaden Hinkle, and he'll take 5th place for the South Border Mustangs. That was on mat number 2. And mat number 1, we're getting ready for a championship match, so they're going to break down mat number 2. So mat number 1, 182 for 3rd place is Isaac Herbal and Tristan Pekas. Pekas got into this 3rd place match using that headlock, patented headlock. This is 182. So now we'll just have mat number 1. Mat number 1 with Herbal and Tristan Pekas. So I think we're going to go ahead and step away here as this match is underway on mat number 1, 182 between Herbal and Tristan Pekas. That is scoreless in the first period as the first period expired. So we're going to step away, take a word from our sponsors. They're going to break down this mat here. And we're going to finish up our 3rd place matches here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're going to step away for about a minute timeout, come back and finish up here live from New Salem, North Dakota home, Salem Sioux. You're listening and watching YourLiveEvent.com here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Hillsboro Lumber welcomes you. As you're working on interior projects, Hillsboro Lumber can help. Hillsboro Lumber has trim, doors, flooring, and all the necessary tools and products to complete your projects. If you're also thinking about larger projects for next spring and summer, let Hillsboro Lumber know of your ideas, and they'll help with planning and estimates. Hillsboro Lumber, 701-636-4301.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Welcome to Lakes Community Co-op. A new name, familiar faces, continued services, and customer service from your co-op in your community. Lakes Community Co-op. As we move forward, you can depend on us for fuel, propane, animal feed, meat locker plant, milk purchasing and hauling, pet food, hardware, convenience stores, tires, vehicle service, natural gas, and more of our services we provide from Lakes Community Co-op.
Hey, welcome back. We're live from New Salem High School, broadcasting inside the barn, home of Salem Sioux, here at the 5th place match at 182 pounds. I should say a 3rd place match at 182 pounds between Isaac Herbal and Tristan Pekas. They're breaking down mat number 2, so we just have action on mat number 1. 182 3rd place. That's a 1-0 lead for Tristan Pekas. He's up 1-0. Both wrestlers up on their feet. You take a look at that screen. Let me know how the volume's going in the picture. If you got my number, whatever, send me a message, text me. Make sure we're providing you the best coverage, best picture we got out there. Here on YourLiveEvent.com. Also a reminder, girls wrestling team. Now Pekas hits an arm drag, steps around behind for a 2-point takedown. He's up 3-0 over Isaac Herbal from Northern Lights. This is 182 third place action at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'll go down to one screen here for those one mat for the championship matches here from New Salem. Going to have a presentation that'll precede our championship bouts. So we probably take a break here. Like I said, we're going to break away from the streaming, have a separate stream set up for our championship matches this afternoon starting around 4 o'clock. We'll go through that presentation or that recognition of the 60-year anniversary for New Salem hosting wrestling and also the 45th annual East-West Wrestling Classic. So we'll have that here. We're going to bring that to you live on your live event. That'll precede the championship bouts. The Lisbon Broncos putting 7 wrestlers into that championship match. They're into the finals. 7 wrestlers. They've sent 9 to the semis. 7 make it through to the finals. The Southporter had put 5 into the finals. Lisbon with 11 place winners, top 8 place winners. Southporter with 11 top 8 place winners. And Lisbon leads here. See what these points are. Lisbon's up 206 points. Southporter in second place with 175. New Salem Almont in third with 142. Northern Lights in fourth with 121.5 points. And then Velva in fifth place with 109.5 points. Those are your top 5 teams here at the 45th annual East-West Wrestling Classic. So your winner, Tristan Picos, will go on and win third place at 182 pounds. That was on mat number 1. He's your third place winner for the Heading Your Scranton Nighthawks. Now 195, third place. You have Rodney Wolf wrestling against Nick Anderson. Rodney Wolf wrestling for third place for the Kindred Vikings. That match just underway. 45 seconds to go in the first period. Nick Anderson for the Henninger Scranton Nighthawks, a junior, 23-12 record. Wolf, a sophomore, 17-10 record. Hey, Rodney Wolf, if I remember right, made it into the championship match at the Storehawk tournament. It took down Gabe Lyons in the semifinals. And now Anderson attacks with the front headlock, snaps it down, goes behind for 2 points. He's up 2-0 at the end of the first period, down to 5 seconds to go in this first period. So Nick Anderson strikes at the end of the first. He's up 2-0 over Rodney Wolf. So we will have a short break here as we warned. Like I said, we'll break away from this stream, come back with our final stream. You'll find that on the main page at yourliveevent.com. The East-West Wrestling Finals. We'll close this one out here after these third place matches conclude. Still have the 220-pound third place match coming up between Hasbrook and Amani Smith. Well, mat number 1 right now with Rodney Wolf and Nick Anderson. Anderson has a 2-0 lead with 1:30 to go in the second period. Now Anderson's going to snap down, gets a go behind for 2 points. It's now a 4-0 lead for Anderson over Rodney Wolf. Goes immediately to works an armbar. Actually trying to chop and purchase on the other side. Chops the arm. Oh, actually, he drags it back across his back for an armbar. Going to walk it around, grabs the chin. He's going to try to pull him back. Rodney Wolf trying to hug the mat. Gets up to his base. Hasbrook spins around top, gets back behind him. Now going to that the armbar. So Nick Anderson has that armbar locked up. Rodney Wolf still countering with those hips. Trying to keep those hips turned. Now Anderson They're running that arm bar hard over the top. Rodney Wolf's going to be able to get to his feet, powers out, stands up. Anderson drags him down to the mat with 12 seconds to go. So Anderson able to get Wolf down to the mat. Time expires in the second period. He leads 4-0. So start of the third, and Nick Anderson leads Rodney Wolf by score 4-0. They're a minute 55 to go. And Anderson now goes up 6-0. So Nick Anderson building a 6-0 lead with a minute 17 to go in the third period. Said we're down to one mat, wrestling finishing off these third place matches here inside the barn at New Salem High School on yourliveevent.com. We mentioned we have to thank all of our sponsors for bringing us out here to bring you the 2 days of coverage here for the 45th annual East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're going to break away, or we'll break away on a new stream for these championship matches and preceding the championship bouts. We'll have some recognition, the 60th anniversary recognition for New Salem Holsting Wrestling. And now Anderson has that armbar locked up again, just wearing down the shoulders of Rodney Wolf. Wolf up on his base. A lot of determination and will there shown by Rodney Wolf, not going over, but Nick Anderson has a 6-point lead with 17 seconds to go. So Anderson still running that armbar. Rodney Wolf not able to get away or get up to his feet. And Nick Anderson will finish this one out. He's your third place winner at 195 pounds. Wins by decision 6-0 over Rodney Wolf at 195. And also now coming up 220 pounds, your third place match. Is Bowden Hasbrook from Hittinger Scranton wrestling Armani Smith. Bowden Hasbrook, a senior, 12-8 record. Armani Smith, a senior, 24-6 record, wrestling for Beulah Hazen. Is Smith wrestling for Beulah Hazen in that blue singlet with the white pinstripes. And Bowen Hasbrook wrestling for Hittinger Scranton. The match just underway with 40 seconds to go in the first period. A little level change by Hasbrook. Smith just steps away, wrestling here on the near edge of the mat. You're looking at those team scores. You're just going over those one more time. Lisbon leads it with 206 points. South Border in second place with 175. New Salem Almont 142. Northern Lights in fourth place with 121.5 points. And then in fifth place is Velva with 109.5 points. Those are your top five teams. We do have a little, I believe they're blood time or injury time. Looks like we're blood time. They're using blood time on the score clock instead of injury time. So they get a break in action between Hasbrook and Smith. Still scoreless here in the first period with 8 seconds to go. And Smith level change, going to go tack the ankle and the leg, the lower leg. Takes Hasbrook down at the end of the period. Just time expires in the first period. Armani Smith secures a takedown. He's up 2-0. on Bowden Hasbrook, the senior from Hettinger Scranton. And Hasbrook with the stand-up, quick stand-up. Good hand control, secures the 1-point escape. Now 2-1 lead for Armani Smith. He's up 2-1 at the start of the second period. And just a minute 45 remaining. And still have our 285 third place match coming up between Bryce Prouty and Gabe Lackaduck. And a good scramble here between Smith and Hasbrook. It's a 2-1 lead for Armani Smith. Some agile 220-pounders going at it, but Smith's going to secure this takedown. He goes up 4-1 over Bowden Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. So now with 56 seconds to go in the second period, Armani Smith has a 4-1 lead over Bowden Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. And Hasbrook stood up, hip ice through on that. Now 4-2 lead for Smith in the second period with 35 seconds to go. Little snap down attempt by Hasbrook. Smith just steps into it. Hasbrook has an underhook, working the head with an underhook. Now goes over the top. Tried to hit a level change and come back around the backside, but Smith steps out of bounds for a restart with 19 seconds to go in the second period. And just a reminder, there's girls wrestling with that Belle of the Brawl tournament in Central Cass. That's also covered by your live event. You take a break in action, you can go over there and tune in and watch what the North Dakota Class B, Class A girls going at it. In North Dakota, we just have one class. Now Smith's going to secure another 2-point takedown at the end of the second period. Time expires. He's up 6-2 over Bowden Hasbrook. And Smith has choice to start the third period. He's going to choose both up. He leads 6-2. Feeling comfortable on his feet. Hasbrook in on a single leg high crotch single, but Smith's able to break him belly down. He's going to spin around behind him for a 2-point takedown, so he's now up 8-2. A minute 35 to go in the third period. And now Smith runs a half, has that far wrist, caught that far wrist. And Hasbrook goes to defend, able to get some wrist control. So we're going to have a break in action. I think there's some blood time. So with that blood time, we're going to go and step away for a little 30-second timeout. You'll be back here to bring your last two matches or finish up here at 220 third place, and then bring your 285 third place match here on yourliveevent.com. So we're going to step away, be back in 30 seconds.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
Hey, welcome back live on this 45th anniversary edition of the 2023 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're here in the barn at a 220 third place match, where Armani Smith has an 8-2 lead over Bowden Hasbrook. They're in the third period with a minute 14 to go. They're just off of blood time. They get this restart. And Hasbrook takes a stand up, trying to get some hand control and hip ice through. Double thigh ride by Armani Smith. Hasbrook's going to sit through, working a switch. Gets around, trying to turn the corner. Smith's going to try to re-switch. Now Hasbrook goes far leg. Still trying to turn the corner. We got a battle. Good scramble going here. An 8-2 lead for Smith from Beulah Hazen. wearing that blue singlet with the white pinstripe. Wrestling for the Miners today. And coming through that scramble, Smith just able to get hips back down over the top. Maintains control. So Hasbrook giving it a shot there. Now gets stand up. Gets stood up. 1 point escape. Now 8-3 score, looking for that 5-point move. Or a fall. 5-pointer will tie it up. A fall will win it by either wrestler. Now Smith. Hasbrook gets 2 points. No, off the mat. Off the edge of the mat. So Bowden Hasbrook not giving up here. He's down 8-3. Continuing to wrestle here with 13 seconds to go. Hasbrook going head-to-head. Level change. Drops down to 5 seconds. Smith backing up. He's up 8-3. He's going to win this one. Take third place at 220 pounds. Armani Smith from Butte Hazelton, the senior, takes third place at 220 and wins by decision 8-3 over Bowden Hasbrook from Hettinger Scranton. Now this will bring up your third place match at 285 pounds between Prouty and Gabe Lackaduk. Prouty from Northern Lights, Lackaduk from the Velva Aggies. And Prouty wearing that blue singlet. Blue with powder blue. Northern Lights across the front. If you don't know what the Northern Lights look like, you just have to take a look at that singlet. You've never seen him before. He represented Northern Lights here at the 285-pound third place match. Wrestling Gabe Lackaduk, 285. Bout is underway. Wrestling for third place. Like I said, we're going to break away from coverage here and get set back up on another stream for our championship matches. I may go, I guess I'll probably keep one camera on the one mat here. Thought about going 2 cameras, one on the score and then the other on the mat, but I think we'll just do 1 camera for a championship match. This thing is winding down with 15 seconds to go in the first period between Prouty and Lackaduk. The wrestlers locked up, collar tie, and now goes that Muay Thai snap down by Prouty. Lackaduk's going to shrug it off, go head to head. Down to 1 second, time expires. Goal scoreless into the second period. 285-pound third place match. It's Prouty's choice. He's going to choose bottom. We've seen this by Lackaduk before. He's going to go alternate start. He's going to attack the leg. Did it on Lions, did it in his last match, making his way here to third place. Goes right to the leg. Prouty sees it coming, stands up, gets turned. He's going to score 2 points. Now working, trying to turn Lackaduk. Right away, 2-point reversal. 1:49 to go. They got called out of bounds. So restart. Gabe Lackaduk on the bottom for the Velva Aggies. A little sit out, trying to turn inside and grab a leg. Prouty's able to counter that. Now, Lackaduk's going to roll through with the Peterson. Prouty's able to counter, gets rolled back, hips down on the mat. Back over the top with 1:24 to go in the second period. And get a restart. So just a reminder, we're going to break away from this stream and go into a new stream for our championship matches. That'll be preceded on that same stream with the recognition, the 60th anniversary recognition here of New Salem Holstein Wrestling. And that's scheduled to get underway in about 15 minutes, so we will take a short break, get that new stream set up, come back here, and try to get you some coverage of that recognition ceremony here at about 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Right now, Prouty picking up near fall. Now he's going to work for the fall. He's going to step around the top. With 50 seconds to go, he's going to work for the fall on Gabe Lackaduk. He's going to win by fall. Your third place finisher for the Northern Lights is Bryce Prouty. Wins by foul over Gabe Lakadik, so the senior from Northern Lights gets it done. And that'll conclude our third place and fifth place matches here at the 45th anniversary of the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're going to go ahead and step away, get up that second stream set up as they take a break and get ready for the recognition ceremony, get ready for the finals, get our mats moved. So we're going to step away. Everybody, thank you for tuning in there for our first day and a half of coverage. We're going to come back ready for the championship matches and get ready to rock here live from New Salem High School here in the barn, home of Salem Sioux, on yourliveevent.com.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsboro, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
You can trust Paul's Hometown Repair for professional service on your vehicles, cars, vans, pickups. Bring them in to Paul's Hometown Repair Hillsboro. Whether it's light work such as oil changes and tune-ups, or more serious matters including transmission work and engine overhauls, they'll get the work done for you at Paul's Hometown Repair. They'll get your vehicle back on its wheels, running like new. Call 436-4676 to schedule your vehicle for service at Paul's Hometown Repair Hillsboro.